Hello, everyone. Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn in JJK as Megumi? The Potential Man Part 2. If you enjoy this content, please smash the like button. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description. I hope you enjoy listening to it. Well, Megumi. Who would have thought you had hidden something like that in your back pocket, her? Mai's eyes shone with an air of respect and intrigue at the younger man's display. Well, it's smart to keep your cards close to your chest whenever possible, no? Megumi chuckled out as he took a moment to gather himself and to summon his Shikigami to save a stamina. Do me a favor and don't tell the Zenin clan of that. I'd rather not deal with their hounding if possible. He then smoothly reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small wad of cash that held 5,000 yen notes on it and threw it at the white-haired woman with an astute smile who caught it with a similar expression. Mai chuckled back before bringing her hand up her face and making a zipping motion across her mouth with a smirk as she pocketed the wad of cash. You know me too well, these lips are sealed. Good, then let's go. That's all I can sense in this building, we got yem all. I need a warm bed, a shower, and some food, Megumi said as he stretched and walked to her as she joined him walking out of the building. Let me send Blizzard out to go check on Tsumiki. Even when I'm on the other side of the country I have to keep an eye on her. There's no telling when Kenjiku could strike, although it's been so many years without any sign of him, so maybe he changed his plans. He could have cursed her at school for all I know. Damn it all to hell. Megumi's expression shifted to that of worry and annoyance as Blizzard ran past the two of them in his totality form and blurred away in the direction of the Fushiguro household. Over the past 3 years Megumi had gotten his efficiency with maintaining totality so high that he could even keep it on in his sleep. It took a large amount of his training time to reach that level, but it was worth it. Mai saw the Shikigami run off but paid it no mind as it had become somewhat of a regular occurrence with the two of them as they had started to team up regularly about a year ago. Megumi would always send Blizzard in his totality form back home after each mission as they would usually take some time off to relax together before heading their separate ways. Well, I'll say, you definitely deserve some 5-star treatment after all that work. I know just the place, the silver-haired woman said as she pulled out a phone and called someone while entering the back seat of the limousine that had been waiting for them outside, Megumi joining her on the other side. Trust me, you'll love it there. Atop a luxurious hotel in the heart of the Ginza shopping district was a penthouse floor-to-ceiling windows that revealed the starry night sky to those within. Inside the room the smell of cigarettes and high-class alcohol permeated throughout. Relaxing on a soft leather couch was Megumi. He was savoring a cigarette with a plate of steak in front of him. He wore a black fluffy robe that was loosely tied around him in a way that revealed his slightly scared chest. You really weren't lying when you said I'd love it, Mai? This place is nice, sure takes the edge off after a day of slaughtering curses. The black-haired man said as exhaled some smoke and looked to his side at his partner. She also wore a robe, but hers was a brilliant silver matching her silver hair that was flowing freely down her body. The similarly loose robe revealed her blessed figure. She smiled at him before taking a sip of a glass of red wine. Her plate had a white pasta dish with black truffles on top. Told you. There really isn't anything better than having money and enjoying your life to the fullest, she said as she laid back and crossed her right leg over her left, revealing her milky white thigh. It is nice, I'll give you that much. Megumi removed his cigarette and put it out in a white and black marble cigarette dish. He then reached forwards and grabbed his own glass of wine and sipped. I am surprised to see you act so naughty though. What would Tsumiki think? Megumi looked at his glass of wine with a small considering look on his face before he replied, well, we are Jujutsu sorcerers after all, why bother to try and act human? Speaking of which, let me check on her. Looks like she's heading to sleep soon. As long as she's safe, nothing else really matters. Megumi thought in his head as he took a moment to focus on his connection with Blizzard in order to see through his eyes and saw Tsumiki ruffle the bipedal dog's fur before she went to sleep. To this the older woman just laughed a bit before agreeing with him. That is true, I suppose. When you're capable of doing things no regular man could hope to achieve, the morality of things like underage drinking, smoking, and the like start to blur and seem rather foolish. Well, it's nice to be able to enjoy adult things again. Didn't realize I missed alcohol that much. Among other things. He looked to his side at the older woman who was currently enjoying a bite of her pasta. Not sure how we got here, but I'm happy we did. Been a while and I'm definitely not doing any of this with a girl who's younger than me. I always did have a taste for older women. So would you care to tell me what that maximum technique you did back there was? It wasn't like anything I've ever seen, and it definitely isn't on any of the records of previous 10 Shadows users. The silver-haired woman inquired with a sly smirk and a hand under her chin. Well, if it's all the same to you, I'd rather keep some cards close to my chest. Even though I like you, you and I both know that it's not a good idea to let others in on our personal techniques. Megumi gave her the same smirk back as he took a bite of his steak. Well, that's just no fun, but whatever you say, Megumi. I'm hurt though. Even after all of this, you still only just liked me? Mai teased him, her smile not leaving her face as she reached to her side and pulled up a pair of black pants. Reaching inside its pocket, she found his cigarette box and pulled out one of them. She then took a few yen from the table beside her and put it in the pocket and dropped the pants back onto the ground. Not needing her to say anything, he brought his hand up and pointed at her face. From his finger an arc of electricity formed and shot forwards with surprising precision, hitting the butt of the cigarette and lighting it ablaze. Mai took a deep breath before blowing out the smoke. That is really convenient. There anything that technique of yours can't do? I mean, honestly, you're making the rest of us seem useless by comparison. Huh? Never expected humility out of you, Mai. But I wouldn't understate the power of your own technique either. Before either of them could continue their pleasant chat, Megumi's phone rang out for a moment. Checking it, he saw that he had a message from Satoru. Yo, Gumi! Idiot! You, what's up, Satoru? What do you need? I got something really cool to show you. Meet me at Jujutsu Tech early tomorrow. Idiot! You, alright, but this better be good. Well, it looks like Satoru needs me for something important tomorrow morning, though knowing him. That could either be a particularly stupid-looking curse or the revival of Ryam and Sukuna, so I'm gonna hit the hay soon. Megumi said as he stood up from his place on the couch. Mai turned her face up at him with a knowing look and nodded to him. Wanna have another round before bed? Megumi asked as he walked towards the large queen-sized bed while slipping off his robe. Mai's smile deepened into a smirk as she stood up from her place and walked to join him with a sway in her hips as her robe began to loosen and fall off her body. Do you even need to ask? As the morning light hit Megumi's eyelids, he twitched for a moment before opening them. Taking a moment to wake himself up, he then felt a shift beside him as a pair of arms gripped him tighter for a moment, pulling him closer to the warm body beside him. It let go a moment later. He laid there for a few minutes to savor the feeling before getting up and getting in the shower to ready himself for the day ahead. He said goodbye to his partner and then before long he left the building from the back exit. He wore a black and white yukata with his sorcerer Hari on top. He used it to be able to utilize his technique for fast transport without ruining his clothes. Incarnation, new. His back bulged and shifted for a moment before a pair of orange wings sprouted from them. The wings stretched and shifted for a moment as if to loosen a limb that hadn't been moved in a while. Megumi readied himself and flapped his wings with great strength as he soared off to the skies. Within moments he reached the clouds. Looking around himself, he took in the sights before spotting his destination. He took a moment to thank himself for taking the time to memorize the Tokyo skyline and then flew towards Jujutsu Tech. After a pleasant short flight thanks to his incredible flying speeds that casually reached 100 km per hour, he reached the inner Jujutsu Tech compound. He instantly spotted Gojo Satoru waiting for him at the front gate of the main building, landing down softly in front him. He took a moment to swipe away any dust on himself as his wings shuddered for a moment before melting and fading away into shadows. "So Satoru, what is so important you made me come over here so early?" the younger man asked, slightly annoyed at being woken up so early. He said as he got close to Gojo and looked him in the eye. He had to slightly look down to do so, as over the past 3 years he had a large growth spurt and became 6 feet 4 inches tall, precisely 1 inch taller than Satoru, much to the older man's continued annoyance. But before he got his answer, he then finally focused enough to sense the massive presence behind the shorter man. The sheer amount of cursed energy it held was enough to give himself pause. It had even more than himself, although not by much. "I wanted you to meet someone very interesting. Megumi, meet Yuta Okotsu," Gojo declared as he moved to the side, revealing the boy that was hiding behind him. Yuta is a young man with dark blue eyes and messy black hair. It was clear from his body language that he was stressed out and very nervous. He lacks confidence in his posture and has black circles under his eyes from not getting enough sleep. Yuta has a loose white uniform jacket with sleeves that stop at his forearms. He also wears slender blue jeans that tuck into white sneakers that match his jacket. He also carries his katana case on his back. "Eh? Oh. Nice to meet you, Fushiguro-san. Gojo-san told me a lot about you. It's clear he respects you. I look forward to working alongside you and learn Jujutsu sorcery," Yuta exclaimed in a panicked tone while bowing deeply. "Ha ha, no need to be so formal with me, Okotsu. I don't care much for formalities, I'm sure we'll get along." Megumi bowed back lightly as he dismissed Yuta's concerns. His casual demeanor and dismissal slightly overwhelmed Yuta, who sputtered for a moment. His heart rate spiked due to his surprise. Now normally this wouldn't be a problem, however Yuta Okotsu is no normal man, he is cursed. Behind him a large figure formed from malevolent cursed energy as it sounded out with a threat that promised limitless violence. "Yuta! Is he making you sad? Do you want me to punish him?" The voice made Yuta shake in fear as he desperately begged its owner to not do anything brash. "Rika, no, don't hurt him." Rika was a massive, monstrous curse with long arms, a powerful upper body, and a shadow that resembled a tail for a lower body. She possessed one cycloptic eye, which was concealed by a brain-shaped shell. She had several tendrils growing out of her head, long unclipped fingernails, and a mouthful of sharp thin fangs. Image, in Discord, her manifestation caused Megumi to jump back slightly as he instinctively summoned his own Shikigami. First among them was Blizzard in his totality form, who wrapped around Megumi protectively while growling, who he had instinctively desummoned and resummoned back to him. Before anything could escalate, however, Gojo took everyone's attention by loudly clapping his hands with enhanced power thanks to his enhanced strength, which caused a slight shockwave. "Nice of you to show yourself, Rika-chan. Megumi, this is Rika Orimoto, a special grade vengeful cursed spirit. Please try to get along, if only for Yuta's sake," the white-haired man said with a laugh as he pointed towards the boy. The boy was visibly freaking out. Taking this chance, he pleaded to Rika, "Rika, please calm down. Fushiguro-san didn't do anything bad to me, I was just really nervous and got surprised." The curse seemed to stop and consider this for a moment before she shrunk and relented with an unnerving almost pout that looked off on her cursed visage. "Okay. If you say so, Yuta. I like his puppy, it's really cutie. But if he bullies you, I'll kill him." Megumi sighed with an amused smile as he desummoned his Shikigami. He chuckled as he looked at Rika. "You won't have to worry about that, Rika-chan. I like Yuta and I'll protect him from any bullies too. I think you're cute too," Megumi said as he talked to the special grade apparition as if he was consoling an upset child. His way of addressing the curse seemed to have worked well as her almost pout shifted into a too-wide smile that showed all her unnerving sharp teeth. "Hee, I know, Rika-chan is really cute, but I belong only to Yuta, got lit. So no funny business." The smile and bashful act from such a horrifying-looking curse unnerved all those present, but they were all just happy that she was happy. BZZ ring. Megumi's phone rang out loudly and interrupted them. He excused himself and walked away, taking out his phone and accepting the call. Hello? This is Fushiguro Megumi. Who is this? Megumi called out as soon as he accepted the call. Fushiguro Megumi? Good, we have something important to tell you as you're the main emergency number listed on Tsumiki's file. A female voice sounded out from the phone. What? This is her brother. What happened to Tsumiki? Megumi shouted out as a foreboding feeling grew in him, his heart sinking to his gut. Please God, tell me this isn't happening. I kept Blizzard protecting her every day and kept an eye on her for years. This can't still be happening. I'm afraid to tell you that Tsumiki has fallen into a coma. Megumi Fushiguro is now drowning in an indescribable emptiness. October 23, 2017. How did I let this happen? I knew this would happen eventually. Why did I allow it? How could I allow myself to let this happen? Megumi Fushiguro was in a spiral of self-loathing and hatred. Lying in front of him was Fushiguro Tsumiki, his older sister, and she was asleep. In a sleep that wouldn't awake from for a long while yet, and when she does, she is destined to be taken over by a demon from ages past. Gumi, this isn't your fault. Nobody could have predicted this and no one could have stopped this. We don't even know the source of her curse. It could have happened at any time, anywhere. Shoko comforted him as she tried to explain how none of this was his fault or could have been prevented. However, the words that were meant to comfort only deepened the loathing. His enormous cursed energy reserves that were normally kept in a tight grip thanks to his incredibly honed control over their output, flowed from him in droves as if a tidal wave had swept through the room thanks to his self-restraint slipping a little. The pressure of cursed energy, although not focused on her and the other assistant nurses in the room, has caused sweat to pour down their necks in droves. The pressure had also caused the weakest ones in the room to fall to their knees and start to hyperventilate. Damn Kenjaku, the bastard! I let my guard down at some point after all these years of expecting him to come in and curse her, but it looks like he didn't even curse her at home. He could have done it at any point in the past 10 years and I wouldn't have known. He could have even done it at birth for all I know. Not even Satoru noticed. Megumi reasoned to himself, trying to find a way to excuse himself of his own guilt. Thanks to her experience as a sorcerer that stood beside special grade sorcerers like Suguru Geto and Gojo Satoru, Shoko is able to handle the pressure with not more than a drop of sweat on her brow. She stayed quiet for a moment before she silently brought the taller young man into a deep hug. They stayed like that for a few moments as Megumi calmed himself and reined in his cursed energy and sighed out in resignation. I need some fresh air. And maybe a smoke. The raven-haired man sighed out as he weakly pushed away Shoko and walked out to exit the building, the brown-haired woman following a few steps behind him. Reaching into his collar and pulling out a box of cigarettes, taking one out and leaning on a nearby railing and lighting his cancer stick with a spark of electricity. As he took a deep breath in from the cigarette, Shoko joined him at the railing and simply looked at him with her hand on her chin. Wordlessly, Megumi brought up the box and offered her one, to which Shoko gave him a considering look before shaking her head. No thanks, Megumi, I'm good. She denied the offer and simply looked onwards towards the setting sun with a wistful air. After a few moments of comfortable silence, Megumi burst out laughing. Man, I really am pathetic. Instead of going out there and doing something useful, here I am sulking for no reason. Whatever, to hell with it all. Megumi threw his half-used cigarette to the ground and stomped it out, turning to Shoko and hugging her deeply. Thanks, Shoko. Anytime, Gumi, don't lose yourself to this world, no matter what happens. Remember you have people on your side that would turn the world upside down for you. Shoko said with a wistful tone as if she was thinking of another person as well. Both sorcerers then tensed up and looked into the forest in the middle of the Jujutsu tech compound with strained faces. That's him, isn't it? Megumi spoke up first, readying himself to jump into action. It's definitely him, let's go fast. Shoko certified. Incarnation, new. His wings sprouted from his back in less than a second as he held Shoko tighter in his grasp and flapped his wings while they were reinforced with cursed energy. The resulting explosion of speed sent them to skies in a shockwave that sounded out a sonic boom. Within moments they were right above a group of people. There was a large swallow-like curse with 4 wings, and beside it stood 2 familiar girls and a shirtless man. With his hands around Yuta was Geto Suguru, a special grade curse user. Megumi growled, his anger bubbling up again, and turned towards Shoko with a telling look. "Don't worry about me, get him. I can handle myself," Shoko declared with a resolute expression. Megumi nodded and dropped her near some trees. She reacted in time and gracefully made her landing and ran ahead to join the group. Bringing his fist back, Megumi readied himself with cursed energy to impact into Geto. The man wasn't a special grade for nothing, as he reacted in time and ordered his swallow curse to block. That proved to be a mistake, as Megumi's attack drove straight through the semi-grade 1 curse as if he was a hot knife slicing through butter. The curse shattered into dust behind him as Geto had to block the punch himself while reinforcing himself with cursed energy. The force of the attack drove Geto backwards as 2 groves were run into the ground by his feet. Megumi's wings shuddered and melted away as he kept pushing Geto away. They struggled for supremacy until they both jumped away from each other. "It is good to see you again. It looks like you thrived as a sorcerer ever since." "That day, it makes me happy to see a young sorcerer like yourself grow so much." The older sorcerer laughed out while flicking his hand. "You know, I'm not even mad that you're here, Geto. I have some shit to work through. Here to spread your maniacal ideologies again." Megumi growled as he inspected his knuckles and saw that they were slightly bruised from the impact. From the sidelines, both sides were confused and alert from the sudden attack and addition of a powerful sorcerer into the equation. "Who the hell is that? He's so strong, he managed to push Geto-sama so far," the shirtless blonde man exclaimed in surprise. "Is he on our side?" "He has to be, since he attacked that creep," the panda deduced next to Yuta. "Tuna mayo," agreed a boy with platinum blonde hair and collar that reached up till his nose. Yuta didn't say anything as he seemed way too overwhelmed with everything, but he didn't have to as Moki spoke up next to him. "He's definitely on our side. His name is Megumi Fushiguro and he's the idiot's personal student and practically his adopted son. He's already a first-grade sorcerer and goes on missions almost every day," Moki explained with a hint of respect in her voice. "You know a weird amount about him, Moki. You sure you don't have a crush on him?" the panda teased her. "Huh? He's my cousin, you jackass." "Of course I know a lot about him, not like those back at the clan would ever shut up about him. It's always Megumi Zen in this. Megumi Zen in that. It never ends," Moki growled out in response. Megumi readied himself to rush forwards again as he pulled out Koge and tensed his body ready to attack, with Geto responding in kind as he summoned 2 first-grade curses by his side to protect him. However, before either of them could continue their altercation, a familiar voice sounded out from behind them, calling out to Geto specifically. "Step back from my student Suguru, don't start spouting your insane ideologies to them," Gojo said a few meters away from the group in a relaxed stance. "Satoru, it's been so long. How have you been? I heard about your students and knew that I just had to meet them," the curse user said cheerfully to his best friend. Turning to face the 5 young sorcerers, he went on to list their names and their most important qualities with utmost glee and satisfaction. Fushiguro Megumi, the inheritor of the 10 shadows, heir to the Zenin clan and your personal student. Yuta Okotsu, a special grade cursed human and the master of the Queen of Curses. Panda, Principal Yaga's masterpiece, an abrupt mutation cursed corpse. Toge Inumaki, sole survivor and inheritor of the Inumaki clan's cursed speech. And near the end of his speech his voice trailed off as his expression twisted into one of pure distaste and malevolence. Moki Zenin, the Zenin clan's second greatest failure. Why you? Moki didn't take kindly to being referred to as such and spoke up with bubbling rage. Suguru Geto's cursed energy surged as his grip on it was released, leaking his pressure on all those around. His strength as a special grade curse user was shown to all as any sorcerer below semi-grade 1 fell to their knees, unable to handle the oppression, with the exception of Shoko Yeri, who stood by unfazed in the slightest. Careful what you say now, because I don't need monkeys like you in the world that I'm creating. Geto's hatred towards all non-sorcerers was released for all to see. At this statement, curiously, it wasn't Megumi or Gojo that reacted first. It was Yuta Okotsu, whose nervousness and fear seemed to have all but disappeared as he marched forwards towards the curse user and declared with a never-before-seen conviction. I can't say I'm sure what you're talking about yet, but I refuse to help someone who insults my friends. At this declaration, Geto's expression softened as he apologized with a true honesty. My apologies, Yuta. I never meant to upset you. So then? Gojo said as he walked forwards towards Geto. Mind explaining why you're here? Megumi finished for him as he walked in between Yuta and the curse user. To declare war. All of those gathered here, listen up. 2 months from now, on December 24th, the night parade of 1,000 demons shall commence. This event will take place in 2 places, the Crucible of Curses, Shinjuku in Tokyo, and at the sacred land of Jujutsu sorcery, Kyoto. The curse user raised his hand and declared with malevolent fervor, I shall release 2,000 curses upon each location, and of course their orders will be to slaughter every human in sight. If you want to avoid this impending hell, you must put your lives on the line and fight. Let us curse each other to our heart's content. His cursed energy pressure leaked once more as he finished his speech. A voice came from his side and took the wind out of his sails. Geto-sama. The store's closing soon, the blonde girl named Nanako exclaimed while looking at her phone. Eh? Why all the excitement for a place so full of monkeys? Well, so be it. Sorry, Satoru, but the girls want to try crepes from a store on Tokahoshi Street, so I'm afraid we'll be going. Turning away from his best friend and the rest of his former comrades, he walked towards his group of curse users as he tried to convince them against going to a place filled with the monkeys. Leaving? Not on my watch, Suguru. Gojo stepped up to stop him with Megumi drawing his blade by his side, ready to attack at his teacher's command. I wouldn't if I were you. Your precious students are all still within my range. Geto stated as around all of his students dozens of curses, each one above semi-grade 1, manifested and surrounded all the first years with a large one-eyed first-grade curse appearing beside him on guard. After that another curse partially formed next to Geto. Its body was hazy and unformed, but around it stormy clouds formed. These clouds flowed outwards and surrounded Geto and his group, then they started to float into the air gracefully. Well then everyone. I'll see you on the battlefield, the raven-haired man said as he and his comrades flew away. Within moments all the curses summoned by Geto Suguru were ripped to shreds by all those present as after the dust settled, an awkward silence formed. Shit. Couldn't have said it better myself. In a large room of Tokyo Jujutsu Tech HQ, a meeting that could alter the fate of the world as we know it was taking place. Suguru Geto. He is a special grade sorcerer with a cursed spirit manipulation technique that allows him to absorb and control any and all vagabond curses that he defeats in battle. At the board was Ichiji Kayataka, who was explaining the main problem to all those present. He has amassed a gargantuan amount of curses using his cult as a lure, that combined with his already vast reserves prior to his defection and the increased amount of curses born recently, it may not be a complete bluff to say he could release 4,000 curses. He went on to explain with a grave look on his face. Even so, most of them are probably second-grade curses at best, and his allied sorcerer could only be at around 60, tops, clarified Principal Yaga. I wouldn't be so sure about that. However brief or incomplete the summoning, that curse he used to fly him and his comrades away, from its cursed energy alone. It must be a special grade. Megumi pointed out from the side, leaning on the wall next to Gojo. The white-haired man nodded in agreement. Yeah, exactly. It's hard to imagine him, of all people, starting a fight he didn't think he could win. Goddamn. Someone contact all the alumni, the big 3 clans, and we'll even ask help from the Ainu Jujutsu Society. We need every bit of help possible. Principal Yaga started with a grave tone of finality. It is time to eliminate the curse known as Saguru Ghetto. The next day at noon. The 24th of October, 2017. Megumi was in a clearing of the forest of Jujutsu Tech, training for the upcoming parade, as he knew all too well how dangerous it would be, and he knew he needed all the strength he could possibly achieve. And so he was upside down, balancing on one hand and performing upside-down one-handed push-ups. Although to him, this wasn't enough, as wrapped around him were large weights that were strapped onto him with the help of miniature gamma clones that moved and changed the weights around constantly. Although he could have simply upped the weight of whatever was in his shadow, he is using this unconventional weighting to help him train his balance, as some parts of his body were heavier and some were lighter, and his goal in this training was to perform his one-handed push-ups while staying balanced and not leaning. It was a type of training that no normal human could have undertaken, as it would leave lasting damage and would just not be possible to do, yet he does it anyways, as he needed to surpass everything that defined him as human and reach something beyond. I need to be stronger, better, faster. Being just merely strong isn't enough. I need to be the strongest, so that no bastard will even dare to get close to someone I love ever again. I need them all to shit themselves and run at the mere mention of my name, the raven-haired man said as drops of sweat fell down his face. If you were to look closer, you would also notice a few odd things. The top of his head had a pair of black wolf ears, his lower back had a semilong and fluffy black tail, and if you focused even closer you would notice that his body had more hair than normal. I don't particularly enjoy having these ears and the tail, it makes me feel like a furry. But if I can replicate that permanent incarnation mutation like what happened with New, my physical stats and strength would become much stronger than before. If nothing else, these enhanced senses are nice, he thought as his ears then started twitching, picking up on a new sound. It was thanks to these senses that he heard 5 paired footsteps approaching his location as he switched his hand to the other to train the other side of his body. Is that 2 Satoru's? No, that must be Yuta. The manga was not kidding, their cursed energy signatures are quite similar, only Yuta's feels more evil. Must be the effect of Rika or whatever ability in his bloodline that let him curse her. Still got no clue on how that works. Just as he was finishing his last set, the 5 pairs arrived at his location on the edges of the clearing, revealing the very people he guessed. Satoru, Yuta, Moki, and honestly he forgot what the white-haired one's name was, but the last one was obvious. Megumi. Why are you hiding and training so far out here in the forest? You shy of your soon-to-be senpais? Gojo called out teasingly while approaching him. At his side were his so-called senpais. Yuta was looking at him with an incredulous expression as he was speechless at his overkill training that was shared by his white-haired friend. Moki had an interested look on her face. She considered the benefits of such training for improving her balance, overall core strength and fine-tuned control over her movements. However, Panda was focused on something else. He noticed his newly gained wolf parts and pointed them out first before anyone could say anything else. Wait, are those dog ears? You didn't have those yesterday. Are you some kind of cursed corpse too? Panda shouted out excitedly at the possibility of finding a kindred soul. The surprising statement caused Megumi's focus to falter as he lost his balance and started falling to the side. He immediately reacted by reaching his other hand onto the ground and pushing it with all his strength, which caused him to lift off the ground and into the air. A short somersault later, he landed back on the ground gracefully as his Gamma Shikigami desummoned. No, I'm not. This is just an application of my cursed technique. One that I'd appreciate you kept out of the Zenin clan's ears. Don't like those bastards and I don't need their attention on me more than it usually is. It's a pain to avoid their spies normally as it is. Megumi explained while stretching his limbs after a hard workout. Turning to a nearby tree, he looked at it with a deadpan expression on his face with a hand on his hip and seemingly spoke to nothing. That goes to you too, Miss Spy. The space on top of a branch of the tree shivered slightly as from seemingly nothing a woman dressed in black form-fitting clothes, Even through her mask you could see her visible embarrassment in her reddish amber-colored eyes. She had a quite shapely figure that could be seen at a glance. "Why yes, Zenin-sama," she exclaimed hastily as she bowed. "Well, as long as you understand. Now, shoo! Go take a break and get some food. The Zenin clan doesn't need to know anything about here." Megumi shooed her away with an exacerbated expression before flicking her a small wad of cash that had enough money to feed a small family for a couple of days. "Why you re too kind, Zenin-sama. I will leave for N now." Despite her embarrassment and nervousness, she grabbed the wad of cash expertly, bowed once again and then blurred away into nothingness. As they watched her disappear they looked back to Megumi with a puzzled expression, although Moki looked like she recognized the spy. "Who was that?" "A secret admirer," Gojo asked half-jokingly, but Megumi could tell through experience that there was more to it. He heard the silent question, "Is she dangerous? Should I be worried?" In response he waved his hand dismissively as he deactivated his incarnation, letting his new appendages melt away, much to the fascination of Yuta and Panda. "Oh, don't worry about her. She's a spy the Zenin clan put on me. Think I first noticed her at the beginning of the year, but really she's harmless. She just keeps an eye on me and my movements. Knowing them, they probably forced this on her, so I usually just let her do her job and give her some money to have some nice things everyone now and then. God knows she deserves a break from those assholes." Moki's expression twisted as she heard his explanation, but it softened as he told her what he knew. After all, she knew firsthand the cruelty of the Zenin clan when it's allowed to fester. Yet I get you. But enough of that. I'm here to introduce you to your future senpais, the white-haired man declared theatrically. "Everyone, this is Megumi Fushiguro. He is technically a potential heir to the Zenin clan, though so far he stayed away from them and lived without their influence thanks to my help. He's been training in Jujutsu ever since he was 4 and with the help of his talent, cursed technique along with special training and attention from yours truly, he has become a first-grade sorcerer that could be considered the strongest non-special grade sorcerer even if you consider the big 3 clans." Giving them a few seconds to absorb the surprising information, he then started gesturing to his side. He pointed at his upperclassmen and started introducing them. "First we have Toge Inumaki. He is the sole remaining descendant of the Inumaki clan and bears the titular clan's cursed technique, cursed speech. It's quite strong, but he can't talk in normal words due to fear of hurting others, so he speaks in sushi ingredients. Toge is a young, slender man with brown eyes, light skin, and short, spiky hair. The Inumaki clan's snake and fangs symbol was emblazoned on his tongue and both cheeks from birth. Toge is dressed in athletic pants, sneakers, and a white short-sleeve shirt worn over a light tan turtleneck sweater. Pickle Ginger, the white-haired boy said with a small wave. Secondly, we have Panda here. He is Principal Yaga's son who also happens to be cursed corpse capable of shifting between 3 different forms. He's quite interesting and would prove to be a good punching bag if you're in a pinch. Panda resembles a mature big panda in appearance. His bear-like build makes him considerably taller than his classmates, and curiously he was dressed. He had on a scarf and a jacket that looked somewhat silly on his larger-than-life frame. Yeah. I'm pretty tough, so you can hit me all hey. Panda bragged at first before the full meaning of his teacher's layered insult went through his mind. Ignoring his large student, Gojo went on to introduce the last 2 of his upperclassmen. Thirdly, we have Moki. You probably already know her, but let me tell you more about her. She's probably the best pure weapon user and is really gifted in martial arts, plus you can't let her slim muscles fool you. She's strong enough to make a fully grown gorilla blush and quiver in fear, but she'd probably never be popular with men cause she'd scare them off with her attitude. Moki is a youthful woman with a tall, well-built frame. Her long black hair is pulled back into a short ponytail, and she has small golden eyes. She wore glasses that allowed her to see curses, and her hair fell in fringes across her forehead, with thinner strands framing her cheekbones. She was dressed in her typical Jujutsu tech student attire, with long, thick tan socks and black shoes. Oi! Watch it, dumbass, I'll kick your ass even through that damned infinity. the black-haired girl said, proving Gojo right with her description and had to be held back from attacking him by Panda. And last but not least, we have Yuta Okotsu. I'd introduce him further, but you already met him in full the other day. Yay? Oh, yeah. Nice to meet you again, Fushiguro-san, at least on a better occasion. The nervous boy trailed off at the end, remembering how every interaction he had with Megumi over the last 2 days had ended with or been under very unfortunate circumstances. A fact that made him rethink if he was truly as cursed as he considered himself. Nice to meet you all, officially this time. And Yuta, don't worry about it. Wasn't your fault on both times, and also lose the honorifics and the formality. We're Jujutsu sorcerers, so why the need for such formalities? That goes for the rest of you guys too, Megumi said, dismissing the boy's doubts. His declaration was met with grins and nods, as they all agreed with him. Sounds good, Megumi. Wasn't gonna bother with all that from the start. Benito flakes. Oh, okay, if you say so, Megumi. From the outskirts of the group, Gojo was standing with a solemn smile on his face. He was deeply happy to see his students form the connections and friendships he once had, yet saddened by remembering the good times that passed by. He was taken out of his reflections when he felt a hand touching his shoulder. His infinity that was activated didn't stop it, as it didn't detect any danger. What he saw was Megumi holding his shoulder with concern. Beside him were his classmates who had the same expression. You good, Satoru? Hee, yeah? I'm good. A few days later. That's good balance, Moki, but you need to put your whole core into it. The weights change in location and heaviness constantly, so you need to focus your effort on the core of your body. Megumi explained, looking into Moki's eyes. Yeah, but it's easier said than done, she grunted while looking into his own eyes with a strained expression. They were both upside down and performing the same training he was doing alone, although this time his weight shifted around even faster. Both their clothes and hair were disheveled from falling over after losing their balance. Slowly but steadily they were getting better balance, control and coordination in their bodies. This training would come immensely useful in high-speed battles where balance and coordination is priceless. Moki stood to gain the most from this, as she would need this graceful control in fights as she relies on overwhelming her opponents with sheer strength and technique. Inumaki was running around in a huge circle for as long as he could, all the while using his technique at specific points of the loop against copies of Rabbit Escape from Megumi. This served to help him gain stamina to keep up against fights with multiple opponents and get used to using his technique multiple times consecutively so as to keep up in fights against high-speed or resilient opponents. Panda was currently sparring against Blizzard in his totality form, and he was completely outclassed. Even with his gorilla form, he could not hope to keep up with the overwhelming strength and speed of the Shikigami. The purpose of this training was to get Panda used to fighting opponents that had greater physical strength and learn to fight without relying on his physical abilities. Yuta, on the other hand, was extremely gifted in his fighting capabilities, as all he needed was good foundational knowledge of Jujutsu, a strong sparring partner and a guiding hand to flourish as a sorcerer and soar in strength. And in the end, even while he was practicing with Moki, Megumi was simultaneously honing his control over his Shikigami by controlling the amount of cursed energy he flows into Rabbit Escape to maintain its existence and clone at specific times that depend on where Inumaki is in his loop. This also applied to Blizzard, as he was maintaining his totality form as well as trying to take in and comprehend information coming in from his side and from his Shikigami to improve his parallel processing capabilities. He was also doing this by summoning new besides Yuta and forcing himself to comprehend the lessons that Gojo was providing, even though he was splitting his attention in 4 separate directions. It was practically impossible for the first couple of days, but eventually it started to click as he was now able to understand Gojo's lesson. Okay, Yuta, now it's time to go over black flashes, Gojo said as he rubbed a whiteboard clean and started explaining. When cursed energy is delivered within 0.0000001 seconds of a physical hit, black flash is a distortion in space. A sorcerer who succeeds in doing so will see their cursed energy flash black, and their blow will have a devastating force equal to a regular hit raised by 2.5. It takes extreme focus to unleash Black Flash, and not even I can use it whenever I want. He then went on to draw some illustrations on the board to explain his next point more clearly. But personally I feel like that's a shitty explanation, or at least an incomplete one. I mean, if that's the whole secret behind it, then I could land it at will. For instance, if I load up my fist with cursed energy and throw a punch. He proceeded to do so to demonstrate his point. That cursed energy is either 1. The type that will strengthen my fist, 2. The type that will crash into my opponent, or 3. The type that'll do both. Each point had a separate punch where a keen eye would also spot how his cursed energy mimicked his explanations perfectly in a feat that would be completely impossible for anyone else. It's not just the timing of the hit. It depends on the blend too, so it's a toss-up. And it's not like anyone can even control the third type. Well, anyone except for me. He said with a smug grin. This might make you laugh, but I personally think there's some connection with temperature and humidity. Black Flash is a spatial phenomenon after all. The point is, there's no correct answer as to how to unleash a Black Flash. When I'm really going for it, I incorporate my cursed technique into my strikes, ultimately making it come down to luck, even for me. He then concluded with, Nanami's consecutive Black Flash record is higher than mine. Having said that, if we're talking about the total number, I'm higher. I kill everything quickly, so there's no time to land them consecutively for me. Soon the day of reckoning arrived as they all readied themselves for what was going to be the fight of their lives. Standing side by side in the heart of Shinjuku were Megumi and Satoru, both standing at the ready for the start of a very long night. He made sure to deposit all the weights he had in his shadow so he wasn't slowed down by any weight. Sorry about Tsumaki, with all the craziness that's been happening I never got the chance to say it, so I'll just say it now. I'm sorry about Tsumaki, wish I could have been there for you when it mattered. Gojo confessed. Don't worry about it, Satoru, she's gonna be fine. She'll wake up eventually and we'll deal with things as they come from there. The raven-haired man said back to him. Megumi didn't blame him for his late acknowledgement in the slightest. He knew that Satoru struggled when it came to emotional things like this and was proud of him for gathering up the courage to say it anyways. They then stood in a comfortable silence as they awaited the start of the fight. It came faster than they had anticipated, as within half a second, they could sense hundreds of curses being released to Mazecare without regard for innocent lives or dignity. The night parade of 1,000 demons has officially begun. It all started with echoing screams. Within moments the cursed energy in the atmosphere was so thick it could almost be seen with the naked eye. Curses upon curses appeared seemingly from nowhere and started attacking everything in sight. The city had been mostly evacuated by Jujutsu headquarters, a feat that he didn't even want to think about. All that mattered was controlling the damage and exorcising every curse possible. I'll take right, you take the left, and let's meet at that big clump in the middle. Megumi said after taking a moment to make a mental map of the approximate locations of curses. Alrighty then. But try to keep up and don't slow me down. Gojo declared excitedly before he disappeared from his place and reappeared on top of a large first-grade curse in the distance. Before he even landed, a blue flash shone in front of his hand. The curse froze for a moment before being crushed into the size of a grain of sand by a bluish singularity that was summoned by the white-haired man, after which he flicked his hand up, sending the singularity ahead where it casually crushed and slaughtered a few dozen weaker curses. Look at him go. Idiot makes this look easy as hell, can't waste time. Need to get in there and thin the horde. Megumi sighed with a sense of exasperation. Megumi readied himself as he summoned all his Shikigami and sprinted ahead, followed by his squad. Reaching into his sleeve as he ran, he pulled out Koge and started slicing through any curse in his path. Wonder if Miss Spy is still around. Would they pull her back and make her cull curses back in Tokyo, or keep her around me to spy on me during work? Either way, I can't afford to hold back. I need to kill as many curses as possible. Megumi considered while fighting as his cursed energy surged in response to him activating his cursed technique. By his side his Shikigami were summoned, each one of them attacking in unison. Blizzard morphed into his totality form as he was running, his claws shredding through curses as if they were made of wet tissue paper. A grade 1 curse came hurtling from the side, its large tendrils surrounding Blizzard and were about to clamp shut, but the wolf totality was grabbed by a large tongue and pulled away. Gamma didn't waste time dropping him as he turned around in a circle to increase his momentum and flung the totality towards the offending curse. Taking advantage of this momentum, Blizzard swung his claws and ripped the side of the curse apart, causing it to fall to the ground in agony. The curse shivered and convulsed for a moment before dragging itself from the ground to look upwards. In front of it was Piercing Ox charging with full force with a cloud of dust behind it. The curse was run through in an instant, unable to protect itself as it was rendered into dust. Megumi was then ambushed by a group of humanoid curses from all sides. They all rushed in as he weaved in and between them. He started whittling their numbers down cut after cut as limbs flew off. 2 of the curses jumped on his back and started biting at his neck. He shouted as his built-up rage boiled over in him again. He elbowed one to get it off of him before grabbing the other and slamming it onto the ground. He then drove Kage into the curse's right eye with a vicious crunch. This move effectively nailed it into the ground as it slowly bled out in pure agony. He turned to the other one and landed a savage haymaker onto its face. The force of the impact crushed its face inwards as he grabbed it by its neck and held its right shoulder, before proceeding to pull. Megumi struggled for a moment as he burned with an inferno of obsidian cursed energy. He pulled the curse apart with all his strength as it began to be torn apart in his grip while it was screaming in pain. Within a few seconds the curse was torn in half right down the middle of its body, its blood and guts falling out and covering the sorcerer. He stood there for a moment as he slowly calmed himself down to regain his focus. Turning away from the crumbling curse, he grabbed Kage's hilt and looked down at the still-alive curse with a frown. He placed a foot on its body and pulled out the blade before moving his foot above the curse's head, stomping down in a single movement, causing the head to explode as the curse faded away soon after. This is gonna be a long freaking day, huh? Let's equalize these numbers a bit. Megumi sighed out after wiping blood off of his face. Deciding not to waste time, he then activated a new incarnation as he sliced through a grade 3 curse that tried backstabbing him. Incarnation, Rabbit Escape. From the top of his head sprouted a pair of white rabbit ears, his leg muscles bulged slightly and his green eyes shifted to a deep crimson. Not the most flattering incarnation, but I can't deny this effect. Megumi thought, slightly annoyed at the perceived indignity of having rabbit ears. He focused for a moment before he channeled his newly gained ability, cloning. He felt his soul be filled with cursed energy as it grew slightly in size. Near his chest a blob of his soul gathered and split off from the main body. That blob flew out of his body, looking like black slime from an anime. The blob then morphed and shifted before gaining color. Within a few seconds it turned into an exact copy of himself, but thanks to his enhanced soul, due to reincarnation and being made of 2 souls that fused, he could sense that the clone was hollow. The cloning technique followed the shape of the soul by using his soul's info as a prototype base and then made a copy. As a side effect of this, the clone was way weaker than the original in durability, about 90% weaker, so it wouldn't be able to endure hits from a grade 2 curse easily. That drawback wasn't that problematic as he felt he could still split a few more times before he tires out his soul, up to a maximum of 9 copies it seems. The clone ran ahead by his side, reaching into his sleeve and pulling out the Dark Moon Greatsword. With a grunt, he leaped into the air, his blade shining with a brilliant moonlit blaze. As he reached the apex of his leap, he twisted and landed on a large curse, stabbing it straight through. Shortly after the impact, a tidal wave of cold flowed out of the impact area as the curse struggled to move for a moment before imploding with an icy burst. The clone laughed out while wiping frozen bits of the curse off his shoulder. Talk about giving me dash. The clone started with a grin while looking at the original. The cold shoulder. The original finished, sharing the same grin. Looks like we share the same mind, Soul Dash, the original muttered out as he was analyzing his newly gained ability. Beside him was Blizzard, who had just swatted away a second-grade curse that was aiming for the distracted Megumi. And technique. Since I am able to access our inventory even though I'm the clone body, the clone pointed out, finishing the other's sentence. Beside him was Gamma, who grabbed a still-running ox and threw him at an oncoming OK. This shit is gonna get old fast. From now on, clones only talk when necessary to other people and are called Clogumi for lack of a better alternative, Megumi declared, before leaping into action once more. He immediately found prey as he dug his blade deep into the side of a curse, running forwards while slicing it apart, jumping over the falling body of the curse and leaving it behind to be finished off by his clone. The clone drove his blade through the curse and dragged it with him. Using his building momentum, he then lunged at another curse that was charging at him to slow it down, his momentum and angle flinging the curse at the oncoming curse. The impact caused both curses to tumble down to the ground in a heap on top of each other. Taking this opportunity, the clone sorcerer charged his blade with cursed energy and drove it into the curses, shish-kebabing them with his greatsword. However, this action, while effective as it caused both curses to be rent to dust, left him wide open for an attack from behind, as a bolt of lightning flashed behind him with great speed and slammed into his back, a large explosion of electricity sparking around him. Pain shot through both Megumi's backs as the clone shuddered and melted away into a puddle of shadows. Megumi, who was in the middle of clashing with a semi-grade 1 curse, collapsed to the ground from the unexpected pain and abruptly shut connection to his former cloned body. Ah, damn it! Shite, so that's how it feels to die. Hell, that sucks. Megumi grunted out, his body still shaking from pain and unable to protect himself as the curse he was fighting as it took its chance to try and stab him through with its spiked appendages. Just as he was about to be hit, he was grabbed by Blizzard, who leaped up to high ground away from enemies to allow his master to recoup. In the wolf's arms, his rabbit ears melted away as he lost his focused control over the incarnation. A couple of seconds later, Megumi recovered, getting back on his feet, alert to any other attacks as all his Shikigami retreated to their master's side at the ready to protect him and attack. He took a moment to note that the fragment of his soul that was split with the clone flew back into him, taking a moment as it splattered on him and merged back with his main soul. That shit shouldn't have hurt me so much, must be thanks to the clone's reduced durability. Even with the increased electric resistance from my new mutation, that attack still one-shot it. But it's good that the fragment of my soul came back to me. Note to self, find a way to separate or remove pain from clones so I never have to feel that shit again. Looking up to the sky, he focused on a dark cloud that stood out from the others, his trained senses easily spotting the large amount of cursed energy within it. I assume that attack came from you, curse? He said while extending his hand to grab onto the Dark Moon greatsword that was brought to him by Gamma after his clone died. Yes, I did it, Megumi Fushiguro. Geto-sama told me to keep you away. Bellowed out the dark clouds above him. They then started to shift and move downwards to his level as they coalesced into a humanoid form. Its skin was a deep bluish black. The middle of its chest was opened, revealing its bright cyan core from which flowed absurd amounts of electricity that covered his body and formed into a faux mohawk at the top of his head. Geto-sama said, I am Raiden, you call me that. He also say you stay far from school, stay here so you listen to Geto-sama or I hurt you, the curse declared harshly with its gruff voice as it pointed at him. No doubt about it, this is an unregistered special grade curse. By the looks of it, a disaster curse born of humanity's fear of lightning and storms. But if I had to guess, by how he looks, talks and his cursed energy control, he's incomplete. Geto must have captured him while he was freshly born and capped his growth. I can kill him, I just need to lure him in and capture him in a domain expansion. Megumi grinned as he confirmed his plan for the upcoming fight, readying Koge in his right hand and then his greatsword in the other, his hakama flowing in the wind as around him the carnival of bloodshed continued. Is that so, Raiden? Alright then, that's just fine by me. I have no plans of leaving, so get ready. Because I'm about to show you exactly how electrifying fighting sorcerers can be, the raven-haired man declared, as his Shikigami readied themselves to attack alongside him. Let's see if I can annoy him into making a mistake. Considering his mental age, maybe terrible electricity puns would work. Raiden not know much, but Raiden know that joke was lame. Electric energy surged around the special grade curse as it brought its hands up, ready to fire off bolts of lightning. Haha, oh come on now Raiden. Let's not jump to electrocutions. Megumi laughed out as he blurred ahead, followed by his Shikigami. Raiden, know that one worse. The claps of thunder sounded out throughout Shinjuku as bolts of lightning flashed through the air. The arcs of electricity flew to the air at blinding speeds and nearly struck Megumi down from the air where he was approaching the curse. Thanks to his enhanced speeds, reaction time, and perception, Megumi was able to track the trajectory of the lightning and swerve to the side. The bolts of electricity surged past him and struck the building debris behind him, the large chunks being turned into dust from the impact. Now that I consider it, if aimed at my weaker Shikigami, he could kill them outright in a hit or two. I'll unsummon them and keep Blizzard. Right now what I need is pure speed and survivability. I need to be able to get close and trap the bastard in my domain. After that, it's checkmate. Megumi thought mid-dodge and desummoned all his Shikigami but Blizzard, as he had the speed and agility to keep up and not get hit. At his whim, all his Shikigami melted away into shadows, leaving only Megumi and Blizzard in his totality form to try and close the distance between him and the curse. Geto-sama said keep your distance from them and hit them with lightning from afar, so I fly back now. Raiden foolishly announced out loud before clouds formed beneath him, readying to carry him further away from the approaching duo. Shit, can't let him get away. If he makes too much distance and gets a few lucky hits in, this could get bad fast. I never tried this before, but so be it. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Megumi thought in slight panic. He charged up his greatsword with cursed energy, which caused it to shine with its brilliant moonlight once more, and threw it at Raiden to slow him down. It surged through the air at blinding speeds, leaving a trail of icy mist in its wake. Not expecting such a move, the curse was taken by surprise and faltered slightly. However, even with this hesitation, he was fast enough to dodge the blade. But not fast enough to avoid it completely, as it struck his left leg at the knee, cutting it off and bringing Raiden to the ground. Now Raiden. Don't run away like bitch now, there are so many more shocking things I need to show you. Megumi exclaimed as he readied his improvised move, trying to anger and throw off his opponent at the same time. Raiden really don't like black hair, man. The young curse said as it was writhing on the ground in pain, its leg already healing back, albeit slower than it should have thanks to the icy power of the Dark Moon Greatsword interfering with the healing process slightly. Now's my chance. Only one incarnation won't be enough to catch up now. But if this incarnation manifests as I want it to while combined with new, I could slow him down while also closing the distance incredibly quickly. Visualize it, and vision. The map of my soul and how it will mend with the essence of my Shikigami. Force it to bend to your will. Incarnation, new and gamma. In less than a second, wings exploded from his back, his limbs gained more muscle and bulked up. His mouth and limbs began to morph but stopped and returned to their normal shape, his hands instead being covered by a small mucous membrane before a sigil began to be formed in both his palms. Don't allow it to follow the path of least resistance, make barriers and borders for change in your body and flood the excess essence through them. I am the master of this technique and it will bend to my vision. Taking inspiration from Inumaki, he formed the sigil into the shape of a frog's eyes and mouth. He aimed his hand towards Raiden and put his middle and ring fingers so they touched the sigil on his hands. In response, the sigil glowed and surged with cursed energy. The mouth of the toad on the sigil widened as a long shadowy appendage fired off from its middle at its target. In less than a second, the shadowy tendril reached the curse and struck him on his shoulder. On impact, the tendril exploded outwards and wrapped around the curse's upper body. With a hefty pull and a flap of his wings, Megumi flew forwards at speeds he couldn't have attained before and reached Raiden in less than a second. His foot extended ahead as it charged with enormous cursed energy, less than a meter from Raiden's surprised and fearful expression. On my road to the top, I'll have to face challenges and opponents that completely outclass you. I can't waste time on your defective ass. Megumi's determined thoughts grew and festered as he roared out. So just lie down and think of hell. Just as it was about to make impact, The space between the curse's heads and Megumi's foot distorted and his cursed energy sparked and flashed a blinding reddish-black. Black flash! Reddish-black lightning exploded from the impact, arcing throughout the area, singing the environment around them. Megumi's foot was driven into Raiden's face, the sheer power of the impact shattering the chrysalis of the curse's incomplete form, cracks forming and spreading through his body. Taking advantage of his momentum, he swiveled in the air and then flapped his wings, all the while pulling himself with his shadow tendril to push his opponent downwards into the ground beneath them. The force of his attack sent a shockwave around. The concrete shattered under his stomp, leaving the mark of a small crater beneath him. He then brought Kage down with his right hand, the blade shining with an azure glow. He stabbed it down at Raiden's right elbow, the blade piercing straight and driving the limb into the ground with a viscous crunch. Not caring for the curse's screams of pain, he kept feeding Kage cursed energy as streams of pressurized water fired off around it and stabbed into and out of the curse's body. Reaching to the side with his left arm, from his hand firing off a shadow tendril that wrapped around the handle of the Dark Moon greatsword and pulled it to himself. Geto sent you? He sent only you, to stop me. Megumi questioned with a manic chuckle, his mind still high from the black flash. Grasping his greatsword as Blizzard arrived at the crumpled form of the special grade curse. The brilliant moonlight of the greatsword shone as he drove it into the left shoulder of the curse, the icy powers of its bitter blade taking effect instantly, causing an explosion of frost. The frost flowed into the rest of the curse's body. A synergistic effect took place as the tendrils of water already stabbing through Raiden's body shook and froze, causing spiked crystals of ice to form and shred his insides. Blizzard pounced at the curse's head with his maw wide open, his jaw crushing his head with great force. Raiden's body shivered and spasmed, his formerly blindingly powerful lightning failing him as it spazzed around and fizzled away. He thought you're incomplete, deformed, defective as could beat me. Don't make me laugh, I don't even need MY domain to crush you. Megumi declared with a snarl before he lifted his foot and stomped down at Raiden's exposed core. He stomped and stomped, each hit sending small shockwaves around him and pushing the curse's body into the ground. Each impact created cracks on his body, his core shook from the consecutive attacks. When you get to hell, tell LM to make some room. The sorcerer ordered before he landed his final stomp, completely shattering the curse into a million pieces, each one of them being reduced to dust in the matter of a few seconds. When the dust settled, all that was left was Megumi panting, his body covered head to toe in purplish blood and ash. Blizzard stood back up straight, his jaw stained with the blood of the curse, and looked around to find another target. Putting away his greatsword into his inventory, Megumi shook his head to signal Blizzard to stop. Don't bother, they got Satoru around. We need to go check on Yuta. If that bum managed to capture this special grade, weak as it is, he must have some other tricks up his sleeve. We can't let him kill Yuta and capture Rika, he might become a real problem then. Wiping away soot and blood from his face, Megumi holstered Kage at his hip and readied himself to make his way to the Tokyo Jujutsu High, right after he spit on the place where the corpse of Raiden used to be. Should get some practice with this new ability on my way there. What should I call it? Shadow Tendril is accurate but wordy, I can't really think of any right now, so I'll just leave that to future me to consider. Megumi muttered before desummoning Blizzard. He aimed towards a nearby building with his hand and shot his tendril at it, straining his arm to build a strong pull, and then shot off in the direction of the school with a flap of his wings. Elsewhere, a man wearing a shiesty was running up the side of a large bulbous curse, weaving from side to side in order to avoid tackles from smaller flyheads. He was muttering a mantra that seemed to help him focus and keep up with the overwhelming amount of enemies. Hey Shiesty, that's my dog. But Shiesty, no, I'm really Shiesty. Shit, shit, shit. His mantra turned into a scream at the end as he reached the top of the curse and jumped a few meters above it with the help of cursed energy reinforcement to dodge the curse's attempt at swatting him off. Auspicious Beast Summon, number 4, Ryu. Bringing his hands together in a pose, he summoned his strongest Shikigami, a large white Chinese dragon. The dragon flew downwards at the curse and obliterated it. The flyheads around the curse were gathered around by its force and crushed in the same attack. Man, am I glad Nanami-san isn't here to see this. There's too many of them, I swear. He said as he landed to the ground and panted for a moment to catch his breath. Don't waste time and fight. Worry about others when we can. Kusakabe exclaimed while blocking an attack from a humanoid curse. Bringing his blade to the side, he broke his opponent's poise and ran them straight through. Using his momentum, he swerved to the side to dodge another curse that came to attack him from behind while removing his katana from the body of the first curse. Immediately using it to parry another attack and slice off the offending curse's arm and then smashing its head in with the blade's hilt. Taking a moment to breathe, he acquiesced to his partner's point. You're right though, they're practically endless. At least training with Megumi paid off. This would have been a much bigger pain in the ass otherwise. Megumi? Isn't that Gojo's son or something? You trained with him. The shyesty sorcerer commented as he recovered and jumped backwards to dodge an attack from a second-grade curse. And then channeled his cursed technique one more. Auspicious Beast Summon, number 1, Kai Kai. A spiral-shaped horn was summoned and fired off at the overextended curse as it made impact. It drilled straight through the curse's entire body and exploded out the other side, killing the curse. Not his son, I know, he's his student. Although I question that sometimes, he could be his older brother for all I know, sure as hell acts like it. Kusakabe replied as he was dodging another curse and sliced it into two. Elsewhere, Mai could be seen wielding her cursed axe and cutting through a horde of identical humanoid curses with incredible ease. Slicing through them like a hot knife through butter, she was thinning the horde, slowly but surely. A curse tried to tackle her, but taking advantage of its clumsy move, Mai jumped and landed on its head, slamming it to the ground and killing it instantly. Dashing forwards, she cut through a group of 4 curses at once. That's 76, I can't believe they're making me work overtime for this. Oh well, at least I'm getting paid double the usual today, the sorceress scoffed, twirling her axe between her hands gracefully. And then rushing ahead, with each graceful motion she slaughtered a curse. I'll clear the numbers mandated by HQ and then use the extra money to get myself a private jet to Malaysia, haven't been there in a while. She said as she flicked her axe to the side, shedding a torrent of blood from the blade. She readied herself to dash ahead and finish off the last of the horde, but before she could arrive, a large influx of cursed energy caused her to jump back in surprise. The ground beneath the curses exploded as a gigantic curse erupted and swallowed them whole. That must be a grade 1, borderline special grade. My, Geto-kun, you sure brought us all quite the mess, HM? Oh well, it's more money in the end, so I can't really complain. Mai sighed as she twirled her axe between her hands. Fine then, Mr. Special Grade. You're gonna be the reason why I own a new property in Tokyo. The sounds of crow calls sounded out around them as a huge murder of crows that threatened to blot out the sun gathered above her and her opponent. The borderline special grade curse merely roared in response. In an evacuated metro in between Tokyo and Kyoto, dozens of people were sitting around, covered in bandages or being tended to by a nurse. The atmosphere in the room was oppressive. On the faces of most of the injured was one singular pervasive emotion: hopelessness. In the face of the onslaught of seemingly never-ending curses, Sorcerer Society was beginning to be overwhelmed. Akari Nitta was running around and ordering people to gather up in groups. Her presence was a small beacon of stability for the shaking wills of the low-level sorcerers. All of you, please gather up into groups of 4. Those who are less injured, please help your closest partner. Anyone who knows basic medical techniques, don't be afraid to try and help who you can. The blonde-haired woman ran to a man with bandaged legs. Where his foot used to be there was a stump, presumably devoured by a curse. Come on, let's get you to Yeri-san. Only a little bit left, it's all gonna be alright, she encouraged with a fake smile. She wasn't sure if she was trying to convince the victim or herself. Shoko was standing by a nearby stretcher. On the bed was a sorcerer, who was currently biting a bit of cloth with all his strength. His lips were turning pale from the pain as Shoko had just finished stitching his right hand back onto his arm. Then grabbing the area of the stitches, her hand glue a brilliant blue as before their very eyes. the hand connected back onto the arm. The separation between the hand and the arm vanished as if by a miracle. His hand was working perfectly again. There, it's back to normal now. Take a break before you go back out there and you should be fine to continue the fight. Good luck. Shoko explained to him before she walked away towards Akari, not bothering to stay and listen to the man's feverish thanks. Grabbing the injured man that Akari held, she channeled her reversed cursed technique once more. All the cuts and fatigue that the man had faded away into nothing, but his foot remained gone. A permanent mark and reminder of this night. Sorry about the foot, I can't heal that yet. I'm sure HQ can provide a prosthetic replacement, so take it up with them. She said briefly before walking off to another group of injured while throwing away her used-up cigarette before immediately replacing it with another. Man, that's cold. Well, it's been a long day for all of us, I guess. The injured man said, trying to make light of their circumstances. Heh, I guess so, huh? Well, not like I blame her, today has been a long day. The blonde woman said with a somber expression, turning to a corner that everyone stayed far away from. As within it lied things that brought chills to her spine. Laying side to side, in the corner were 18 body bags. A large serpentine curse with 4 muscular limbs was bent down onto the ground. Sounds of tearing and ripping flesh permeated the area. The curse was gorging on the mutilated body of 3 humans, all sorcerers. Their faces were no longer recognizable as they were shredded and torn apart. They wore the basic uniform of apprentice sorcerers as Jujutsu HQ had been overwhelmed and needed to send out all forces available, even under-experienced sorcerers. A large blonde-haired man walked up to the curse. By his side was one of the students, who had presumably ran off to get him to help them. Without saying a word, the blonde sorcerer pulled out his blunted blade from his back and readied himself to attack. The curse, sensing his approach, looked up from its meal and grinned. The pure evil and malevolence that the grin held sent shivers down the apprentice sorcerer's spine. Should I go get someone else to join and help you us and Nanami-san? He asked, his nerves getting to him. No. I will handle it. Nanami blurred ahead faster than the student could even blink. He reached the curse's back leg and sliced it in half with a single swing. Before the curse could react or scream in pain, another limb was cut, and then another. The curse fell down to the ground, howling in pain. Nanami looked it in the eye before covering his left hand with his necktie, pulling his arm back and throwing a punch at it with all his strength. Black sparks covered his arm as the space between him and his target distorted. Upon impact, an explosion of black lightning fired off in all directions. Under the overwhelming power of Nanami's black flash, the curse imploded and turned to dust almost instantly. Wow! The student was almost speechless at the Grade 1 sorcerer's overwhelming power. Stay back, there's more coming. Nanami ordered, his expression still stoic despite hitting a black flash. From a nearby building emerged a horde of identical insect-like curses, each one of them breaking through a part of the building. Being a sorcerer is shit, but that doesn't mean that children should throw themselves to the wolves to slow down the advance of curses. Today too many children will face evil. I will make sure to cut down as much despair from this world as possible. Nanami declared as he started marching towards the horde of evil. But I'll have you know, today is an off day for me. So this is all going to go on my overtime. A rain of arrows fell down upon a horde of dog-like curses with a red-shelled head and 5 tails. Each arrow struck with remarkable accuracy that killed each curse it hit. The one who fired those arrows was a tall man with long black hair with 2 strands wrapped in front of his face. The few dog curses that he missed charged at the nearest human they found, which was a blue-haired girl in a suit and had a katana. The girl responded to the threat by sheathing her blade and chanting. New shadow style, Bato sword drawing. The girl had used a signature technique of the same new shadow style technique that Megumi had learned years ago. A small simple domain was formed around her as when the curses entered it, she attacked them with immense speeds and cut them apart exorcising them. As she was recovering from his attack, the building beside her shook as a group of small curses charged at her while her guard was down. But before they could reach her, a torrent of cursed flames burned them to ash instantly. Turning to look at the source of the flames, she saw a mechanized cursed corpse with its arm out aiming where the curses used to be. "Keep your head in the game, Miwa. There's a lot of them, you could get hurt," the cursed corpse stated. T thanks Mechamaru as she was thanking him. A small group of flying curses attacked them from above, taking the two of them by surprise. But the group was quickly taken down one by one as gunshots fired off above them. With each gunshot, one of the curses died as quickly all 7 of them died. "That goes to you too, Mechamaru. Lock in. You just cost me my construction to save you," a girl with short black hair and a revolver exclaimed with an exacerbated expression. "She's right. Everyone, focus. You're surrounded." A voice spoke to them from their ears. If you looked closely, you would notice a mechanical circular object attached to their ears that allows them to communicate. "Roger, Momo," the black-haired girl said as she searched for her next target and fired. "Cover me, Kamo-san," Miwa requested as she sprinted ahead to hold the horde off at close range. "I have you," the black-haired bow user exclaimed as he fired off arrows that curved and swerved at unnatural angles. If you looked closer, you would notice blood surging around the arrows and guiding them to their targets. The cursed corpse was firing off streams of flames that burned away groups of curses, stopping to talk to seemingly nothing. "Where is Todo, Momo?" "Just a sec, I'm being attacked by some flyheads," Momo said as she flew around to make the offending flyhead curses group up before she fired off a wave of pressurized air that killed the weak curses. He's heading in the direction of my. Looks like he's chasing something big, watch out," Momo cried out. "Who?" "Me." The black-haired girl, now known as Mai, turned around to witness the building behind her collapse to the ground. A smoke cloud formed as from within it emerged a gigantic humanoid curse in the form of a samurai with green skin and 3 pupiled eyes. "Get out of the way, Mai, that's a special grade curse," Kamo shouted out, instantly seeing the imminent threat. In the face of certain death, Mai Zenin froze in her place with overwhelming fear. "Crush, Mai." Mai's body was sent flying as the special grade curse merely swatted her out of its way and into a nearby building. "Shit!" a large, muscular man exclaimed as he came running in at superhuman speeds and drop-kicked the curse into the same building and then clapped his hands. With the clap, the special grade curse disappeared and appeared where Mai was thrown, completely crushing the building beneath its weight. In its place, Mai appeared. Or at least, her broken body. Her chest was caved in where the curse smashed her away and her limbs were broken thanks to the impact with the building. "Moki. Owani-san," she muttered out weakly as her breath became shorter and weaker, her lungs giving out under the immense damage done to her body. Aoi Todo was too slow to save her. Mai Zenin is dead. Ichiji Kiyotaka was standing in an alleyway in the middle of Tokyo, his face holding a somber yet hardened expression. Before him were 7 windows and weak Jujutsu sorcerers. They were suspended 10 feet in the air, their limbs flowing side to side in the breeze as their lifeless bodies were hanged from the side of a building by nooses wrapped tightly around their necks. "How old are you two?" he spoke out, his voice sounding resolute despite his shaken will. He heard a reply a few moments later from behind him. 15. His eyes widened at the revelation, sighing as he turned around and looking the twin girls responsible for this in their eyes, not witnessing an ounce of remorse. "Can you even tell the difference between good and evil? You're still young, you still have a chance to go back." Ichiji bargained desperately, not wishing to have to harm the young girls despite their horrific acts. "Isn't this guy, like, totally annoying, Mimiko?" the blonde-haired girl said, brandishing her phone without a hint of remorse. Her twin sister replying as she yanked a noose that was tied around the neck of a plushie she held. "Should we hang him, Nanako?" Nanako sneered, her mind going into overdrive as she remembered her childhood and the reason why she and her twin sister are willing to go this far. You Jujutsu sorcerers obviously have no clue how badly a sorcerer in a countryside full of monsters is treated. Back in the hands of those monkeys, we were nothing but cattle and rats. Her previously calm demeanor twisted into one of rage and fanaticism. Good and evil? We'll leave things like that for Geto-sama to decide. If he says that white is black and that the sky is green, then so be it. You stay out of the way of his world or we'll kill you and string you up the rest of these mondash. Her passionate speech was cut off by the sound of a loud crash behind them as a nearby building was shaken to its core by a strong impact. When the dust settled, it revealed a tall, muscular man of African descent. Shocked to witness him in such dire straits, Nanako cried out his name questioningly in worry. Miguel? What are you doing? Miguel grunted as he rubbed the back of his head and replied back to her, have a look and figure it out yourself, dumbass. You're awfully tenacious. A bored voice sounded out from behind him, the voice belonging to Gojo Satoru, who had one of his eyes released from their bandage bindings. Moving faster than the twin curse users could even blink, Miguel got up from the ground and threw a punch at the man behind him, his arm being covered by a long brown rope as he punched. His attack reached close to Gojo, it slowed down to halt, but the rope wrapped around Miguel's hand started to burn away very slightly, and in response Miguel's punch reached through Gojo's infinity barrier. It was all for naught as the azure-eyed man merely slapped it away with a single backhand, breaking Miguel's poise before gut-checking him with a vicious haymaker. The force of the punch made the man cough up phlegm and fly away from the force. Recovering mid-air, he turned his body around and landed safely upside down on his hands before pushing off the ground and sending himself up to the top of another building. Taking a second to breathe and regain his composure, he surveyed his surroundings to find any small advantage he could get against the strongest opponent of his entire lifetime and probably all his ancestors' lifetimes. Not even half a second after he landed, another blue flash bloomed ahead of him as Gojo Satoru appeared once more. Miguel threw a punch that turned into a feint as he extended his hand behind the sorcerer, his black rope firing off in response. The rope extended and wrapped around some nearby ruble, which he then pulled and threw at Gojo as he was running away. The ruble smashed into the white-haired man's infinity barrier and merely shattered into dust instantly, the man not even turning around or acknowledging the feeble attack, just blurred ahead at blind speeds and appeared ahead of the running Miguel. Shit! Goddamn, you're fast. Geto wasn't kidding. The dark-skinned man said with a flustered expression. His eyes that were hidden by his sunglasses were looking around frantically to try and spot anything that could help him or slow his opponent down. I don't know what Suguru thought would happen when he sent only you to slow me down and keep me busy. He must think I've gotten soft just cause I've taken up teaching. Gojo said with an air of disturbing indifference. Miguel froze as he looked to the side and witnessed a gargantuan first-grade curse approaching. Its appearance was a huge red-furred yeti with disproportionately huge mouth. Its hand was reaching for Gojo, with the rest of its body being behind a 10-story building. This could be my big break here, Miguel thought as he planned to use the curse as a distraction and give himself some distance. However, this plan worked on the basis that Gojo Satoru could be considered a regular sorcerer that would be slowed down with the appearance and attack of such a strong curse. Not even turning to face the curse, the honored one brought his hand up and aimed it at the curse, his entire body flaring up in an inferno of cursed energy. Within his hand a red singularity of energy formed, its aura flooding the skies above them and painting them a deep crimson, demanding the attention of all that were present. Cursed technique reversal, red. The red singularity fired off, flying off at the curse as it reached its target almost instantly and blew off the entirety of the curse's top body. The shock waves of the attack then exploded outwards, their force shattering the windows of all buildings within a kilometer of the original impact. What a monster! It isn't that I'm weak, he just isn't human, Miguel reasoned to himself after witnessing the casual feat of absolute destruction. He was correct in his reasoning. Just as their impromptu goose chase was about to start once more, the ground shook as if an earthquake had begun. Cracks ran down the streets of Shinjuku as a large worm-like curse emerged from the ground, its four-segmented mouth opening up to show thousands of razor-sharp teeth. The curse shrieked out, its unnerving voice sending shockwaves throughout the city block. Gojo moved his hand back towards his body. The red he had fired before seemed to have not exploded yet, and he aimed to use it once more against the approaching curse while Miguel readied himself to make a run for it. But just as they were all about to make their moves, they were all interrupted by a sudden surge in cursed energy. The cursed energy signature was approaching fast, and it was quite familiar to Gojo in particular. "Is that Megumi?" he muttered to himself. From the clouds above them a tall figure emerged. It was Megumi. From his back were news wings, and from his hands flew shadowy tendrils that attached to buildings and pulled him towards his given direction with terrifying accuracy. Connected to his right hand was his dark moon greatsword. Wrapped around its hilt were his shadow tendrils. Flicking his arm as he flew, a tidal wave of cursed energy flowing down his tendrils and into the cursed tool, causing it to ignite with frost. The greatsword arced through the air and into the thick hide of the gargantuan worm curse. An explosion of cursed energy and frost burst out. The blade dug deep into the body of the curse, causing it to howl in pain once more. Megumi adjusted his grip on his tendrils, veins popping on his arms as swerved his body around and flapped his wings with an electric surge. A thunderclap echoed through the city block as Megumi's body all but disappeared, leaving a trail of electricity in his wake. His body slammed into the worm curse, the force of his impact bringing the curse to the ground, sending shockwaves outwards and breaking the ground beneath them. He then gripped his greatsword and started running ahead, cutting a large groove through the curse's body, the icy frost of the cursed tool biting deep into the curse's body, causing it to shiver and convulse in pain. As he made it to the head of the curse, he jumped off with great force, passing right by Miguel and stopping by Satoru. His body was covered head to toe in blood and ash, a chilling showing of his past actions. "Satoru, I'll deal with Geto so you don't have to worry about him. You keep the city safe and everyone alive." "Oh, Anne? That Miguel guy, his cursed tool can be very useful. Don't use your cursed technique on him, keep as much of his cursed tool safe," Megumi told his teacher with a stoic, almost bored tone. There wasn't any hesitation or thought in his voice. Megumi Fushiguro did not consider defeat to be a possibility as he faced a special grade. He knew his victory was only a matter of time. And with that, Megumi flew off towards the direction of the Jujutsu Tech School, leaving a cloud of dust and ash in his wake. "Ha ha ha, did you hear that, Miguel? My student just asked me to take care of this city and take that cursed tool from you without using my cursed technique. You know what's gonna happen now, right?" Gojo laughed into the sky. For the first time since he started fighting, a smile came to his face. For a reason unknown to him, witnessing Satoru Gojo laugh and smile was even more terrifying to Miguel than the cold indifference he had before. "But first let's take care of you. I can't fall behind him, can I?" he declared with a manic grin as he looked towards the crippled worm curse. He brought his hand up and summoned a blue singularity atop his index finger. Megumi flew through the skies at astounding speeds. Behind him the sky suddenly flashed a blinding purple, painting the entire area with its hues. Every now and then he would run into a flying curse that threw itself at him with reckless abandon. Even after dispatching them with ease, they kept coming one after another. "Must be that bastard Geto. He's feeling me incoming and throwing curses my way to slow me down. Not gonna let that happen," Megumi thought with a grimace as he sped himself up even faster by abusing his cursed energy and brute forcing his way through each curse with sheer quantity of energy thrown around. In no time at all, he reached the outskirts of the Jujutsu Tech School, witnessing the trail of destruction running throughout the compound. Buildings were brought to the ground. He could even spot a few corpses of employees and windows. Each bit of destruction brought more and more cold rage into his soul, each life carelessly thrown away for the corrupt ambitions of a madman. It disgusted him. He then spotted them, Yuta Okotsu and Suguru Geto. The two of them were 10 meters away from each other. Both were damaged, although Yuta seemed to be in a better state. Geto, on the other hand, was dragging himself up to his feet after what was probably a devastating attack. "But in order to stay with all my friends, in order for me to believe that it's okay for me to be alive, I have to kill you," Yuta declared, not giving any attention to the oncoming cursed energy signature. Suguru Geto had noticed the oncoming sorcerer and grimaced. He definitely recognized the signature and heard the thunderclaps incoming after he felt Raiden die about 10 minutes ago. He had thrown curses his way to try and slow him down to buy himself time to kill Okotsu, but that had failed. he knew that his mission had now become much harder than before. Well said, Yuta. Yuta turned around to face the voice behind him as Rika wrapped her arms around him protectively, expecting a surprise attack. Megumi? Weren't you busy with taking care of curses back in the city? Why are you here? The cursed child asked incredulously. That was the plan, yes. Until that madman behind you sent an incomplete unregistered special grade at me. That and the sheer amount of curses he sent out, combined with the distinct lack of his presence in all areas, made it quite obvious that you were the target all along. Megumi explained to Yuta as he reached his hand into his sleeve and pulled out Koge and passed it to him with his left hand. In his right was a bunch of tendrils that held his Dark Moon greatsword and pulled it back into his grasp. Here, you broke your katana, right? This one's a special grade cursed katana infused with my technique, so you can use it to borrow the abilities of my Shikigami among other things. No time to explain all of them, so you just have to wing it. Megumi said as he handed his katana to Yuta, allowing him to borrow it temporarily. This explanation served a dual purpose, as he made sure to direct his explanation to the now fully recovered curse user ahead of them as well. This caused a binding vow effect to take place as he revealed the abilities of his cursed tool. Megumi felt his waning cursed energy output rise in response to his reveal. It wasn't much, but it would no doubt still be useful against a special grade opponent. Smart little bastard, isn't he? He revealed the abilities of that cursed tool in order to enforce a binding vow of revealing one's hand to regenerate his cursed energy output after exerting himself to take care of Raiden and any curses along the way, as well as to get here as fast as possible and help Akotsu. Despite having such forces against him, Geto couldn't help but smile proudly at the prowess and intelligence of the next generation of Jujutsu sorcerers. Very well then, I suppose if you are both bringing out everything to kill me, then I have to use everything within my power to overpower you both. The curse user declared as he brought his hand up and summoned a void. From the void appeared a purple worm-like curse with a segmented body appeared which opened its mouth. Geto then put his hand into the curse's mouth and retrieved a golden ring that had 3 emerald stones embedded within. Putting the ring on his right hand, he then channeled cursed energy into the ring. This caused the ring to glow with energy as the right emerald shone with a brilliant light that permeated through the area. The cursed technique within the ring activated as the cursed energy flowing into the ring morphed and changed as its core essence and nature reversed. The cursed energy flowing into the ring then went back into the body of the curse user as before their eyes. All the injuries on Geto Suguru's body healed, bringing him back to his peak form. That's... Yuta muttered in surprise. Reversed cursed technique, looks like it's originating from that ring. This complicates things quite a bit. To think he found something like that, but it looks like it isn't as easy as that for him. Megumi deduced from the behavior of his opponent, noticing an important detail. The emerald on the ring that glowed hasn't stopped glowing, and despite his injuries already being healed, all the cursed energy in his body was still being drained and turned into positive energy. Counting the seconds in his head added up to 10 seconds, 10 seconds where his cursed energy was being drained and reversed. Right after the ring stopped draining his cursed energy, cracks formed on the emerald's form as within seconds it shattered into dust and dissipated into nothing. 2 emerald stones remained. Did you notice that, Yuta? 10 seconds, that's how long his RCT is activated per use of that ring. So during that time, don't bother attacking him as he'll just heal it. He probably can't use his cursed technique either during that time, so it'd be safe for you to get a second of time to recuperate while he does. Megumi ordered as he got ready to attack. That's right, he also can only use it 2 more times because it breaks a gem with each use. We can win this. Rika, I'll give you all of me, will you please give me everything? Yuta asked Rika as he gripped Megumi's Koge, trying to get a feel for it. Oh Yuta! Yees! I love you, let's kill him! Rika declared as her face split and opened up, revealing her cycloptic eye. The vengeful special grade apparition, Rika Orimoto, has been fully manifested and awakened for the 2nd time. Just because you know how my cursed tool works doesn't mean you two can win. I will not be denied. Geto exclaimed as he channeled his cursed technique. You two must know that there are now 20 registered special grade curses. This is one of them, Tamamo no Mae incarnate. From his palm flowed a void as from within it emerged a humanoid cursed spirit. Tamamo no Mae is a cursed spirit with 4 eyes and long back hair that extends all the way down to the back of its legs. Like a puppet, they have 2 lines across the rims of their mouth. They have 4 bigger toes with dark toenails and stand on the front of their feet. Tamamo no Mae is dressed in dark slacks and a light-colored kimono with accent motifs around each sleeve. Let's not stop there, here is another. The last of my captured special grades, Yuki-onna. Yuki-onna is a cursed spirit with exceedingly human-like characteristics, so much so that if you couldn't sense her cursed energy you would think her a human. Her skin, however, was pure white and her long hair a deep black with void-like eyes that bore into your soul. She wore a blindingly white kimono and was barefooted. The curse's very presence caused frost to build up on the ground a few meters around it as it stood by its master's side. Geto grinned as he was handed back a playful cloud by a fly head. His preparations were done. It was time to see who was going to survive and decide the future of Jujutsu society. This might be harder than we first thought, but we can handle this. Yuta, let Rika take care of Tamamo no Mae, you can take care of Yuki-onna. I'll hold off Geto, Megumi ordered as he held his greatsword with 2 hands. Megumi flew ahead with the help of his wings, leaving a trail of electricity and frost in his wake. With a twist of his body, he struck his blade onto the awaiting arms of Suguru Geto, who blocked it with the help of his playful cloud. The force of the attack pushed the curse user away from his 2 summons and through a nearby building. After a small struggle, Megumi and Geto both jumped back at the same time, where they had a second to think and strategize. Our physical abilities are practically equal, but I can use my curses to overwhelm him with numbers and take him by surprise, Geto thought as he started summoning low-level curses by the dozen. TCH, how annoying, he's still able to keep up with me even though I have 2 incarnations activated. I'll need to work on that after all this is over. For now, I'll just speed blitz him and kill him before he can even try to use that ring, Megumi thought as his wings gained a coating of cursed energy. New Shadow Style, Reforged Moon. Using a new Shadow Style technique that he made before, his wings now gained a coating of cursed energy that then hardened into sharpened edges. With a flap of his wings and a shot of his shadow tendril, Megumi blurred ahead at Geto, his body turning into a maelstrom of frost and electricity as it smashed into the small horde of curses. The combined force of his greatsword and reforged moon tore through the defenses of Geto, forcing him to block with playful cloud, the power of the impact bringing him to his knees. Shortly after Megumi slammed into Geto to separate him from his strongest commanders, Rika and Yuta sprung into action, aiming to take care of the 2 special grade curses as fast as possible and help Megumi with finishing off Geto. Rika moved first, flying ahead at incredible speeds and striking at Tamamo no Mae with her claw. However, as the claw slammed into Tamamo no Mae, the curse disappeared from its place and faded away. Confused, Rika looked around and found the offending curse appeared above herself and attacked her with its own claw. Turning around at incredible speeds, Rika blocked the attack and swatted her away, pausing as she saw Tamamo no Mae fade away once again and reappear ahead of her. Rika, don't liaki you! Rushing forwards, Rika swiped at the phantom-like curse but stopped herself right before she landed her mark and just observed. Tamamo no Mae's body was shimmering with cursed energy as its ability was activated. Taken by surprise, the slippery curse slipped up as she expected Rika to fall to her ability again and started to try and make distance. However, as Rika was still not released from her curse, she still held higher cognitive function and was able to outsmart Tamamo no Mae into revealing its hand. Oh, Rika gets it! You glow, and if I kill you then, you go poof. Rika knows what to do with you. Instead of blindly attacking, Rika then waited till the curse's ability ran out while running and then pounced. Rika grappled Tamamo no Mae onto the ground in a feat of great strength and proved why she was the Queen of Curses by ripping the special grade curse to shreds within mere moments. Yuta moved at the same time as his queen, blurring ahead with great speed to attack the icy curse. But just as he was about to hit her, a tidal wave of snow formed from her palm and pushed him away. He panicked for a moment before he jumped backwards to get out of the range of her attack. Getting to the top of some nearby rubble, he assessed the way to victory. Looks like this curse likes to stay defensive. If my guess is right, then that means that her durability is pretty weak. I need a way to be able to get through her walls of snow and hit her where it matters. Yuta thought as he gripped Kage tighter and jumped back to attack Yukiona. As soon as he got close, he was assaulted by a torrent after torrent of frost. Dodging each one, he made his way towards the curse. As he got closer, the pale curse got desperate and slammed its hands onto the ground, creating an explosion of snow that slowed him down. This is gonna get me nowhere. I need a way to overpower her completely. But without Rika, I can't use my copy technique, so how can I? Wait, this katana is a special grade with Megumi's technique ingrained within it. Yuta realized as he dodged torrent after torrent of frost. I think Megumi said that one of his shikigami was piercing ox, right? As Yuta muttered this, a sigil lit up on Kage's blade. This sigil resembled that of an ox, signifying the activation of a shikigami's ability. Yes! He said this one got stronger the longer it moved in the same direction, right? I know how to squeeze as much power from this as possible. The cursed child exclaimed as he charged forwards at Yukiona with renewed vigor. Just as he predicted, the shikigami fired off an avalanche of snow to push him back, but Yuta knew this was coming and jumped over it. Panicking due to his speedy approach, the curse slammed into hands onto the ground again and summoned an explosion of frost that pushed Yuta even further into the skies. Yuta flipped himself around with the momentum and reinforced himself with his immense reserves of cursed energy, flooding Kage with his cursed energy as the special grade blade greedily absorbed it all and became stronger for it, the ox's sigil burning ever brighter in the dawn of the setting sun. He then fell down directly towards Yukiona, piercing ox's ability making him grow stronger and stronger. It was as if a comet was falling from the heavens above them. The curse created a dome of frost in order to protect itself, but it was for naught. The comet of cursed energy tore through the dome and smashed into its frail body. The curse turned to ash much like the surrounding area. I should ask Megumi to borrow this blade more. It's really strong. Yuta said with a small pant as he ran ahead to join Megumi, followed shortly by Rika. When they reached the two fighting sorcerers, they saw a battlefield full of ash and frost, showing the struggle that took place while they weren't there. Megumi was bruised with cuts all over his body and he seemed to have lost his undershirt in their fight, revealing his chest, but he was grinning with an overwhelming malice. Just at his feet was the body of a first-grade curse. Its body was run through by the Dark Moon Greatsword as it froze over before shattering into dust. Geto, on the other hand, seemed to be doing much better, although his visage didn't show it. His clothes were torn to shreds. It seemed like his clothes were both frozen and singed by flames. His body didn't have many injuries, but a keen eye would see that his golden ring had lost another emerald. Suguru Geto was down to only one use of his reversal ring. Most of his strongest curses have been slaughtered. All his comrades were probably being pushed to the edge, no doubt some have even died. All for his cause, all for the future. His future. But for what? Yuta Okotsu is no more injured and dead from when he started, and now he has Megumi helping him. Megumi, this boy. He is just like Satoru. He's a shining comet of unbridled potential. If only I was just as blessed as he was, if only I wasn't so weak. And that grin. It's just like that. That monkey. Geto's mind was filled with thoughts of hatred and jealousy. Suguru Geto is tired. He has thrown everything away for his dream, his friends, his family, his very humanity. Everything. But he still has one thing that he has yet to accomplish. He has yet to realize his dream. He will bring about the new age of this world, no matter what. Even if I have to kill the two of you to do so. Geto Suguru muttered in a daze. This anomaly instantly alerted the two sorcerers and sent shivers down their spines. They felt his cursed energy surge and shake. Geto brought his hands up in a daze, his left hand upside down beneath his right, and with his right his index and thumb touched to make a Buddhist mudra. Under the baptism of pain, loss, and acceptance, Suguru Geto has achieved enlightenment and reached a peak of Jujutsu. Domain expansion, advent of the event horizon. A barrier formed from his back and quickly shot ahead, covering everything within 30 meters. Trapping Megumi, Yuta, and Rika within its confines. The innate domain of Suguru Geto has been fully realized. Within it all there was nothingness. The ground was made of curses, each meter of it was a different curse he had captured prior. And the skies were the nothingness of space, except for one core difference. Replacing the sun was a black hole, and they were within its event horizon. The curses they stood upon were formed into the shape of a ring that created a ring surrounding the black hole. Eh? Rika feels weird. Something ISSS pulling me to that black thing. Rika exclaimed, feeling a pull on her soul. I don't feel anything like that. His domain must be super effective on curses but is less effective against sorcerers. Yuta reasoned as he tried to get a grip on their new battlefield. He was correct. Geto Suguru's domain expansion, advent of the event horizon had a sure hit effect that was especially effective on all curses. All curses trapped within his domain expansion suffer a 20% decrease in their cursed energy output as well as a special effect. All curses within his domain are constantly pulled into the black hole that is the core of his innate domain. Any curse that is of first grade and below strength is immediately captured. Special grade curses are able to resist his pull, but they are severely weakened and he only needs to damage them to 50% health to be able to pull them into his grasp. And finally, any sorcerers he kills within this domain lose their cursed techniques as they are extracted and transformed into a one-time use curse of equal strength. Truly a divine feat of absolute jujitsu. Had Yuta Okotsu been forced to face Geto Suguru alone, he would have surely died and been added to the curse user's arsenal. However, Megumi Fushiguro was here to throw a wrench in his plans once again. Wipe that smile off your face, you fraud. You think you're gonna win cause you pulled out this half-assed domain. Didn't Satoru tell you? Freshly awakened domains are fragile and weak. They are easily overpowered when you have your own domain. Megumi declared, his face twisting with a smirk. You cannot be serious right now. You already have a domain expansion? How? Geto shouted incredulously, utterly dumbfounded at what he's hearing. Megumi laughed out in response before bringing his hands together and chanting. Domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden. As he finished chanting, his own domain exploded outwards, overtaking Geto's own. The bottomless abyss within Megumi flooded ahead and drowned the black hole that made up the lesser domain, shattering Geto's domain in an instant. How? It literally doesn't make any sense. Why is your domain so much more refined than mine? The curse user screamed out in hysterics. Screw you, that's how. Just GIT good, you loser. Megumi simply replied, taking joy in seeing his opponent brought so low. Yuta was absolutely speechless. He couldn't understand everything happening around him, but he understood one thing. Suguru Geto was absolutely screwed. Yuta, with me, don't stop and think, just fight. Megumi ordered as they were all covered by the void and swallowed. They reappeared right beside the stunned Geto and attacked him consecutively. Rika was first to act. She created a megaphone that she threw at Yuta before she slammed her hands down at Geto, her fist smashed into his head, dealing devastating damage. After the devastating haymaker, Geto reflexively went to activate his ring once more to try and mitigate the damage. However, Megumi wouldn't allow him to do so as he appeared by his right through a tear in the void and sliced at his elbow with his Dark Moon greatsword, aiming to cut off his healing at the source. Geto tried to summon a curse to defend himself, but he forgot that Yuta was still in the equation. Don't move, Yuta ordered while speaking into his cursed megaphone, forcing the curse user's body to obey his command. Megumi's blade struck true, the bitter edge of the blade sliced off Geto's right arm, causing him to crumple over in pain. The cut-off arm had flown away into the abyss of the domain before it sunk into the nothingness of the 10 shadows. Now! Megumi shouted out as he brought back his left arm. Along his limb flowed black sparks. Right! Yuta replied as he clenched his right arm. black sparks running down his arm as well. It was then Suguru Geto knew, as if by a premonition, that they were about to land a black flash and move to summon as many Shikigami as possible to defend. However, this was not allowed by the Queen of Curses as she came from behind him and held him in place, not allowing him to dodge. Nuh-uh, no moving. Shit! Black flash, an explosion of lightning sparked throughout the arena as reddish-black lighting arced around as Megumi Fushiguro and Yuta Okotsu landed a dual black flash, their fists dug into the older man's body which caused his bones to shatter in a morbidly satisfying crunch. Lost in the sensation of the black flash, Megumi's hold over his domain fell apart as he ran his cursed energy reserves dry. The domain's barrier shattered into crystals that fell around them, allowing Geto to slam through the edge of the barrier and fly out into the main building of the Tokyo school, bringing a majority of the building to ground. Megumi walked a few steps, trying to get to where Geto landed before his knees gave out on him. The constant use of a dual incarnation, a domain expansion, multiple summons and mergers of Shikigami and general abuse of his cursed energy had taken its toll. He was completely drained. God damn it, move, damn it. You can't let that rat bastard grab his body. Megumi raged out at himself as even though he had landed 2 black flashes, he was still merely a human, his body had simply reached its limit. Megumi! You alright? Yuta exclaimed as he grabbed him, stopping him from falling to the ground and used his reversed cursed technique to heal his injuries. I am fine, Yuta. Just tired and drained, go finish this. He must be either dead or almost there, go make sure of that. I'll live, you have to make sure you kill him. Megumi ordered weakly as he slowly drifted into a deep sleep. Got it. Thanks for everything, Megumi. Yuta said as he and Rika then sprinted to where Geto landed to finish it all and end the night parade of a 1,000 demons. I hope to God that Yuta listens and doesn't let Geto run this time, because goddammit I can't do so myself, my body isn't listening to me. Not responding to Yuta's thanks, Megumi just went to sleep, utterly drained. As he faded away into sleep, he felt an odd sensation within the deepest depths of his soul as if something within his core had changed and evolved. Oh whatever, something for future me to deal with. Time for sleep. Megumi awoke to an odd sensation throughout his entire body. It wasn't painful or uncomfortable per se, but it was unusual. Almost like waking up and suddenly having a new limb you didn't have before. After a while he blinked his eyes open to take in his surroundings. He was laying down on a couch in an office of some kind. Guessing by the fact that Shoko and Satoru were both talking about casualties and collateral of the parade, he was probably in Shoko's office. He got himself up from his position on the couch with a grunt as he assessed his body, feeling no injuries other than the odd sensation. He did note that he could hear the voices of people in the rooms around him, could even smell Satoru's usual cologne hidden under what must have been rivers of blood. Oh? Look who's finally awake, Shoko? Finally finished your nap, have you? Gojo called out with a grin, noticing Megumi woke up immediately. Easy on him, Satoru, from what I've heard he's been through the ringer. How are you feeling, Megumi? Anything that Yuta missed? Shoko asked as she walked up to him and inspected his body to check for any lingering effects of the fight. Nothing, I'm fine, Shoko. But, now that you mention it, I have this weird sensation throughout my body. Part of it must be another permutation from my incarnations. If I had to guess, it's probably a divine dog mutation. Megumi said, standing up and stretching his body and inspecting for any changes. Indeed, through the effect of the black flashes his biology had evolved to incorporate the abilities of the divine dogs within his base form. This granted him enhanced musculature and bone density, sharpened canines, and superhuman senses. Slowly but surely, Fushiguro Megumi was surpassing his humanity and becoming something more, what it was he was not sure as of yet. That's two now, new was first, probably because of how much I use it. Divine Dogs was second because of how familiar its essence is to my body, I assume, hard to judge which would be next. The electric resistance I got from New came in handy against Raiden. If nothing else, he would have been a pain otherwise. He then however heard Gojo speak up, breaking him out of introspection. That's not all it is it? He said, the fabled six eyes lighting up the room with their azure glow. Your cursed energy, it's changed. The change is subtle now, but these eyes know there's more to it. Something is different. Pull it out. The honored one ordered, seemingly enthralled after witnessing something he hadn't seen before with his own eyes. Pausing for a moment to take in Gojo's request, Megumi then nodded and closed his eyes, focusing on sensing the inner reaches of his soul. Looking for any changes within it, and eventually he found what he was looking for. It was within the very core of his soul, a black spark, an obsidian flame. Deciding to trust Satoru's judgment, he let the flame go wild and overtake every part of his soul and cursed energy. The burning of the flame didn't hurt him, it was an odd euphoric feeling as the flame surged and covered his entire being in an inferno. Fascinating, muttered Gojo, almost speechless at what he was witnessing. What's wrong, Satoru? Megumi asked as he shook his head and got used to the feeling that permeated his soul. You didn't notice? Your cursed energy signature, Gumi, it's gone. Shoko pointed out to him, seeming just as surprised as Gojo was, if not more surprised. Taken by surprise, he took a moment to try and sense it for himself and found the same thing, no matter how much he searched. It was gone, as if hidden by a veil, he was practically undetectable. No, it's still there, barely, but I can see it, hidden under that veil of shadowy flames. Looks like I was right, your cursed energy trait has awakened. Although, the manifestation is odd, never heard of one that's like this. The white-haired man pointed out with a thoughtful expression. Must be because it was forced to awaken under the effect of the two black flashes, one on that lightning curse and the other on Geto. Megumi started, but his voice faded out as he remembered who he was in the room with. You don't have to feel guilty about him, Gumi, he chose his path. In the end, you did the right thing. Even if he was a close friend before, we can't let ourselves be blinded by nostalgia. Shoko said as she immediately caught on to the hesitation in his voice before elbowing Gojo in the side to make him get the hint. Oh yeah, my bad, she's right, Megumi. Suguru Izu was. He was my best friend, he used to be my one and only. And I do sometimes miss the old days when things were simpler. Before that day. But I don't regret it happening, not a single thing. Satoru stammered at the start, but as he went on, his voice became softer as he let his feelings be known. Without everything happening, I wouldn't have met you or Tsumiki. So believe me when I say this, you have nothing to feel guilty for. Suguru made his choice and lived his life to the fullest, leaving behind everyone and everything else in the name of what he believed in. He continued, walking towards Megumi and placing a hand on his shoulder. It's about time I catch up and do the same, no. The white-haired man concluded with a wide, heartfelt grin. Suddenly both him and Megumi were pulled into a deep embrace from behind as Shoko held them both at the same time with a massive grin on her face. Wow, Satoru, you finally made a nice speech for once. I'm proud of you, she exclaimed between bouts of laughter. Hey, I'll have you know, I make amazing speeches all the time, he replied back with a faux hurt tone. They continued to bicker for a while, almost forgetting Megumi who stood right beside them. Although, he didn't seem perturbed by that in the slightest as his face got taken over by a grin that eventually deepened to wild laughter at their shenanigans. Ha ha ha, why you guys are absolutely hysterical. The black-haired young man managed to stammer out as he laughed his heart out. Me? Are you calling hysterical? Kumri, Satoru said as he jumped at the younger boy and wrestled him to the ground. Megumi was standing in the middle of a dojo that was housed in the middle of the Tokyo Jujutsu Tech compound. It was one of the buildings that was miraculously untouched by Geto's rampage throughout the city. He and Yuta were in the middle of a spar as they were training for a while before the latter had to go off to Africa in order to train and hone his powers to perfection under the guidance of Miguel. Their spar had banned the use of cursed tools and cursed techniques and focused on martial arts and cursed energy manipulation. It was mostly an equal fight as their cursed energy output and reserves were relatively similar, with Megumi having a small lead in output and Yuta having slightly higher reserves thanks to the backflow of cursed energy from Rika. Megumi was currently winning their exchange as his much deeper experience in sorcery and hand-to-hand combat gave him an advantage in their fight and let him win most of their spars. Although Yuta was no slouch either, his unbelievable talent and potential in Jujutsu let him keep up with and sometimes surprise the more experienced sorcerer in ways that he couldn't have expected. After a while of getting used to his now awakened cursed energy trait, he had learned how to control its effect. He could now choose on the fly how much of his presence he wished to hide at all times, going from hiding a small amount of his presence to becoming functionally invisible to most sorcerers. Currently he had it at around 40% suppression and was trying to hold it at that percentage for as long as possible to train his control over it. Although it seemed impossible to fully turn it off, the obsidian flames within the core of his soul burned too brightly and refused to be snuffed out, it seemed. Megumi blocked a low haymaker from Yuta. Using his opponent's momentum against him, he then pushed him to the side while putting his foot out, tripping him and knocking him out of balance. Taking advantage of his faltering poise, Megumi swerved around and elbowed him in the gut, forcing air out of his lungs. Recovering surprisingly fast, Yuta responded by dropping himself to the ground and landing on his hands. He then pushed himself off the ground and slammed his feet into Megumi's awaiting guard as he blocked the attack with his arms. Taking a second to breath before he rushed ahead again, Yuta threw a punch at Megumi's liver which the man saw coming and went to defend. This however proved to be a mistake as the punch was a feint that he used to make his opponent overextend, allowing him to throw a brutal haymaker at his undefended throat. Megumi realized his fatal oversight and stepped back 1 foot in order to avoid the strike, catching Yuta by surprise before he grabbed his arm and pulled him in close. As soon as he got close enough, Megumi then gave him a brutal cursed energy-infused headbutt making Yuta's ears ring. He then gave him an open-palmed strike to the liver and kicked him away, making him fall over onto the tatami mat beneath them, completely defeated and gasping for air. "Shit Yuta, you've only been a sorcerer for less than a year and you're already giving me a run for my money. You sure you're not the protagonist of some manga I never heard of?" Megumi said with a pant, covered in sweat after the end of their duel. "Seriously, this man is broken. I've been training for the past 10 years and he just shows up and learns everything in a year, and he just randomly has RCT. The hell Gidge? This man is such a Gary Stu. I can't believe he wasn't the protag for the rest of the series. What a freaking hacksman." Megumi thought incredulously. Yuta laughed from his place on the ground, utterly tired but satisfied with their spar. "Ha ha, not that I know of. But I'll let you know if something like that happens." "Damn, you're crazy strong Megumi, even without your cursed technique." The cursed child complimented as he dragged himself up from his place on the ground with a smile, taking a moment to heal his bruises with reversed cursed technique. Before they could continue with their pleasant chat, they were interrupted by clapping on the far end of the dojo. They weren't taken off guard though, as they had sensed the oncoming signature and knew it posed no threat as it passed through Tungan's barrier without issue and met with Principal Yaga's signature before arriving at their location. "Your expertise with hand-to-hand combat is quite impressive, young master. It is truly an honor to finally meet you," a young man with dark hair said as he clapped with a somewhat star-struck expression on his face. "HM. Young master? You're from the Zenin clan, aren't you?" Megumi deduced immediately as he stood up straight and looked the young man in the eyes, trying to remember his name and abilities from the haze of memories that was his former life. "Shit, I really screwed up by not writing down everything I remember about the series in a notebook so I don't forget. I could have just hidden it in my shadow and kept it for when I needed it. Note to self, go make one before I forget even more shit." "Indeed, quite deductive, young master Megumi. I am Zenin Ronta. I was sent here by the elders to deliver you a message and an item." The young man introduced himself with a nervous expression and bowed. Compared to Megumi, Ronta is a young man who is shorter and has a slimmer physique. His dark hair is untidy and pulled back into a low ponytail, and he has long eyebrows and big, light-colored eyes. He wore a light kimono and dark hakama bottoms, just like many of his fellow clansmen. Ahum, Zenin Megumi, on behalf of the honored and esteemed Jujutsu higher-ups and by the authority vested in me by the glorious Zenin clan, I hereby designate you a special grade sorcerer. Ronta Zenin decreed as he presented to Megumi a brand new sorcerer ID card. On it was Megumi's face and number, and with big bold letters in the middle it said, Special Grade Sorcerer. This decision was reached on account of your newly revealed abilities, heavy contributions to the containment of the night parade of 1,000 demons, which include the exorcism of a huge amount of curses, among them 2 registered and unregistered special grade curses, as well as your undoubtedly significant contribution to the defeat and subsequent execution of the special grade curse user Geto Suguru. Megumi remained silent for a moment before reaching forwards and grabbing his new ID with a small smirk and a shake of his head. That's nice and all, but I know those old geezers wouldn't do something like this for no reason. What's the catch? He asked with an expression of knowing contempt. On account of your newly revealed abilities, huh? They must have had a couple more people tracking me and keeping an eye on me during the parade other than her. They must know about my domain, incarnations, and probably my CE trait. Oh well, not like I can hide it all anymore. I got strong enough to protect myself from the Zenin clan's influence for the most part. This can still work. Choosing to ignore Megumi's obvious and barely restrained disdain for the Jujutsu high-ups, Hunter went on to explain for him. You are ordered and expected to show yourself before the Inner Jujutsu Headquarters Council for a meeting and to receive your first mission. Please make sure to be there by tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. He informed him with a terse tone. Ah, yeah. Should have guessed. Well, tell them I'll get there when I can. You can leave now and tell the old man to keep his spies off my ass, cause the next one I find will wish they ran into a special grade curse. At least send the first one, she knows her place. Megumi ordered as he turned away from the young man and walked off with Yuta beside him. Ronta stood there dumbfounded for a moment before coming to his senses and bowing with a quick "of course, goodbye young master," and then left the compound hurriedly. A few moments later, after they reached a bit away from the dojo, Megumi stopped the both of them and held Yuta by the shoulder. What is it, Megumi? The cursed child asked with a puzzled expression. You got Rika back a bit ago, right? Megumi asked as he reached his hand into his shadow, looking for something. Who? Yeah, I did. But she isn't as strong as before and I can't manifest her much. Plus, now she can only copy cursed techniques of others if she eats. Yuta explained, seeming puzzled as to why he was bringing it up, but then stopped as his eyes bulged a bit when he saw what Megumi pulled out of his shadow. In Megumi's hand was Geto's right arm that he had cut off during their fight. It seemed like it sank and was added into his inventory as soon as it landed in his domain. Oddly enough, the cut was still oozing blood as if it had just been cut off. It even still had the reversal ring on its middle finger, which he took off and placed back in his shadow for safekeeping. He then handed over the cut-off limb of Suguru Geto to Yuta. I got nothing to do with his arm, so here, let Rika eat it. His technique could come in useful for you at some point. He explained. Thanks Megumi, I'm sure it'll be helpful at some point. Yuta said as he summoned a partial manifested Rika who ate Geto's arm with a happy hum. Megumi stared at Rika for a moment with a considering expression on his face. He looked like he was thinking about saying something but was deciding against it. Yuta picked up on this and commented on it while Rika finished devouring the arm and surged in her cursed energy as the copying process occurred. What is it, Megumi? Yuta asked. It's nothing, I don't want to get your hopes up about it, but we don't know absolutely everything there is to know about the soul yet. And if you released Rika's soul from the curse yet her curse's body remains, then there could be a way to bring Rika back into some form of life. Megumi explained with a tense tone. Really? The cursed child exclaimed as he got close to Megumi and held his hand, wanting to know everything about the possibility, no matter how small. Again, don't get your hopes up, but while you're in Africa, ask around and look for any info about the soul that you can find. It could be useful. He replied. Of course. I'll be sure to do that, thanks Megumi. Yuta said with a genuine smile. They continued on their way to the dormitory, where they saw Panda and Inumaki in the distance with a distinct lack of Moki who didn't seem to be there. Who? Now that I think about it, I haven't seen Moki in a bit since the parade. Is she okay? Megumi confessed as they walked away. Oh? You didn't hear? Her sister apparently died in the parade because of a wild special grade curse. She went off to Tokyo to see her and, set up her funeral. Yuta explained awkwardly as he looked to the ground, feeling bad for his close friend and pity for her sister. He missed Megumi's shocked expression, who stopped in place when he heard the news. Shit! I really didn't expect this to happen so soon. She must have awakened because of Mai's death too. I have to stop her from nuking the entire Zenin clan. I need them for my plans. He thought with a panicked expression. Yuta, I have to go. Talk later. Megumi exclaimed loudly before his back bulged and sprouted his wings that were now a deep obsidian color instead of orange and flew away, leaving a huge dust cloud. Eh? Guess he had something important to do, hope he and Moki are okay. Yuta muttered as he saw Megumi fly off in the distance towards an unknown location. Megumi flew across the sky at great speeds, quickly approaching the location of the Kyoto Tech School. Taking in the sights of the city beneath him, he could very easily spot the destruction caused by Geto's attack. I have no clue how the hell Jujutsu HQ managed to convince general society that all this was an accident or something. How did they manage to cover all this up? If there's anything they're useful for, it's to manage the general populace and lull them into a sense of security. After some moments he reached the school and passed through Tungan's barrier without much issue as he made his way into what he presumed was the medical ward, considering the amount of sorcerers he could see around the area, no doubt still recovering from the parade. Megumi landed at the front door of the medical ward and walked in, allowing his incarnation to fade away as he did, noting that his incarnations didn't take much energy or focus to maintain as they did before. I could probably maintain a double incarnation with as much drain as a singular one did prior. I should be able to use a triple incarnation, but I don't think it'd be efficient or worth it to use at that point. He thought as he scanned the building to try and find where Moki was. Scoffing to himself in annoyance as he failed to sense her at all, confirming to himself that either she wasn't there and he was wasting his time, or she was and he just couldn't sense her as her heavenly restriction had awakened fully, making her undetectable by all Jujutsu. He chose to try and search for any particularly strong or unique signatures in the building in hopes to find Mai's classmates instead, as they could help him find Moki. This proved to be the right choice, as while he couldn't sense them specifically, he found the signature of someone he did recognize. He ran across the medical ward, causing people to look around at the black blur that got past them. Reaching the morgue, he found the person he locked onto, Yutahime Iori. She stood there with her students outside the morgue. They all seemed to be mourning in silence. Yo, Iori-san, is Moki in there? He asked with a soft tone, not wishing to upset them or disturb their mourning. They all looked up from their positions to look at him in surprise. Yutahime was the most surprised, as she didn't expect him of all people to be there. However, while most in the group reacted with surprise, one of them had a different feeling: contempt. You couldn't be content with just sending Mai out to die as a sorcerer. You had to come see your handiwork too, huh? Growled out a short girl with blonde hair that was held up into two pigtails. Turning to the girl, Megumi's expression shifted to one of annoyance as he stared her down to the depths of her soul. Huh? Who the hell are you? He asked, brimming with annoyance at being accused of such things. You're Zenin Megumi, aren't you? Mai told us about you. You're the heir of the clan, aren't you? If anyone is responsible for her being forced to be a sorcerer, you would be among the first to blame. She replied, taking whatever paths of thought to find something, anything to blame for the death of her close friend. Well, first of all, my name is Fushiguro Megumi, not Zenin. My father was part of the clan, but he died and I was raised outside their influence, so I am not to blame for Mai's death. I won't be taking the blame for her own weakness and the clan's sloppiness. And secondly, I'm not here to talk with you. I asked a question. Is Moki in there? The raven-haired man asked while pointing at the door to the mortuary behind them. Yes, Fushiguro-kun, she is. But please be gentle with her, it's been a long couple of days, for all of us. Yutaheim answered for him while gesturing to the door. Thanks Iori-san. Megumi said as he walked past the group and entered the room, not paying attention as the blonde girl was pulled to the side by a man he recognized as Noritoshi Kamo and chastised, not that he cared in the slightest. Weaklings are beneath his notice. When he walked into the room, Megumi immediately spotted Moki at one of the beds of the mortuary. She looked disheveled and her expression was one of deep mourning and contempt. And it also confirmed to him without a doubt that her heavenly restriction was in effect, as he could feel absolutely no cursed energy from her. Moki, I heard about Mai and I came as soon as I could. You good? He said after a few minutes of silence, not sure about how to start talking with her about it. I'm fine, she said, her tone conveying too many emotions flowing through her body at the same time. Grief for the loss of her beloved sister, rage at the world that took her away, and sadness at how their relationship ended without much closure, and finally pure determination to wipe away the clan that caused her and her late sister so much pain. Somehow, before she even heard news of her sister's death, she knew that something had happened. Her heavenly restriction, her curse that she had from birth. It had gotten stronger. She felt the change happen spontaneously within the depths of her soul. Listen, we've been good friends for a few months, so I know you're not fine, but that's okay. I can't say I know exactly how you're feeling right now, but I know your pain to an extent. My sister has been cursed, a curse that not even Satoru was able to see coming or figure out how to break. Megumi explained to her with a pensive expression, knowing what is to come. What's your point? Moki asked, seeming confused as to why he was bringing his sister up. My point is, despite you now being able to slaughter the entirety of the Zenin clan alone right now if you wished, I strongly urge you against it. He replied, already reinforcing himself with cursed energy, knowing what was about to happen. He was correct in his assumption, as faster than he could even blink, Moki was in front of him with her fist launched at him with full force. The fist struck his awaiting guard in a brutal haymaker, the overwhelming power behind her strike sending him flying back through the wall behind him and out of the medical ward entirely. Taking a flip mid-air, he righted himself and landed on a nearby building. He clutched his arm in pain. Even with his cursed energy reinforcement, the force of the punch still felt like he was hit by a dozen sledgehammers. Hell, so this is the strength of a heavenly restriction that rivaled and surpassed Toji? Hopefully she's still willing to listen to reason, cause I'm not even sure I could win against her right now. I swear to God, Megumi, if after all this you turned out to be allied with the Zenin clan, I will be severely pissed. Explain yourself, now. Moki said as she blurred into view ahead of him. Well, thanks for giving me the benefit of the doubt even despite how you're probably feeling right now. Please let me explain, I am not at all on the Zenin clan's side. In fact, it's the complete opposite. By the time I'm done with them, all the bastards of the Zenin clan will look like neutered mutts begging for scraps on the side of the road. He said with a smirk, knowing that it would get her attention. Indeed it did, as Moki's expression shifted to one of surprise. Go on, she said, intrigued at what he was insinuating. In truth, I could probably go over there right now and do the same as you wanted to and wipe the Zenin clan from existence. It would be a pain, but I could probably do so, but that isn't thinking of the future here. The Zenin clan are assholes and most deserve death, but that's not the whole picture here. He started laying out his plan as he wanted her to be on his side for it. I want to instead take control of the clan, not as its head or something like that. I could have probably done so by just agreeing to stay with them as a child, but that isn't good enough. The entirety of the Jujutsu society needs a change. The way things are now, it's disgusting. At that, Moki paused and considered his words. It seemed like he was power hungry at first, but something told her that he could truly be able to change things. But I plan to change it. I will upend the whole of it and make a brand new Jujutsu society. I'll create a world where all sorcerers are treated with the same respect and dignity, no matter their gender, background, or circumstances. The current powers in control of everything are nothing more than old fossils that are stuck in the aging traditions of the past that bring down all sorcerers. Megumi revealed, his voice getting more heated as memories came back to him. Oh. Guess this is it. Hope you live, Fushiguro-koen. Those that work for the benefit of the great clans while being treated like disposable waste deserve to be given back that dignity that was stolen from them. A man deserves to have a proper death. Not be thrown away and forgotten as soon as he fails. The memories of how easily Asahi accepted his own death came back to him. No man should have to be so accepting of his own demise because of a world that has forsaken him so deeply and utterly that the only thing he could think of at the end of his life was to make sure he wouldn't curse his partner. To how even Satoru was considered nothing more than a weapon by the entirety of the Jujutsu world, where even after his death he wasn't allowed to rest in peace. Moki could sense the hurt in his voice. She could tell that he meant each and every word. First I'll take over the Zenin clan while keeping as much of its power as possible, then with the help of Satoru and his control over the Gojo clan, I'll take control of Jujutsu HQ and rebuild Jujutsu society from the ground up. For that, I need strong, like-minded allies that are loyal to our cause. I need someone like you on my side for this, Moki, he declared as he reached his hand up and offered it to her. For a while, they stood in silence as Moki thought over his words, considering them fully before she reached up and grabbed his own hand with her own. I still kind of think you're full of shit, but I like your plan, so I'll follow you and see for myself. Is that all right with you, or leader? Moki declared with a smirk, calling him leader at the end sarcastically. All right? That sounds perfect. Thanks for hearing me out. Megumi replied, laughing good-naturedly at her sarcasm. Don't worry about it, but what's next then in your plan? Moki asked as she took her hand back and placed it at her hip. Now? Now, we train and master your new abilities. Megumi answered as he reached into his hari and pulled out a red, three-segmented cursed tool, playful cloud that he stole from Geto after his defeat and handed it to her. Satoru had made good on his promise and beat Miguel black and blue without the use of his cursed technique, right before stealing the black rope right from his hands in the middle of the fight. Reaching again into his hari, he pulled out a long bundle of the black rope about 10 meters long, which should last quite a while if used sparingly, and handed it to her as well. To this, Moki just laughed as she took her new weapons with a grin. I like you already, boss. The next day, 8:30 a.m. Megumi was rolling his shoulders as he landed on the front door of the Jujutsu HQ compound, onyx-colored feathers fading away into shadows behind him. The last day was a tiring one for him. He spent the afternoon training with Moki. It was a novel experience if nothing else. Her overwhelming physical abilities were something he wasn't accustomed to in the slightest. Even Satoru didn't hit as hard as she did when they sparred. Although that was probably because he held back a lot, Moki does not know such restraint. He couldn't blame her for it if one day he woke up and suddenly found himself practically 100 times stronger in every regard. He would also struggle to restrain his strength. Still, he was barely able to keep up with her strength and speed even after reinforcing his evolved self to the max. If I had to guess, my current base physical abilities are much higher than Moki's unawakened powers but slightly lower than Yuji's base physique. If my original self's estimations were correct, then if we don't consider cursed energy, base Yuji could solo the entirety of Tokyo High at the same time, including unawakened Moki. Then I could probably do the same with a bit more effort, not mentioning if I used cursed energy and my Shikigami. As he was in the middle of walking into the inner sanctuary of the higher-ups, he stopped, reconsidering his thought process. My original self, huh? When did I start considering Megumi and I as the same being? I suppose after living so many years as the same person, the line where Jack Connors started and where Megumi Fushiguro began started to blur. Megumi then heard a panicked voice that brought him out of his reflections. Looking up, he saw the familiar visage of Ichiji Kiyotaka. Fushiguro-san, you're an hour late for your meeting with the elders and higher-ups. This is bad. What happened? The window asked, worried as this is Megumi's first time meeting them and making them wait would not give them a good first impression. Calm yourself, Ichiji-san, those old fossils can bear to wait a while for me to arrive. I have better things to do than come here for them in the morning. They should be glad I came at all," he said with a smile as they made their way to a door that was heavily guarded by barriers and by 2 Grade 2 sorcerers. What are you talking about, Fushiguro-san? This is important. They won't ignore all disrespect simply because you're under Gojo-san's protection. I wasn't told as to why you were called for this meeting. What is it that gives you so much confidence in this?" he asked incredulously. Chuckling, Megumi reached into his sleeve and pulled out his sorcerer ID and handed it to Ichiji, who walked by his side. Walking past him, he reached the door and started talking to the sorcerers guarding the door to the inner sanctum. "A special grade? You got ranked as a special grade sorcerer? Is that why you were called here?" The window was completely aghast and taken off guard at such an early promotion. "Ha, you're correct in that assessment. Looks like the spies they had watching me told them things that made them shit themselves and scramble to raise my threat level in their index while finding a way to put a leash on me in any way they could think of, but I think they're gonna be sorely disappointed," Megumi deduced with a grin as he raised his hand into the air. The hand shone with cursed energy as the markings of his Igama incarnation formed upon it. From the sigil a tendril of shadows sprouted and shot at Kiyotaka, grabbing his ID from his hands and handing it to the guard at his right. If one paid close attention, they would notice that the tendril was weak and shaky, barely held together as shortly after being summoned it fizzled out. The sigil on his palm followed it shortly after as it broke apart and faded away as well, causing him to clench his hand closed in annoyance. "Damn it, I still can't form a stable incarnation without chanting and the hand sign. Every time I try it just falls apart. So be it, I'll just have to train more and more until it's been engraved so deeply within my body that activating any incarnation would be as easy as breathing." He watched as the guard inspected the ID for a moment, his eyes shining with cursed energy, no doubt signaling the activation of a cursed technique before he handed the ID back to him and bowed along with his partner. "All the checks have been concluded, Zenin-sama. You may go in and greet the honored elders. Be warned that they may be disgruntled at your tardiness, so I urge you to present them with gifts to soothe their nerves," the guard advised with a respectful tone, knowing that the gap in strength between them and the sorcerer in front of them was one that could not be ignored. "Thank you for your worry, but I don't think things would escalate as much as you think they will," Megumi dismissed as he walked past them and placed his hand on the handle of the door and stepped through to the other side. "They can call me Zenin all they want. In the end, the more political sway I have with the clan, the better it'll be for me later on. Now then, time to see what these old geezers want." Megumi felt a spatial shift as soon as he stepped into the room. The door behind him closed and then disappeared from view as if it was never there to begin with, no doubt being the effect of a specialized barrier. He walked through the hall. Pillars that were hollowed out with candles inside them flanked him on each side repeatedly. After a bit of walking, another shift in space occurred as he felt himself pass another barrier. This time he appeared in a pitch-black room. Around him multiple shoji appeared and he could feel cursed energy signatures behind each one. "Zenin Megumi, you are outrageously tardy in showing yourself before the council. Do you care to explain yourself?" An aged voice spoke from behind him. The cursed energy felt somewhat familiar. It was close to that of Noritoshi Kamo, so if he had to guess, the owner of the voice is a Kamo clan elder. "I apologize, I'm afraid I was preoccupied with other business and was delayed in reaching here, honored elder, but I am here now, so may I please know why I have been summoned?" Megumi replied. His tone went sounding somewhat sarcastic as he replied in a way that could be called out. The elders caught this but didn't speak of it, knowing that nothing could be proven. The next voice came from his right. "Your apologies have been noted but not completely pardoned. You are expected to make further efforts to arrive on time on future summons." Guessing by the fact that the signature was not familiar, he had to guess that it belonged to a Gojo clan member, as they held a neutral position instead of being antagonistic or supportive as he'd expect the Zenin clan to be. But focusing back on the intended topic of this summon, you are here to receive your congratulations on your brand new designation as a special grade sorcerer, as well as receive your expected responsibilities," spoke the elder ahead of him, guessing from the tone and the fact that they're trying to pull the direction of the meeting into a direction more favorable to him. It must be a Zenin elder. Do not assume that the Camo clan has not noted your attempts to sway the verdict of this meeting, Zenin Arataka. However, you are correct. The Camo clan extends its deepest congratulation towards the special grade sorcerer, Megumi Zenin, and hopes to have a fruitful relationship in the future. Shrewd little fossil, aren't you? Trying to establish a sense of dominance in front of me in the council while at the same time trying to curry favor with me as a potential heir to the Zenin clan and a special grade sorcerer. Megumi thought with a small smirk. The Gojo clan offers its warmest commendations to the young sorcerer and hopes that the support provided to you has not been forgotten, but it is time that we focus back upon your new responsibilities, is it not? The Gojo clan elder seemed slightly annoyed at the Camo clan's advances and moved to shift the tides back in their own favor. Indeed, it is a great honor to have you brought up to the heights of a special grade sorcerer, Zenin Megumi. However, it is time for you to prove your worth to the council. As such, you are now to report to the Jujutsu headquarters twice a month and accept missions and assignments when needed. Spoke a voice from his left. He immediately recognized it as the Kyoto School's principal Gakuganji Yoshinobu. Huh? Looks like he's trying to see how far I'm willing to be pushed around. This geezer really thinks he's all that, doesn't he? Unfortunately for him, I'm no dog they can put a leash on and make do whatever they want just because they dangled a piece of meat in front of me. Megumi could practically smell the air of self-satisfaction in the area after that order. Megumi had made his annoyance and disdain obvious immediately as the hold over his obsidian flames tightened and let loose his cursed energy. The sheer amount and pressure of his presence sent shivers down the spines of all present even through the barriers. I think you might be mistaking me playing along as blind obedience. I might not be Satoru or Tsukumo, but I think we all know just how easy it would be for me to slaughter the lot of you right now. I'm here to work alongside the council for the betterment of Jujutsu Society, not to be your new toy. You would do well to learn your place in the world, Principal Gakuganji. For the first time since he entered the inner sanctum, Megumi made sure to let all of them know their limits. Everyone in the room could understand the veiled threat behind his choice of words. Saying his name in such a context was akin to telling directly that he knows where he lives and where he would hide so he could get to him even if he was forcibly kicked out of the inner sanctum. Despite the threat, he wasn't the only one who felt such annoyance as he heard a very familiar voice sigh from the side, that being the Tokyo School's principal Masamichi Yaga. He's right, you can't possibly be seriously expecting him to be your little dog on a leash just because he was recently promoted. Please try to be more reasonable, Yoshino Busen. Sighed out the principal in agreement. He felt like he was always relegated to being the mediator when talking with others from outside the council. Gakuganji stammered slightly in response to the unexpected outburst and being identified while hidden by the barrier of the shoji, but he gathered himself quickly thanks to his experience in politics. This is an outrage. You can't possibly be supporting this obvious contempt of the council. He is making a fool out of the very cornerstone of this society. The Camo elder exclaimed, seeming outraged at the clear disdain shown to them. Calm yourself, Maito Camo. This is being reasonable, Masamichi-san, but very well, we will take your worries into consideration. For now he must take an assignment in order to prove himself to us. The Gojo clan elder replied, his annoyance veiled but noticeable in his tone. Agreed, I motion for him to be assigned with the retrieval of Ryaman Sukuna's fingers. Said the Zenin elder with a smirk, secretly satisfied with the temper of his preferred Zenin heir. Ahem, motion seconded. We have been overwhelmed with the surge in curse sightings and understaffed after Saguru Ghetto's rampage through Tokyo and Kyoto, so we need someone reliable to go and seize it to be sealed away. Gakuganji added, trying to seem as unbothered as possible after his loss. We concur. Sounds agreeable. An acceptable conclusion. Calls of confirmation were voiced out around him, as Megumi knew what he must do next. Then the motion has passed. Zenin Megumi will be assigned with the retrieval of the special grade cursed objects and is expected to start within the week. Ordered Principal Yaga, seeming happy that things were put on hold so they would lose a chance to try and put a leash on Megumi, for now. Very well, if that is what is required of me, then I shall deliver. If that is all, honored elders, I'll be on my way. Megumi said with a smile and closed eyes. He was already sensing the barrier focusing on him again and getting ready to send him away. Do not disappoint us, Zenin Megumi. The Zenin elder commanded as Megumi's body flickered and faded away in a flash of light. Silence permeated the inner sanctum of the Jujutsu headquarters. Each council member was in thought as they sent away the newly appointed special grade sorcerer. Is that child even worthy of such a designation? Even with a domain expansion and his extended usage of the 10 shadows, he can't be on the same level as those two before him. Started the Camo clan elder, his disdain for Megumi was seeping through into his words. Don't forget his track record. Mita Camo, doing everything he did in the night parade was no small feat if he managed all of this now, even before joining the Jujutsu Technical College. I shudder to think of what he could be capable of after a few more years of experience. Replied Gakugunji. We gave him this designation based on the threat we know he could be much like Okotsu before him, and he showed exactly how far his contempt for us goes. Remember what tipped us to the side of giving him such designation, that special cursed energy trait of his could prove to be a real threat if we do not find a way to control him. Stated the Gojo clan's elder, his opinions were colored and influenced by the former exploits of Megumi's father before him. He might not currently be on the level of threat that the likes of Satoru Gojo or Yukitsu Kumo, but he has been on a rather disturbingly fast rate of growth recently. He might grow too fast for us to handle if things continue as they are now. Continued Mita Camo with an expression of extreme disdain. Indeed. That trait of his, combined with the abilities of our fabled 10 shadows, makes him a being of extreme potential to do lasting damage to our structure, and we must find a way to limit him. Remember, maintaining the agenda is our top priority. Concluded Zenin Arataka as he placed one hand upon the other. They continued their meeting for a while after, their topics shifting from one to another as the cornerstone that kept the world of Jujutsu balanced worked to maintain their agenda. A few days later. 1st of January, 2018. Megumi sat in the front passenger seat of a black sedan. In his lap was a file listing the recorded locations of Ryaman Sukuna's fingers. Currently the file was displaying information on one of the special grade cursed objects that was located in a shrine. The shrine was in Yokohama, a city south of Tokyo, which is why he assumed he was given the task of retrieving it. As Satoru was currently in China, apparently some local warlord had lost his shit and was terrorizing the countryside with a pair of contracted special grade curses, so they sent him to crush him, which left him as the only one they could rely on to retrieve the finger without any incident. As to why they couldn't have sent some random second grade, it was because of the location itself. The finger was supposed to be sealed away and protected by the monks at the Taoist temple, but Jujutsu headquarters had lost contact with the temple a few weeks ago and needed someone capable to double-check. They couldn't send anyone sooner because of the whole ghetto debacle, which now only left him as a reliable tactical nuke as it were to maintain the tenuous balance that kept the world of Jujutsu afloat. He was fully aware that they were intending to make him their new guard dog or replacement for Satoru, considering that Tsukumo Yuki had long since abandoned them and Yuta had lost his special grade status after the loss of Rika, not mentioning the fact that he's going off to Africa for a year. Yeah, I am currently the only person they can rely on to keep this broken frame together, so they better not think I'll tolerate such obvious disrespect even if I plan to wait a bit longer for my plan to come together. Not that their control will last much longer, sooner or later I'll snatch their control from under their noses. Megumi had already started spreading out his roots into their bases, sending out support and giving help to the middle managers. Just as he had expected, they were severely understaffed and underpaid, something that was easily fixed with the help of his saved-up funds and some help from Satoru's card. I'm sure he doesn't mind. Dumbass has full access to the Gojo treasury and uses it on the most stupid things. He thought with a smile, remembering the time when he had reserved him and Tsumiki a section of a park when they were kids just because his sister had made an offhand comment about how annoying lines for attractions were. Bringing the middlemen and women to his side was the first step. If he wants a clean transition when the time comes, he needs as much influence and sway on those that grease the wheels of this society as he can get. He had also met up with Izumi Hanako the other day, the sorcerer that helped him with the Sukuna cult a few years back. He had taken him up on his offer of leaving the countryside for a better life. Unfortunately, though, times had changed and he needed him to go back. Recruiting Izumi to his cause wasn't all that difficult. He had chosen to follow him and his plan rather easily now that he thinks about it. He had Izumi go back and try to bring as many fellow sorcerers in the countryside to his goal, as well as find any worthwhile allies sympathetic to his cause, sorcerer or not. He wasn't picky. With the recruitment of managers, some sorcerers, and other allies started, it was time to bide his time and gather more and more power, either physical or monetary. It took a huge amount of cash to keep the world of Jujutsu running after all, and he couldn't hope to keep all of the established connections, so he needed something to fall back on. How are things with your family, Nijimura-san? You mentioned needing to take leave soon the other day. Everything okay back at home? Megumi asked as he flipped through the file to the next page of the file. Nijimura Tokahiro was a middle-aged widow he had saved during a mission once. A careless Kamo clan sorcerer had screwed up by letting a curse go wild, almost allowing it to kill him. Nijimura and the civilians caught up in the middle of the altercation. Thankfully, he was in the area and was called in as backup, but there's no knowing how the altercation would have ended if not for his involvement. To apologize for his fellow sorcerer's misplay, he had given out a sizable sum of cash to those affected. Of course, he made the Kamo clan pay him back for it, but there's no need for them to know that. Nothing to worry about, Zenin-sama. It's just... My wife and I are expecting a child soon, so I wanted to take some time off to spend with her and my baby boy for a little while. Nijimura confessed with a bashful smile as he drove them to their location. Oh, is that so? Congratulations are in order then, my friend. Here, take this. Megumi said as he reached into his hakama and pulled out an envelope, placing it in the window's lap with a smile. Reading the next page of the document, Megumi's smile deepened. The name of the location listed on the file was a very familiar one. Sujisawa High, huh? Looks like you're not too far away, Yuji Itadori. I wonder if you'll be the same man I remember from so many years ago. This is too much, Zenin-sama. I can't in good conscience take so much after everything you've done for me and my family. Nijimura cried out after he opened the envelope at a red light. Within it was a large sum of cash. Nonsense, we're friends, aren't we, Nijimura-san? Friends help friends when needed. Megumi stated as he flipped to the next page of the document. I don't enjoy manipulating a kind and honest man like this, but I need as much influence as possible, and if this is going to get the wheels going as it were, then so be it. The gesture had an immediate effect, just as he expected. The window's eyes welled up with tears as he tried to wipe them away while driving. Thank you, Zenin-sama. I will never forget this. Nijimura gave his deepest gratitudes as they reached their destination. Megumi closed the file and placed it into his hari, feeling it disappear and fade into his abyss as he got out of the car, Nijimura following him right after hiding the envelope within his car for safekeeping. The shrine was beautiful from the outside, utterly serene and without faults. However, a sorcerer's eye would reveal a whole new world. The building was steeped in cursed energy from top to bottom. Yes, without a doubt, Zenin-sama, it looks like you were the right choice for this assignment. From just my feeble measurements, there must be a first-grade curse within that building right now. A special grade might not even be unlikely. Nijimura deduced as he made some notes on a clipboard. Looks like it. I should probably get to work soon then. Who knows what kind of shit is happening in there? Megumi asserted as he closed the car's door and walked towards the shrine with his hands in his pockets. Of course, Zenin-sama, I'll take care of the curtain. We have already given an order to clear the shrine of any civilians, and it has been taken care of by a lesser sorcerer who came to look over things, so there's no need to worry about that. Please come back safe and sound. The window said with a bow. Megumi simply raised his hand in reply as he entered the shrine, not looking back as the curtain fell around it. Contrary to the outside, the inside of the shrine is filthy and untamed. The plants were growing out of control. Dust and grime covered every inch of the place. Most evident was the presence of cursed spirits. They were infesting the holy grounds and desecrating the very ideals that it was built upon. I can't be asked to go one by one and kill all of them. I'll just make a merger that can clear everything out for me till I find the finger. Megumi groaned out in annoyance, his shadows morphing and increasing in size as his body lit up in an inferno of cursed energy. I need something fast and can take out as many curses as possible. Firepower is nice but not completely necessary. Have NYX and Blizzard's essence as the base, throw in new for speed and electric damage, and finally Rabbit Escape to cover as much ground as possible. Megumi thought, considering all his options, as he then started chanting to support the summoning of a new merged beast. I'm not the most creative or original man. I suck at naming things, so I knew I had to get some inspiration to think of new Shikigami combinations. Thankfully, it wasn't too hard to access the Jujutsu HQ library and read up on mythology, either from Japan or otherwise. In the end, perhaps using the name of a mythological beast would enhance my own because of the ritualistic aspect. Who knows? Umbra. Amalgam. Reforge. Phoenix Heart. Maximum Technique, Merged Beast, Hainu. From his shadows formed a large white wolf. It had large pure white wings. Juxtaposed to the rest of its body, the wolf's head, paws and tip of their tail held a sort of ethereal blue galactic form that glowed softly in the dim atmosphere of the abandoned shrine. On the wolf's face were pure white eyes, under them were stars, 3 under each eye to be specific, and most curiously there was one large orb of light on the top of its head. Hey, wonder where the blue parts come from. Oh well, I suppose it doesn't really matter, does it? Hainu, weed out the pests and track down the finger. Megumi ordered, his hands still in his pockets. And so the divine beast did. The orb of divine light shined as did one of the stars on the curse's face, and from that light formed an exact copy of the beast. Then another and another, till the number of copies totaled 6, each copy forming from the light of one of the stars till none remained. The copies moved out immediately, each one going off in a separate direction and beginning the slaughter. Curses were purged and exorcised one after another in a shocking display of speed and grace. Whether it be by a bite, a slash, or being struck down by the Hainu's divine lightning, they all stood no chance. The original Hainu stayed by Megumi's side, its orb still shone with its brilliant aura as after a few minutes of walking around by his side as they searched for the finger, a star on its face shone with brilliance once more. Shortly after that, the merged beast channeled its ability once more, which created a 7th clone. The clone immediately ran off to one of its brethren who was struggling with a semi-grade 1 curse and helped them by tackling the curse from behind and biting a chunk of its neck out. The curse died shortly after that as they dispersed to take care of any and all cursed remnants. After a while of searching, Megumi stopped and looked ahead at a torii gate that led to the very top of the shrine. It was there where he knew he found the finger, not because he saw it but because he felt an enormous amount of cursed energy gathered around it. Passing through that gate will definitely be entering through a barrier. If I had to guess from everything that happened in this shrine, the finger somehow ended up being swallowed by a curse that became a finger holder curse or a finger bearer and slaughtered everyone within. And then it formed its own innate domain, much like the one from Canon. He deduced as he surveyed the entire compound. Looks like the Hainu have taken care of all the curses. Whatever. I'll play your game, curse. I'll enter your domain and slaughter you. I've got better things to do than hang out here, maybe mice in Japan. It's been a while, it would be fun to catch up. Megumi said with a sly smile as he walked through the torii gate and entered the innate domain of the finger bearer curse. The world shifted and changed, becoming a nonsensical jumble of geometry, the sky painted a deep crimson red. The main motif was that of a shrine. Torii gates were placed around with wanton abandon as paths built of blood and broken bodies paved the way. It was truly a horrific sight, a perversion of the doctrine of Taoism that originated the world around him. And in its center was one being, the finger bearer. It had pale white skin and a muscular body. Its legs were covered with a black carapace-like robe. Its head had 4 lines running from its mouth to the back of its head and had 4 eyes spotted along its 2 middle lines. Most importantly, in the middle of the core of its body was a hole. Within that hole lies the source of all the madness, a special grade cursed object, Ryaman Sukuna's cursed finger. There you are. Megumi called out with a smirk. The curse turned to look at him. It froze for a moment before jumping back completely alert. Every one of its senses told it one thing: if it fought the one that came before it, all that awaited it was one single future: death. Truth be told, I can't be bothered to expand my own domain to overpower yours right now. Or even delegate it to my Shikigami. No, I think I have a better idea for you, Megumi stated as a cold, sadistic grin came to him. Megumi desummoned all his Shikigami and took off his hari and inner shirt, not wanting them to get dirty, then took out his old notebook. In this notebook were all his notes that he took about Jujutsu throughout his life. He went to the last page and started writing a bit. Feels kinda nostalgic. Been years since I wrote on this thing, almost like putting on an old suit I never had an occasion to wear. The curse looked at him confused for a while, but then its confusion turned into rage. Even with its limited mental capacity, it could understand the insult being thrown at it. The finger bearer ripped off its carapace-like robe and held back its arm. Within its hand built up an orb of condensed cursed energy. The orange orb of malevolence then fired off at Megumi at insane speeds. However, the target of the attack merely jumped to the side without even looking up at the attack. Okay, so this is gonna be a new section about cursed energy output. I've always wondered how you bastards and Yuta were able to fire off cursed energy like he blasts straight out a Dragon Ball, so this is gonna be a very good opportunity to learn, Megumi said as he started marking out his outline for his notes. The curse growled at it being ignored and missing its attack, deciding to fire off multiple blasts of cursed energy. Blasts of energy fired through the crimson sky, each and every one being dodged with grace as Megumi landed on top of a Torii gate and sat down while starting to write down some notes. Looks like there isn't much of a limit on how many can be fired out at the same time. So why does it choose to only throw out orbs most of the time and others it fires off ki beams? He questioned as he tapped his head with the pen. Deciding to try a different approach, the curse shot ahead at Megumi with fever and rage. It lashed out with its claw limb that was covered in a layer of the ki-like cursed energy. Megumi looked up for a moment at the oncoming curse with a grin before proceeding to weave in and between each swipe. So it can use it as a buff for regular attacks, from the looks of it. This must be what Satoru talked about when he explained black flashes. What was it? The second no? It must be the type of cursed energy that crashes into your opponent, he recalled before weaving to the side of a claw swipe. He grabbed one of the curse's arms and pulled it back to the side and slammed his elbow into its face. The elbow then turned into a grip as he gripped the curse's face and threw it away without letting go of its arm. The effect was immediate as the curse was separated from its limb, which he held with his own and inspected as the curse screamed in pain. He observed as the leftover cursed energy layer stayed for a moment before it fizzled out, the limb turning to dust shortly after. That confirms that it relies on constant cursed energy consumption, so my initial hypothesis must be correct. This ability to throw ki blasts around with cursed energy is like a maximized use of the output of cursed energy, so theoretically everyone should be able to do it, Megumi deduced with a smile while continuing to write in his notebook. The finger bearer collected itself with a scowl, rage filling its veins as well as another emotion, fear. It truly didn't know what would work, but it seems its opponent wasn't doing anything, so it chose to bide its time and wait for an opening, looking for any chance for survival. But they can't, which leads me to what the problem is: pure cursed energy output. An unleashed Rika was able to output that ki blast attack thanks to Yuta trading his hold over her to unlock all her limiters, as well as during his 5 minutes with her unleashed later on, and these fingerers can do it, cause their curses with no limiters on their output, I suppose. There was another dude that could do it, no? Ishigori something, whatever, these are enough notes for now, the black-haired man considered while tapping his forehead with his thumb. Megumi then closed his book after finishing up his notes, turning to the finger bearer. He laughed a little bit, amused at the curse's expression. My bad, little one. I was a bit engrossed in my notes, you'll have to forgive me. It's been a while since I've had to go and investigate something, so it made me a little excited. I'll put you out of your misery now, Megumi announced, his smile returning to a sadistic grin. What was it that Satoru said? Tear a special grade to shreds with your bare hands, was it? I can do that. I won't use anything more than my cursed energy manipulation and biology to eviscerate you," Megumi declared as he raised his hand, closing it into a fist. As he did, along it flowed sparks of golden electricity that promised a painful end. In a second, Megumi was upon the curse, his arm pulled back sparking with cursed energy and electricity. The curse moved to protect itself with a shield of cursed energy, and when the fist made impact with the barrier shook as cracks flowed through it. Megumi didn't stop there as he proceeded to bring his other arm down at the barrier. The sheer strength of the haymaker shattered the barrier into pieces. His fist didn't stop there, however, as it went on to slam into the curse's face and drove it into the ground. He stomped down at the curse's abdomen and drove it down even further. He then dropped down and sat on its abdomen before grasping its neck and starting to squeeze, arcs of lightning flowing down from his evolved form and starting to paralyze his victim's muscles. "If a ripping you to shreds is what's required of me, then I guess it's time to rip and tear," he declared with a mad grin as he brought his right hand into the air and covered it with cursed energy. New shadow style, reforged moon. His hand became sharp armored claws made of cursed energy in an instant as he brought them down at the struggling curse. One after another he started grasping at its flesh and pulling back, each attack dealing immense damage to the special grade curse. "I mean, honestly, the balls you have. I have been training to be the best every day for the past decade. What right does a worthless curse that can only piggyback off another curse's power have to challenge me?" he asked. Each one of his words were emphasized with a spray of blood and viscera. Blood covered his body as the curse spasmed and lashed out, trying to push him off, but it was all in vain. Its fate was sealed the moment it ran into the special grade sorcerer named Megumi Fushiguro. Before long the curse stopped resisting and went limp, its body turned into dust moments later, leaving behind only one purple waxy finger. The innate domain around him faded away and he returned to the real world, looking up into the moonlit skies as he felt a change within his being. His part of the vow with Gojo Satoru had been completed. He panted and regained his breath as he stood up, taking a moment to look down at his hands and body soaked completely in purplish blood, and silently thanked himself for removing his clothes prior to the fight. He stood there for a moment before letting out a huff with a small chuckle. "Man, I am a deeply screwed up person, aren't I?" The 14th of June, 2018. And so time passed by quickly. Days became weeks, which then became months, and before long it was June. Many things had changed throughout the months. His training hadn't stopped after completing his vow with Satoru. In fact, it only increased. Megumi could be seen walking down the street wearing a light blue shirt and dark pants. He was walking his way towards the location of another one of Ryman Sukuna's fingers. Sujisawa Municipal High School. By his side was Blizzard, who he brought along to enjoy a walk. As he was deep in thought, he was considering his options and choices for the oncoming day, among other things. "Still makes me laugh when I remember what Satoru did to that Chinese warlord. Poor guy already gave up and was being captured, but Satoru accidentally squished him into a ball with his spatial control when my part of the vow was completed." He laughed a bit, imagining the white-haired man's expression. Megumi also hadn't really considered it prior to completing the vow, but training had become somewhat of ritual for him after so many years as he continued training every day regardless. It helped him calm down and focus and brought him a sense of peace he hadn't thought he'd achieve for a long while. It even helped him get over his smoking, which had started to become somewhat of a problem in the months following Tsumiki's coma. Every time he felt like he wanted one, he'd just go out and train. It helped a surprising amount. "Still pissed that I can't use the inverted spear of heaven on Tsumiki, but Satoru is right. It's not a good idea to use that on her right now, since there's no knowing what it could do to her mind. Given that whatever curse placed on her deals with the mind, it's not a good idea to screw with it for now. I'll study it whenever I can and see if there's a way to use the spear on it to break the curse." Training with Moki had been quite enjoyable as well. It had been quite an experience for him. It helped him focus back on his fundamentals of cursed energy control and reinforcement. His Shikigami and cursed technique didn't really matter all that much when she could outpace them all with ease, barring any mergers. So he was forced to rely on himself alone to keep up with her immense physical strength and speed. At the beginning he could barely even see her move most of the time, and that's not even considering the difference in strength and durability. She could dish out and take so much damage it was absurd if he was being honest. It took him a good couple of months, but he managed to be able to keep up with her in speed and reaction time. He could now at least somewhat keep up with her in pure physical ability. However, it was a different story if she was using her cursed tools. The difference in strength granted to her by Playful Cloud was like heaven and earth. He couldn't hope to match her in pure physical strength while she was using it no matter what he did. If nothing else, he could at least say that their training together had increased his pain tolerance and durability by a large margin. We did focus on mastering her new senses as I promised. I can proudly say that I helped her reach her fully realized form as that sumo guy did back in my original life. This time around, things will be different. I will save as many people as possible. I refuse to fail again. Megumi's eyes hardened as he entered a rugby field. Which now brings me to this moment, Itadori Yuji and the reawakening of Ryomen Sukuna. I've thought about this moment for years, whether to allow him to reincarnate or not. In the end, it will be better for everyone if Sukuna never incarnates in Yuji's body. He watched as an old man threw a rugby ball across the field, surrounded by a few dozen of his students. The ball flew around 14 meters before it stopped with cheers all around. Without Sukuna, there's no Shibuya, the culling games never start, Kenjaku's plan is screwed and Satoru never dies. This is the right choice. No matter what, Sukuna must never revive and Yuji cannot eat that damned finger. Speaking of whom, Megumi finally saw him, Yuji Itadori. It's an odd sensation. He remembers fighting alongside him in his previous life, and he also remembers watching as Yuji had a mental breakdown from watching his own body be taken over by Sukuna. Seriously, what a mind mess. Why did all my memories decide to meld together randomly? What a pain. Also, what is it with them? Is watching a man bend steel by throwing a ball that crazy? I suppose life as a sorcerer and training with Moki daily kinda screwed with my perception of what's crazy. He muttered to himself quietly while ruffling his hair as he saw Yuji throw a ball that bent steel and caused everyone around him to be in shock. As he muttered, Blizzard moved on his own, spotting a large second-grade curse and jumping into the air at it. Catching the curse off guard, his jaw clamped down around its rotund neck and pulled it down onto the ground. The curse struggled for its life, but the wolf was simply too strong for it to hope to escape as he tore into its writhing flesh and ate it alive while it was screaming in agony. Alas, none heard its screams as it died a slow and painful death. Megumi, not caring for this in the slightest, simply walked off and followed Yuji after he sensed remnants of Sukuna's familiar cursed energy on him. I could catch up to him in an instant and stop him right now, but his grandpa should be about to die today, isn't he? I'm already going to rob him of his destiny and future as a Jujutsu sorcerer, as well as the opportunity to learn about his origins and family. The least I could do is allow him to say his goodbyes to his granddad. Worst case scenario is that a curse eats it and becomes a finger bearer, which would be easy to deal with. And so he followed him to the hospital by jumping from roof to roof until they reached the hospital, jumping down after Yuji entered it, and then followed him to his granddad's room. Megumi then waited for about 30 minutes before he saw a few nurses rushing into the room. An hour later he saw Yuji exit the room and fill some documents at the front desk of the hospital. After seeing him finish, Megumi coughed into his hand to catch his attention. Sorry to bother you at such a time, but may I please have your attention? You're Itadori Yuji, correct? He asked, already knowing the answer. What? Yeah, that's me. What is it I'm kinda grieving over here? The pink-haired young man answered. Yuji is a young man of average height and appears to have a slender build when wearing baggy clothing, but actually has a lean and muscular physique. He also has relatively large light brown eyes and spiky pink hair that's styled in an undercut fashion. Yuji wore a light-colored hooded jacket, high-cuff black pants, and white shoes. My name is Megumi Fushiguro, and I promise to explain everything in full eventually, but for now we must move with haste. Human lives are on the line. You found a cursed object recently, correct? One like this? Megumi asked, bringing out his phone and showing a picture of Sukuna's finger while sealed. What do you mean lives are on the line? I did get that thing, but what are you talking about? Yuji questioned in return, seeming very alarmed and confused. I'll explain as we go, now can you please hand over the cursed object? Megumi placated while raising his hand to accept the cursed finger. Fine, I don't care about it here, take it. Now can you please explain what you meant? Yuji handed the talisman that was supposed to be holding the cursed object and walked by his side. Well, to explain it as simply as I can, all humans create negative energy from their emotions. Whether it be rage, embarrassment of grief, and that cursed energy can go on to create extremely dangerous curses. What is in this talisman is a special grade CU-, Megumi explained as he and Yuji walked out of the hospital. He then stopped in his place mid-sentence as he saw something that took him by surprise. Itadori. Yeah? Where's the object inside this talisman? Megumi asked, internally chastising himself immensely for forgetting about the separation of the finger and seal. Who? It's with the Curse Society Club back at school. Why is that bad? Yuji asked with a nervous tone, already sensing the answer he was about to receive. It's more than bad, they're gonna die if we don't get over there now. Megumi declared with a grim expression. What? There's no time to explain, follow me and try to keep up. Megumi ordered as he turned around to the direction of Sujisawa High. Right! Megumi immediately sprinted off ahead of Yuji, who followed close behind him. Their speeds were superhuman as they blurred across the city at speeds that rivaled and surpassed cars. To Yuji's surprise, Megumi was actually much faster than him, which was something that never thought he'd see in his life. Megumi had been training with Moki for the past 6 months, who now outclassed Itadori in physical abilities by several magnitudes, that combined with his evolved and mutated biology thanks to his permutations from his incarnations made him a monster in physicality alone. Within a mere 2 minutes, Megumi and Yuji sprinted across the entire city and arrived at the school. The school was already steeped with cursed energy. There was so much cursed energy concentrated that even Yuji could feel it. It sent shivers down his spine. This is where you stop. I'm going in there and saving your friends. Stay here. Megumi ordered as he kicked open the gates to the school. Wait, I should come too. Those are my friends in there. I have to go help them. The pink-haired boy stuttered out. Even though he felt an aura of death that he never felt before in his whole life, his will to honor his grandfather's final wish was helping him to try to overcome his fear. Listen, I won't stop you from coming, but know this. This isn't a game. If you follow me, you will die. Megumi stated before he blurred into the distance, leaving Yuji to stir in his thoughts. Megumi disappeared into the main building of Sujisawa High. Immediately as he entered the building, he saw a few dozen curses lining the walls. He immediately channeled his cursed technique into Blizzard and summoned him once more in his totality form. Divine Dog, Totality. The Totality Beast ripped through all the curses in less than a second as Megumi simply ran past them and headed towards where he sensed the special grade cursed object. On his way, he found a young boy with thick lips being attacked by a 3rd grade curse that attached to his head like a face hugger and was slowly but surely eating him alive. Please, help me please. The boy cried out, begging for his life. To this, Megumi just ran past him, completely ignoring the boy, who cried even harder at the betrayal. However, Megumi did not leave the boy to his fate of dying in complete and utter despair, as a few seconds after he ran past him, Blizzard came hurtling in behind him and sliced the curse apart in an instant. The boy fell to the ground as he lost all his strength and passed out from relief. It was doubtful if he was even going to remember this day or bury the traumatic memories for as long as possible. A few dozen curses later, Megumi found Ryaman Sukuna's cursed finger. However, there was a problem. The finger was in the possession of a girl with dark hair and glasses. And this girl was currently in the many hands of a 1st grade curse, and from the smug expression on the curse's distorted face, there was no doubt in Megumi's mind that if he dared to move even an inch closer to the curse, the girl would die. TCH, bastard curses. Why are they always smart when it's least convenient? No matter, I can still save her and get the finger, but I have to be strategic about this. I'll have Blizzard go around the curse from inside the shadows and circle around to being behind it. From there he can sneak attack and I can save. Megumi planned out in his mind how he was going to save the girl with Blizzard already enacting his plan, but he was stopped by a sudden shattering noise and the window to the right of the curse exploding outwards. From the shower of broken glass emerged Itadori Yuji, who drop-kicked the curse in the head, throwing it off of the girl. The curse flew away and slammed into a nearby wall. Then immediately as it did so, Blizzard emerged from its shadow and tore it in half with a single swipe of his claw. Whoa! So that was a curse. That's completely different from what I expected. What's that dog-looking thing that killed it with one hit? It's on our side, right? Yuji asked as he checked on the girl, before picking her up. Normally I'd be pissed at you coming in here, but I'll let it slide cause you were actually useful. People usually can't see curses or jujutsu unless in life or death situations. That's Blizzard. He's my Shikigami. He's kind of like a Pokemon but different in the specifics. And what did you expect them to look like? Casper the friendly freaking ghost. Megumi commented with a light chuckle. Hey, now that you mention it, I've never seen a curse before. Yuji expertly deduced. You aren't scared shitless anymore, I see. What changed? Megumi asked, somewhat curious. Well, I was at first. But then it sank in. People actually die. Yuji said wistfully, drawing an incredulous hey from Megumi. What I mean by that is, people will die no matter what. So I figured that for those people that I know or hold dear to me, if they do actually have to die, I'd rather they died proper deaths. I dunno, does that make sense? Yuji asked after his heartfelt explanation of his ideals. However, his speech had unintendedly dug up an old memory Megumi thought he had buried and moved past from. Oh. Guess this is it. Hope you live, Fushiguro-kun. Yeah, it does. Megumi simply replied after a small silence. But now that that's done, hand it over. It's dangerous for you to even hold it. It's like a beacon and bait for cursed spirits. Megumi stated as he extended his hand to receive the finger, trying to change the subject and once again forget one of his greatest regrets. Hey, sure, here have it. Why did all these curses want that finger so bad? Is it special or something? Asked Yuji, wanting to satisfy his curiosity after all the trouble as he reached down to grab the purple waxy finger from the ground. It's because they wanted to eat it. Curses are built completely of cursed energy, which is why you couldn't hurt that curse even with your strength. Only with cursed energy can they be hurt and you have none. But to the main point, curses want to eat that finger to gain its immense cursed energy and get way stronger since it's a special grade cursed object. He explained in response as he grabbed the finger from Yuji's hands. Ooh, that makes sense, so it's kinda like what dash? Yuji said in reply before he was cut off by Megumi pulling him and the girl behind him suddenly. I'm sick of this shit. Megumi stated as where Yuji stood another second grade curse crashed down trying to grab the finger. To this Megumi just raised his hand and filled it with cursed energy before swiping it to the side. The resulting reaction caused Yuji to gasp in surprise. Before his eyes he saw the curse be turned to a red mist, the wall behind it dissolving outwards as well from the force of Megumi's swipe as all the rubble flew away in a blinding gust of air. The very foundations of the building beneath his feet shook under the black-haired sorcerer's strength. It was unreal to him, even after everything. Witnessing such a casual feat of power caused his mind to stop in awe. Whoa, that's cool as hell. Could I learn to do that? He asked with stars in his eyes. Ha ha, this is nothing. You could probably learn to do Megumi laughed out in response to his or but paused mid-sentence as he sensed something that should have been impossible. Is that ghetto dash? He muttered to himself in shock before sensing a spatial distortion forming around him, much like when Satoru uses his abilities. If Megumi was close to the source of the cursed energy, he sensed he would hear but one word. Ganesha. With that command, Megumi and Blizzard disappeared from his place, Ryaman Sukuna's finger simply falling down to ground once again from his grasp. Go damn it, Yuta, you had one job. Damn it, Kenjaku. Megumi screamed out into nothing as he wasn't near the ground. In fact, he was about 1,000 meters high in the skies. That freaking rat bastard has screwed me again. You better go hide, you damn pig. Because if I find you, I'm going to rip your spine out of your mouth. Megumi raged out as his back exploded outwards. Incarnation, new. Megumi shouted as flew back down to Yuji as fast as he could. Yuji was completely overwhelmed. To him, Megumi had just disappeared into nothing and dropped the finger. He had grabbed it as he now knew how dangerous it would be to just leave it for any curse to devour and gain power, as Megumi said. Which then brought him to his current situation, surrounded by disgusting abominations while trying to save a girl. He was caught between a rock and hard place, and he was completely out of options. It was then he remembered Megumi's previous explanation. Only with cursed energy can they be hurt, and you have none. But to the main point, curses want to eat that finger to gain its immense cursed energy. I know a way. I can save everyone. I just have to have my own cursed energy, right? Yuji shouted out as he was held by a curse. He threw the finger into the air and swallowed it whole. Don't do it, don't you do it. Megumi screamed out. He was only a mere 10 meters away from arriving. A mere 3 seconds away from preventing the revival of the King of Curses, Ryman Sukuna. Alas, he was too late as an explosion of cursed energy fired off into the heavens. Pure malevolence and evil permeated throughout the skies. It was as if the world itself cried out in fear, for an ancient evil had been revived. The incarnation of carnage has been reborn, and Ryman Sukuna lives once again. Dei-hee-hee. Ah ha 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 ha, I knew it. The light feels best in the flesh. Sukuna took on the appearance of his host, Yuji Itadori, but with pink spiked hair slightly pushed up front and his tattoos manifested. His incarnation also caused Yuji to have a second pair of eyes. Sukuna grasped at the clothes on his new vessel's body and ripped them off his body. The clothes tore apart like wet tissue paper, revealing his muscular body covered head to toe in black tattoos. Megumi landed nearby, rage coursing through his veins like hot lava at having his plans thrown into the garbage, but he managed to calm himself as he watched the revived king celebrate with a hint of amusement as his incarnation faded away. Screw my life, why does nothing go according to plan? Whatever, plan B it is. I need to get Yuji and the others strong enough to deal with the future, no rest for the wicked, I suppose. Megumi sighed in exasperation and cursed whatever gods were watching over him while watching the monarch continue his celebration. Cursed flesh is so boring now. Where are the children, the women? What a wonderful era to be reawakened. Women and children are crawling everywhere like maggots, how marvelous. He screamed out as he looked around and stood upon the edge of the roof and declared out with all his demonic heart. It'll be a massacre. Aha-waha. He was brought out of his jubilation by hearing laughter behind him. Turning to face the source of it, the king paused. You seem oddly familiar, brat. Do I know you? Sukuna demanded. Oh, don't mind me. You seem to be having quite a bit of fun. Continue. Megumi replied with a chuckle and waved him away. That cursed energy. I remember you. You're the one that killed that vessel I almost controlled a few years ago. You killed a curse bearing my finger too, didn't you? Sukuna grinned at finally finding the one who delayed his revival for so long. He moved his hand up, his cursed energy firing up as he prepared to use his cursed technique, Shrine, in order to cut down the one who displeased him. However, right before he could fire off his attack, a pulse fired off from his very soul, causing his strength to leave him, his limbs going numb and dropping down as his right arm grabbed his face against his will while turning away. What do I think you're doing with my body? Give it back. The vessel exclaimed with words that were not his own. What? How are you doing that? You're not supposed to be able to move. Sukuna said, rejecting the reality before him. Well, it's my body, you know. Of course I can. Yuji replied from within as he took back control forcefully. The tattoos on his body faded away slowly as he rubbed his chin while trying to get used to the new sensations in it, muttering, I'm kinda like Two-Face. He heard claps and turned back to face them, and called out in surprise. Oh, Fushiguro. You're okay, that's good. Yuji exclaimed with a grin. You are just a bundle of surprises, aren't you? And of course I am. I'm the third strongest Jujutsu sorcerer alive right now. It'd be kinda humiliating if I wasn't. Now what the hell were you thinking when you ate that finger? Do you have any idea how deep the shit is that you're in right now? Megumi congratulated before chastising the pink-haired boy for his actions. Hey, but it's all fine, isn't it? Everyone's safe and I'm still in control. He reasoned back. But before Megumi could reply, another voice answered for him. Well, obviously not. It's a wonder you're still alive. Turning around, Yuji saw a white-haired man who was a few centimeters taller than Fushiguro looking at him closely as if he could see into the deepest reaches of his soul even through his all-black blindfold. Satoru? Why are you here now? Megumi groaned out as he face-palmed. Oh, why didn't you want me here, Megumi? Didn't want me to see you allowing Sukuna to reincarnate under your watch? Ooh, the higher-ups are gonna chew the hell out of you, ha ha ha. Gojo laughed out at Megumi's expense, who just grumbled knowing that he's in for a headache soon. I mean, honestly, if I had a nickel for every time you were present for a potential reawakening for Ryaman freaking Sukuna, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right? He continued, laughing his heart out at his little brother, whose face gained a couple veins bulging out from his contained annoyance. I'm so confused right now. Who's Sukuna? Who the higher-ups? Isn't he really strong? Why would he not want them to know? Yuji asked them incredulously. Don't mind that for now, it looks like you're really in full control. Can you swap out with Sukuna for 10 seconds? The white-haired man asked as he handed Megumi a bag full of sweets. Megumi looked into the bag and sighed, going to the side and sitting down. No words needed to be said, they could understand each other perfectly without the need for words. He knew Satoru wanted to fight Sukuna. Sukuna? You mean the other guy that I ate? I don't know if that's a good idea. Yuji commented, remembering the things his new other half said as soon as he awoke. Oh, you don't need to worry about that, kid. After all, I'm the strongest. Gojo stated as a fact while waving him off. Well, if you say so. 10 seconds, right? Yuji asked hesitantly before he closed his eyes. In an instant, the king's cursed energy burned once again. Immediately after gaining control once more, Sukuna blurred ahead at Gojo to try and kill him while his back was turned. However, before he could touch him, he slammed onto the ground on his knees. Sitting on top of him was Gojo. Megumi watched on and chuckled at the king being brought so low before his eyes. Hey Sukuna, my little brother is watching, so I hope you don't mind me showing off. Gojo told him as Sukuna pushed him off and swiped at him again. Megumi watched on as for the next 10 seconds, Satoru proceeded to run circles around the King of Curses, who grunted and struggled while trying his hardest to land one hit to no avail. The King of Curses, Ryaman Sukuna, could not land a single hit on Satoru Gojo. Right at the 10-second mark, another pulse shot through Sukuna's soul as he lost control of his new body again. You two filthy sorcerers, when I get control of this vessel you'll be the first 2 I annihilate. He declared before fading away. HM? Is everything okay? Yuji asked as soon as he got back control. Amazing, you really can control him. Gojo sighed out in awe. Yeah, but he's really annoying. He's just been yapping in head ever since I ate that finger. The vessel commented as he hit the side of his head to make him shut up. It's a wonder that's all he's doing. Satoru said before he placed his finger at Yuji's forehead, making him fall unconscious in an instant. TCH, show off. I'm not impressed, I could do that too. Megumi grumbled at him from the side as he caught Itadori and stopped him from falling. Stop lying, I know you. Gojo laughed a bit before going quiet and looking down at the boy in his hands. So what do you think we should do with him now? He asked. Isn't that obvious? We'll help him and make him stronger, it'll piss the hell out of the higher-ups. Megumi said with a grin. Ha ha ha, I'm so proud of you, Megumi. The next day. And this is gonna be your room. You can do whatever you want in here as long as you don't set it on fire. The last time I did that, Suguru and I got chewed out for an hour straight. Gojo chuckled out as he opened the door to an empty room. Whoa, it's huge! This is all for me, huh? Cool. Yuji simply replied. He got inside the room and started unpacking a small carry-on bag. Gojo looked on as his new student as he placed a concerningly little amount of clothes in a closet and made a mental note to make sure to buy him some. He laughed a little when he saw the boy start to hang up a poster with an actress in a swimsuit on it. He didn't really recognize her, but she had blonde hair and an hourglass figure. You'll meet your senpais later on. Right now the second years are out on a mission and the third years are a bit indisposed, so it'll probably be a while till you meet them, he said with an amused grin. The pink-haired boy hummed along to this as he got the rest of things in order. They stayed in a comfortable silence for a little while until the white-haired man spoke up again. You know, you don't have to go out and fight. Megumi-en, I could just go out and collect all the fingers for you. Why don't you wait here? Gojo asked. Oi, I already said I'll do it. No need to make me question it. Even so, it would be funny to watch Fushiguro beat up after bringing me fingers while I relax. Yuji chuckled while imagining Megumi bruised and beaten, handing a laid-back Yuji a finger with a deadpan glare. PFFFT, yeah, you're right, that is a funny image. But if I'm being honest here, there was no way you weren't fighting. Gojo laughed out at Yuji's expense, who just balked at him. The hell, really? So that was just a test question, I never actually had a choice, he exclaimed with outrage. Ha ha, yeah no, if it was that easy we'd have gotten them all already ages ago. Some of them radiate cursed energy as much as he has ego, but others of his fingers are pretty good at hiding. It'd take years for us to find them alone, and who knows what would happen with you by then. Gojo answered him, and then went on to explain what specifically he needs him for. So basically we need you, or more accurately we need the Sukuna inside you to act as our finger radars as it were and help us find the rest of them. Since he's inside you, he's gonna act as our radar and help us find the rest of the fingers to put him back together, he stated as if it was a done deal. This attitude put Yuji off as he hit the side of his own head, lighting with a concerned expression while muttering. Yeah, for some reason, I don't think he'll just play along with that. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll come up with a win-win compromise with him, Gojo placated with a smile as he picked up on his muttering. Their conversation was interrupted by a loud crashing noise and tremor that shook the building, which caused Yuji to jump, with Satoru only looking back casually and grinning. Oh? Looks like he's back at it again. His? Who's he and what's he doing? I could feel the shockwave from whatever that was from here, he asked with an alarmed expression. Why don't we go and see? The white-haired man announced with the same grin. He then came up to his student and grabbed him by the shoulder. Much to his confusion, a second later a blue flash covered the two of them as space itself folded and twisted before they disappeared from their location. Itadori fell over immediately as space spat them out again, caught completely off guard and unprepared for the sudden change. After taking a moment to right himself once more, he looked up at Gojo for a moment before looking past him and gaped his mouth in surprise. There stood Megumi. He was shirtless and covered in sweat, revealing numerous scars that riddled his muscular form. His arm was elbow deep inside the ground. Around his arm was a sizable crater that sent cracks throughout the ground around them. He growled in annoyance as he pulled out his fist with some effort, revealing a coating of cursed energy in its purest form. As he stood up, the cursed energy began to move and coalesce into a ball of pure obsidian energy, which he then aimed at Satoru and fired. The energy fired off at immense speeds and crashed into Gojo's infinity barrier. The energy bubbled over against the infinite space, covering the white-haired man in its embrace as it tried to reach its target to no avail. The blast fizzled out after a few seconds, showing the grinning Satoru behind it. I told him about sensing Geto for a second before being teleported away. He seems to believe me but is convinced I must have mistaken it. I suppose there is a difference between believing someone wouldn't lie to you and actually seeing it with your own eyes. Well, hopefully he doesn't screw up again this time and get sealed. Wonder if Kenjiku is somewhat weaker this time because he lost an arm? Nah, that wouldn't matter. That rat of all people should be capable of healing the soul. Although, it should still be fine either way if he gets sealed, since we have both the inverted spear of heaven and the black rope to be able to break open the prison realm early. What's that for, Megumi? You could have hurt me for real with that, you know. Satoru complained theatrically with a hurt tone. As if that blast was barely enough to destroy a boulder, not to mention hurt you of all people. I needed somewhere safe to shoot it and you were right there, plus I got to test for how long they go for. Megumi said with a shrug as he fell through the ground and was swallowed by his own shadow. He can just do that. Where'd he go? Yuji questioned incredulously. Oh, that's just one of Megumi's abilities. He can go into his shadow at any time he wants, and Gojo started explaining to his student happily. I'd rather if you don't go on to explain the inner intricacies of my abilities on a whim, Satoru. The walls have ears. The two of them heard a familiar voice behind them which caused them to turn around. When they turned they saw the black head again. This time he was fully clothed, hairy and all, with an annoyed expression on his face. In the end, Satoru was right. It's all about the cursed energy you release to hit your opponent, but maximized, allowed to flow as it wishes. Normally we're trained to keep a death grip on our cursed energy, but if you let it flow, use your body as a guide and just open the floodgates. Megumi considered. He raised his hand slowly in deep thought. Along his arm sparks of cursed energy shone as small obsidian rivers were born of the sparks as they all coalesced into his palm, where an orb of pure cursed energy was formed. Still, that attack was practically useless. Against anything that isn't some weaker second-grade curse, it'd be like throwing a rock at them. The problem here really is output. What I need to make it actually effective is 100% output capability in order to fire off as much of my cursed energy at once. Oh, but worry about things like that are for the weak, not as Megumi. Who cares? Gojo replied with a small laugh. I'm sorry, I'm still on that last bit. What do you mean the walls have ears, Megumi? Asked Itadori before his fellow student could answer. Well, I don't know if either of you have realized or completely internalized this yet, but you have Ryman Sukuna inside of you right now. Is probably listening into everything we say, and I'd rather not let a nigh immortal 1,000-year-old monster know the ins and outs of my technique if I can help it. That about makes sense. Megumi answered as he crushed the orb of cursed energy in his hand. TCH, still inefficient as hell. That would have been enough to obliterate a semi-grade 1, but that isn't worth the drain against actual threats. This alone took like 1.5% of my cursed energy reserves because of how I needed to force it, so I need to figure out a way to increase my output if I want to increase the effectiveness of this ability. I wonder though, would a binding vow work? Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't want that maniac to know too much about my powers either if I could help it. Just let me know when you want me to leave so he doesn't hear anything important, Fushiguro. As a credit to Yuji, the boy didn't seem to take it to heart and understood the black-haired man's misgivings. Thanks for understanding, Itadori. I'm glad at least you're a reasonable person. Megumi said with a relieved sigh. In the background you could see Gojo take a virtual arrow to the heart with the word "the not reasonables" on it. There's some shit that's inevitable for him to find out, but I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. For now I'd like to at the very least keep some knowledge away from him so I can have some cards close to my chest when the time comes. Shut up, I'm not taking backhanded insults from a furry. Ahum, anyways, we still have things we need to do, gentlemen. Today is the day we go and receive the third first-year student. Gojo announced dramatically, trying his best to seem unaffected by his student's jab by shooting one of his own. His jab hand landed quite handily as Megumi was struck through the heart by a virtual arrow with the word furrier on it. Yuji had just tilted his head in confusion, not sure what Gojo was referencing, and just decided to change the subject for his classmate's favor. Cool, who are they gonna be? Yuji asked excitedly, much to the pleasure of his teacher who was about to go on a theatrical tirade again. Oh yeah, Nobaraku Jisaki, no? The black-haired man said with a grin as he rolled his shoulder and started walking away, trying to play it off as if the gab didn't affect him and trying to steal Satoru's chance to have his moment. I'm trying to have a dramatic reveal here. How do you even know that? Satoru questioned exasperatedly while pointing at his retreating form, much to the amusement of the pink-haired boy beside him. Well, of course I know, Satoru. I have eyes and ears everywhere. Megumi cryptically responded. Speaking of which, I need to hit up Mai again to check on her progress. I had her go and start building up my control over the upper managers and higher-ups. Cost me a pretty penny, but if she does her job it'll be invaluable for when it's time to take over. Not sure how she plans to do so, but after so much time together I know she has some tricks up her sleeve that could come in clutch. Look at the little bastard, trying to look cool. Satoru grumbled as he followed him. Yuji followed besides him, still laughing his head off. An hour later. So why's my uniform different from yours? It's got this weird red hood thing. Well, I'm sure you notice my Hari. It's not in the standard Jujutsu Tech uniform. But as you've seen many times already, Jujutsu Tech's not your average school. Each student can ask for their own changes to their uniforms. Megumi answered between sips of his coffee. Yeah, that checks out. Must be why there's only 3 students in our year. It's a bit weird, almost like it was never meant to be a school. Yuji's words became a low mutter at the end as he considered the oddness of how weird their school system was. Well, if you think about it, have you ever met a sorcerer before you met us? Our kind is extremely rare. We're not like everyone else. The black-haired man replied as he finished his coffee and threw it into a trash can behind him. The cup hit the edge of the trash can and fell out to the side. Hey, now that you mention it, that is true. Wait, I just realized I never asked for a change in my uniform. Well, that's 'cause I did it for you and it looks like it's a good fit. Gojo said with a grin as he handed him a bucket of popcorn. But how did you know my size? Never mind that, look, there she is. The white-haired man deflected, pointing at a brown-haired girl walking down the street from a train station. They watched on as she walked past a man who stopped a girl in the street and asked her about modeling, much to the blonde girl's annoyance. Megumi reached his longer arm over Yuji's head and grabbed a fistful of his popcorn, knocking his novelty 2018 glasses off his face, although he didn't seem to care much. He was giggling over watching their prospective classmates stop and pester the man about her own chances of being a model, much to the man's complete and utter horror. How embarrassing. Like you're one to talk, you look ridiculous, you brat. He heard a familiar voice speak out from the side. It was Sukuna, who had opened up one of the eyes and sprouted a mouth on his face to ridicule him. Shush. Megumi's hand came down like a serpent and slapped at Sukuna's mouth. Coincidentally, it was also Yuji's face, which caused the boy to spin in place from the impact a perfect 360 degrees, landing perfectly with his drink and popcorn intact, to the amusement of Satoru, who was laughing his ass off. We shouldn't waste too much time. Hey Kujisaki, over here. Gojo called out to get the girl's attention. After a bit of laughing, this succeeded as she came over to them. Let's start from the top. My name is Satoru Gojo. I'm your teacher for this year. And these are your new classmates. Go ahead and introduce yourselves. He continued as he motioned to the side at the other two. My name is Nobara Kujisaki. Remember it well, since the two of you should count yourselves lucky to be my classmates. She announced with an air of superiority. Nobara has a thin build and is of ordinary height. Her brown hair, which reaches her neck, is done in a mid-length fashion with bangs that cover the right part of her forehead and hide one of her orange eyes. She wears a long, matching skirt that falls just above her knees, along with a button-down jacket in a dark blue Gakuran style for her Jujutsu school uniform. She also sports black stockings and brown shoes, along with her signature brown belt that holds her tools for Jujutsu. Yo! I'm Yuji Itadori, from Sendai. The pink-haired teen declared cheerfully with a wave, not taking it personally. He already looks like a hick. He probably ate his own boogers as a kid. Thought Nobara immediately. Name's Megumi Fushiguro. Hope we can get along. He introduced himself casually as he stole Yuji's popcorn bucket and started eating from it, although the boy didn't seem to care much as he just finished his drink and started eating with him from the bucket. Wait. Megumi Fushiguro? I know you. You're the one that Izumi told me about, the special grade that wants to change everything, uproot all of Jujutsu HQ and restart from the bottom up. Kujisaki recalled with a mixture of awe and surprise. Keep your voice down, will you? I'd rather not let all of Harajuku know of my plan, not yet anyways. Megumi said with a sly grin. Megumi, you're telling me you went ahead with our plan without even telling me everything about it first. I'm so hurt. Satoru exclaimed as he grabbed the black-haired man by the shoulders while shaking him from side to side. I did it because I knew you would do something like this, Satoru. Megumi cried out as he struggled to get the man off of him. Itadori and Kujisaki watched on in amusement at their actions for a while as Megumi jumped out of their teacher's grip, just for the older man to rush at him to continue his shakedown. They ran across the street, up and over parked cars and even in the air for a moment, much to both of their surprises. So do you plan on explaining what she means by a uproot all of Jujutsu HQ? Aren't they supposed to be the good guys? Yuji questioned from the side, stopping the impromptu cat and mouse chase. Taking the small pause that Yuji's question gave to Satoru as an opening, his arm was suddenly covered in a barrier much like a domain would, but the barrier was hollow and incomplete as it had no cursed technique instilled within. Domain amplification. Megumi elbowed Satoru to get him off him. The barrier around his elbow glowed a brilliant dark blue aura that was tinged with a hint of black. As the elbow reached Satoru's infinity barrier, the barrier struggled for a moment as within less than half a second the barrier was torn apart, which allowed Megumi to strike right into the man's liver, sending him crashing down to the ground in a mixture of surprise and unexpected pain. Oh, never in my life had I needed something so badly and never knew until I had received it. Megumi thought with a small sigh of satisfaction. OW, screw me sideways, since when could you do that? Gojo exclaimed as he crumpled on the ground for a moment from the unexpected strike. Well, Satoru, did YA think I just spent the past 3 years twiddling my thumbs like a jackass? Took a while to figure it out since I wanted to do it without you knowing, but you'd be surprised what I can find with enough motivation. Megumi laughed out at finally being able to touch the man after chasing his back for what seemed like a lifetime. Well, I figured a lot of it out myself with the help of my previous knowledge, but I just couldn't figure out how to bring it together and finalize the ability for a while. I was able to get a record on domain amplification from some guy named Fujiwara Yoshitsune that helped me pull it all together. It also had a lot of interesting information about barriers, domain barriers or otherwise. I should be able to complete my domain soon. All I need is some inspiration. He and Satoru looked at each other for a few moments as both of their faces were covered with grins, much to the complete and utter confusion of the two behind them. They knew what they had to do next. Same time tomorrow? Gojo asked from his place on the ground as he sat in a cross-legged position, forest outside Shoko's. She's gonna wanna see it for sure. Deal. I am so confused. Kujisaki muttered out as she looked at the duo, not understanding what was happening in the slightest. You and me both. Itadori mumbled in agreement by her side, looking even more confused than before. Anyways, now that that's done, I'll explain it all in detail for you, but for now all that you need to know is that the higher-ups are all corrupt bastards down to the core, as are all the big Jujutsu clans, and I plan to upend the whole of it. I will rebuild everything from the ground up to make it a society worthy of living in for once in its miserable existence. Megumi announced to his classmates without any hesitation. The reactions were better than he had hoped for actually. Nobara was smiling, looking like she agreed with his plan without needing much convincing, and Yuji. Well, he didn't look like he outright hated it, but he still seemed somewhat lost in the intricacies of the plan. Satoru had the biggest reaction as he got up from the ground. All he had on his face was a giant honest smile. Satoru, now that we got her, you're gonna take them out to that place, right? Megumi asked, being intentionally vague as he put his hands in his pockets. Oh? Yeah, I'll be taking them to that place. What about it? The man replied with a grin, glad that Megumi is allowing him to play his pranks. Then if it's all the same to you, then I'm gonna head out to meet her. If that's all right? He asked with a somber tone at the end. Satoru had immediately caught on to the change in tone and understood what he meant, much to the utter confusion of the two behind him. "Yeah, Megumi, that's fine. Don't mind us. Go," Satoru said with a soft tone. "Thanks, Satoru," Megumi replied as he walked away into the crowd around them and disappeared. Half an hour later. Shinjuku, Tokyo. Medical Jujutsu ward. Megumi walked into a quiet hospital room. There was nothing but the sound of a heart monitor softly beeping steadily. In his hands was a bouquet of flowers. They were all beautiful white lotus flowers that held a hint of pink. He placed them on top of a desk near a window right next to another bouquet. He took the old bouquet and placed it into the trash can as all the flowers had begun to wilt and dry up. He then turned to the hospital bed. On it was Blizzard, who was sleeping, guarding the person on the bed at his orders as he did every day that Megumi didn't need him. Megumi sat on the chair next to the bed and looked at the person in the bed. It was his sister Tsumaki. On her forehead was a curse mark, one that burned the same soft crimson glow that it did ever since she fell into a coma. He dragged his chair closer as he started observing the curse mark for a while taking notes in a small notebook he had bought a few years ago. Flipping through the pages, you could see numerous notes that go on and on about dozens of ways that the curse could have been engraved or how it would be possible to break said curse. Some of the pages had perfect handwriting while others had messy handwriting with a lot of scratched out lines that showed annoyance from the writer. There were even some pages that were torn out messily. He spent the next hour writing notes expanding on previous points, many of them regarding the soul and how the forceful incarnation of another being was dug into his sister's very being without any sort signs before it all came to a head when she fell into a coma. Eventually he stopped writing and just stared at the paper in silence before his grip on the pen tightened suddenly as a loud shattering sounded throughout the small room, causing Blizzard to look up from his place on the bed for a moment before going back to sleep. Megumi stayed in that position for a moment before he got up and went to the bathroom in the room to wash off the ink that stained his hands, but no matter how hard he tried, the crimson colors wouldn't fade away. His hands remained covered in red even after the ink had long faded away. He stared at his hands for a moment before he walked away from the sink and sat back down near Tsumaki while looking out the window. Megumi then stayed there for a couple of minutes, just thinking, replaying through his plans and everything else that plagued him throughout the day. Occasionally looking at her intensely, as if trying to find something that was not there. After using the rabbit incarnation a few times, I can now tell a vague outline of my own soul, and that has been very enlightening to say the least, but I still can't see or feel anything beyond that. No matter how hard I try, I still can't see the shape of her soul. The minutes soon turned to hours as he stayed in the room quietly. At some point he had made his way to the window and opened it widely as he looked out onto the setting sun. In his hand was a cigarette that he had completely finished. Megumi crushed the cigarette between his fingers and threw it outside the window in a fit of frustration for his small relapse. Turning back to the bed, he walked up to Tsumaki and moved a stray hair away from her nose with a determined expression. "Soon, Tsumaki, I'll find a way to free you from this curse. Whether it be by force or some other way, I will do it no matter what," he muttered to himself. Blizzard rose from his place at the bed and looked at him. "And then I'm going to find the rat bastard that did this to you. And when I do, I am going to kill him." A few hours later. Tokyo Jujutsu High, first year classroom. "I can't do it right now, okay? Just wait," Megumi said, trying to reason with the pink-haired teen holding him. "Please, Gojo-sensei said you had 8 Shikigami. Show us," Itadori demanded, grabbing Megumi and shaking him from side to side despite being much shorter. "For real, we're gonna be classmates for the next 3 years. Might as well get acquainted with each other's techniques, no?" Nobara stated from the side with a grin as she watched the two of them. "Exactly so. Show us already. Gojo-sensei said you have an elephant. I've only seen those in movies," Yuji cried out. "Calm down, will YA. I never said I don't want to show you. I will. But we're indoors right now and in class. If I summon them all, they'll just break the room and I'll have to pay for it again," Megumi placated, his voice being shaky from all his movement. Well, I thought about hiding the information on my Shikigami from Yuji to keep it away from Sukuna, but with his battle IQ and brute force it wouldn't really change much anyways. I'll settle for just keeping some of the more complicated intricacies of my technique hidden for a rainy day so he wouldn't be able to plan ahead for them. Again? Yuji repeated questioningly, sensing a story behind his choice of words as he paused his shaking. The black-haired man used Yuji's pause to grab him by his face and push him off of him with one move. The pink-haired young man was sent stumbling back, trying to get his balance back, Nobara giggling a bit at their antics. There was an incident last year, and a curse user had infiltrated the school, so me and a few of our upperclassmen had to fight him off. It was a mess, and I ended up creating a large amount of collateral damage at the end with one of our upperclassmen. Megumi answered sheepishly. And since I was the only one with money, cause I worked as a sorcerer from childhood, I had to help pay for the repairs. He rubbed the back of his head as he remembered Principal Yaga's rage after seeing the broken building. That prompted the other two of them to burst out with laughter after imagining his face as he was forced to pay a large sum to fix a building by an irate Principal Yaga. The laughter caused a vein to bulge on Megumi's forehead as he disappeared from his place, much to their surprise. You guys wanted to see my Shikigami, right? Let's head outside so you can see them, shall we? Megumi asked as they both felt a tight grip hold them by the back of their shirts and lift them up from the ground with the help of his superior height and strength. Fushiguro, we can talk about this. Yuji cried out as he spazzed his arms around, trying to get out of his hold. He's right, there's no need to jump to conclusions. Nobara cried out as well, trying her best to get out of his grasp. This all did nothing to stop him as Megumi walked towards the open window. He brought his hands back and threw them out with full force. As they were in the middle of the air, Yuji moved himself towards Nobara and grabbed her while turning around, giving his back to the ground to take the brunt of the damage. However, she wasn't going to let him protect the two of them alone, as she used her superior cursed energy manipulation skills to reinforce the two of them from the impact. Megumi jumped from the window to them after throwing them and landed gracefully without any trouble. He then stood there and looked at them in amusement as they were crumpled on top of each other. They proved themselves to be nothing if not tenacious as they picked themselves up and started berating him again for throwing them. It really is just like I remember. These two share one brain cell, I swear to God. It's endearing if nothing else. I'll make sure to train these two up to heights that they would have never reached in the original. They will not die meaningless deaths, I swear it. The black-haired man decreed to himself while shaking his head in amusement. All right, calm down. No harm done, no? You guys made it just fine. Let's just start so I can show you my Shikigami. He reasoned to placate them. Almost as if a switch flipped in their head, both of them immediately backed off with excited grins, much to his amusement, as they proved him right faster than he had anticipated. All right then, come on out. Megumi ordered. From his back the shadows exploded outwards, massively revealing for Shikigami. First to appear was Gamma, who jumped out of his shadows and reached to the top of a nearby boulder with a single bound. Second was a small white rabbit who jumped out of the shadow as well and ran up to be by his side. Third was Max Elephant, who simply appeared born of his shadow and walked off to a nearby grass patch and started grazing from it to pass the time. Last but not least was New, who flew out of his shadow and roamed the skies for a moment before flying back down and landing on his extended arm. I have a few more, but I can only summon 4 of them at a time, so these will be enough for now. You can see the rest of them later on. Megumi said with a hidden sly smile as he watched Yuji shout out in excitement and run off towards the direction of Max Elephant. Nobara wasn't immediately convinced as she looked him in the eye with suspicion while Yuji ran off. He looked at her with an astute expression and nodded with a wink. Her eyes widened for a moment in recognition before she nodded back to him and came closer to inspect New, who was on his arm. Looks like she caught on to my lie there. Obviously I can summon all of them at the same time if I wanted to, but for now it's more advantageous for me if Yuji, Isukuna thinks I can't, for eventuality that he would escape. Kujisaki started petting the bird on his arm to the bird's immense pleasure, her fingers sinking deep into the orange feathers of New. He is adorable. What's his name? She asked with a grin. New. Their attention was then stolen by Itadori calling out to Megumi to catch his attention. Turning to face him, Megumi and Nobara doubled over in laughter as Yuji was currently sitting on top of Max Elephant with an ecstatic visage. "Yo Fushiguro! What's this guy's name?" Yuji called out to him, waving wholeheartedly while Max Elephant just huffed at the boy on top of him and continued grazing as if nothing was wrong. "His name is Baku, he likes to be scratched near the top of his trunk." The black-haired man replied back while pointing at the top of his own nose. As he did so, New hopped off his arm and onto the awaiting arm of Nobara, who stumbled for a moment as she tried to hold the giant Shikigami before she onto the ground with Shikigami sitting on top of her contently to Megumi's amusement. "Holy hell, he's so heavy. How did you just hold him up so easily and for so long?" She groaned out between pushes to try and get the bird off of her. "It's called training, Kujisaki, you should try it sometimes," Megumi said smugly as he snapped his finger. New listened to his unspoken order and hopped off of her and flew away into the skies. He also felt his cursed energy be drained ever so slightly as Rabbit Escape started cloning itself in the background. You might be right about that. I do need to get my physical strength up. It's one thing if a special grade like you is stronger than me, but even Itadori is miles stronger than me with just his base strength alone without any cursed energy reinforcement. I can't fall behind, I need to catch up," Nobara declared as she affirmed her will to become stronger. "I'm happy to hear it, we can start your training by tomorrow. I know someone who has even stronger physical strength than myself actually, so she would be able to help you even more than I could when she comes back from her mission. She's even better than me in using cursed tools for battle, so she could help you with that too," he explained to her as he held out his hand for her to grab onto. "Sounds good to me, just as long as you keep that frog away from me. I hate frogs," Nobara confessed with a disgusted expression as she grabbed onto his hand and was pulled up to her feet. "His name is Gama, but that's fine, he now knows to stay away unless you're in danger," Megumi replied with a light chuckle. Gama himself only looked down at the girl for a moment before just hopping away and minding his business. Turning back to Yuji, he saw him standing in front of a few dozen copies of Rabbit Escape. He was currently showing them how to fight, with one of them leading the charge in repeating the pink-haired teen's moves. Nobara and Megumi watched on in awe as they mimicked Yuji's moves with terrifying accuracy, with the one leading the copies going even beyond this as he hopped around and performed terrifyingly graceful attacks. "Is that the main one?" asked Nobara with a twitching eye as she watched her classmate enthusiastically show the group of rabbits a move he called Manji Kick, which was perfectly mimicked instantly by the leading rabbit. "No, that's Subaru. He's always been the most vicious of all of them. Quite frankly, even though he's a clone, he might be scarier than some of my other Shikigami. The main one is somewhere hidden between all of them, so he isn't found and can't permanently die. His name is Yoichi. Now that I think about it, I think it's about time I stop stalling and finally start subjugating the rest of my Shikigami already. I stopped subjugating any new Shikigami for a while because I wanted to focus on training my fundamentals with cursed energy manipulation, hand-to-hand combat and my swordsmanship with Kusakabe, as well as refine all my techniques as much as possible before I subjugate the rest," Megumi thought while watching Yuji train the rabbits. Nobara walked towards them and started talking with Yuji. She just sat near them and watched, seeming to be in deep thought. "There's also that fight me and Satoru plan to have tomorrow. If I plan on hoping to keep up with him, I'm gonna need access to RCT, and since that shit still doesn't make that much sense to me, I'll get Deer instead. Knowing its effects, it might even be part of an answer to infinity. How would domain amplification work when layered with an output of positive energy?" Megumi considered. He brought up his hand while activating domain amplification and just observed it deep in thought. After a few moments, he clenched his hand closed with a determined expression. No matter what happens in that fight tomorrow, he will at the very least land a few punches and wipe the damned grin off of Satoru's face. "Gather round, I'm gonna subjugate another one of my Shikigami now. Maybe you could stand to learn a thing or two from watching me fight it," Fushiguro called out from some ways away as Yuji had just finished teaching the rabbits all that he knew about fighting. "Oh, sounds cool, Fushiguro, I'm in," shouted Yuji in response as he ran over in his direction with Nobara not too far behind. The two of them gathered around as he unsummoned his Shikigami. He took a mental note of his surroundings and decided that they were good enough. They stood to the side and sat down on a nearby boulder to watch him as he worked. Blizzard is out of the question since he's currently watching over Tsumaki, so I can't summon him for it. Well, I suppose then I could use some kind of merged beast to kill her easily, but it wouldn't really teach them anything and tip Sukuna off on the fact that I can merge them pretty early. Fine then, I'll only use Kage for her. This should be useful to them to teach them how to deal with any healers they come across. Megumi brought his hands together to create the shadow puppet of a deer with antlers. Ahead of him his shadows grew and expanded outwards. From them form a large mass which then exploded to reveal the newest Shikigami. Tranquil Deer. Tranquil Deer is a huge muscular deer-like Shikigami, but unlike Sukuna's version it did not have 4 eyes and had 2 eyes instead, although they retain circles around their irises. Its ears are close to the top of its head, above its fine pronged antlers. Most curiously enough though, his version of the Shikigami more resembled a moose than it did a normal deer. It had a symbol on the left side of its neck that resembles the jewel of resuscitation. As the Shikigami was summoned, Megumi pulled Kage from his sleeve to ready himself for the upcoming fight. Much to the duo's surprise, as to them it seemed like he pulled it out of nowhere. He charged up his blade with cursed energy. The deer-like Shikigami was finally fully formed and looked ahead at him, sizing him up for a bit before it brought its head down and faced him with it. It started charging itself with cursed energy and charged at him with full intent to run him through. Megumi looked at it as it was approaching and simply sidestepped the charge at the last second, causing the Shikigami to run past him and slam into a tree. The tree shattered on impact as it turned itself around to charge at him again, but faltered immediately. Along its right side was a deep cut that ran down its whole length that would have crippled any other curve or Shikigami that wasn't a special grade. Yuji clapped in surprise as he saw the cut. Nobara looked at it with suspicion. That's a deep cut. It should be crippled and easy prey now, no? But something's off with its cursed energy, and why is it not phased in the slightest? Kujisaki called out questioningly. Her experience with curses told her that there was something off. You're right about that, Kujisaki. Any other curse or Shikigami would have been put in deep shit after that attack. But Tranquil Deer is different. It possesses a unique ability that only those who stand at the peak of Jujutsu are able to grasp. One that even I don't have as of yet. It can channel reverse cursed technique. Megumi answered for her with a grin. To his 2 classmates' shock, the cursed energy within the Shikigami morphed and reversed, becoming positive energy that began to mend the cut along the deer-like Shikigami's side. The cut closed together in under a second as the Shikigami immediately charged ahead at him once again to try and kill him. This time Megumi let it close the distance and waited for the last second before he slid underneath the Shikigami and sliced its left hind leg off in a single cut, sending the deer onto the ground instantly as he jumped back up to his feet and watched the Shikigami tumble down. What's reversed cursed technique? Yuji asked as he watched the deer's leg be regenerated in seconds with a slight sense of awe. Could I learn to do that? Idiot, reversed cursed technique isn't something that any random sorcerer can do. You heard him, didn't you? He's a special grade, but even he can't use it yet. I didn't even meet anyone who could use it my entire life. I didn't even think it was possible. Nobara explained to him. She's right, you know, the black-haired man said, as he dodged another charge by the deer by jumping on top of it and slamming its head onto the ground with the pressure of him jumping off. However, I personally know 3 people who are capable of using. In fact, 2 of them were just able to use it inherently without needing to learn it. Even Sukuna himself knows it, so it is very possible to learn it. My plan is to learn RCT and then help the 2 of you learn it too by the end of our first year. Megumi declared as he watched the Shikigami pick itself up from the ground, heal and then charge at him once again. As if you filthy brats could hope to learn reversed cursed technique in a year. I'll get control of this vessel soon enough, and when I do I'm going to slaughter all of you. Sukuna snarked out at them as he made a mouth on Yuji's face to speak his mind, but was stopped when he was covered by Kujisaki slapping Yuji's cheek. Don't think that alone would stop me, girl. I'll have some fun with you when I get control of this. Suguna said smugly as he made another mouth right above her hand, to which she then punched it away. This time her hand was heavily reinforced with cursed energy. "OUCH, do it gently, that hurts me too, damn it." Yuji cried out as he held his now bruised face with one hand and grabbed Kujisaki by her shirt with the other. "Well, maybe you shouldn't have eaten a special grade cursed object when you had a special grade sorcerer nearby to help you." Nobara snarked back at him at his stupidity as she too grabbed him by the shirt. Before they could continue their bickering, their attentions were stolen by a loud crash in the direction of where the fight was. Turning to see what it was, their eyes widened slightly as they saw Megumi clashing with the Shikigami. He was standing still and not moving. In hands were the antlers of tranquil deer that he was gripping with great strength, as he had stopped the deer's charge in its place by simply dropping Koge from his grasp where it sunk deep into the ground blade first and had stopped its charge in its place immediately. "Now, I'll show you what to do when faced with an opponent who has RCT when you don't." The way all RCT is channeled and produced is inside the brain of the user, so in order to deal with any user of RCT, you must always go for the head. Megumi declared as his body lit up in an inferno of cursed energy while holding the struggling Shikigami by the antlers. He dug his feet into the ground and heaved, pulling the curse down onto the ground beneath him and stomped on its neck. Reaching down, he grabbed Koge and proceeded to cut off the Shikigami's head in a single swing. The Shikigami went limp immediately as it then turned into shadows and dissolved away into nothingness. With that, the subjugation of the Shikigami, a tranquil deer, has been completed. Megumi sighed as he stood up onto his feet. He swung his blade into the air with great strength, which caused the blood that covered the blade to fly off. He heard some small applause. Turning to its source, he saw his two classmates walking towards him with grins on their faces. This time I won't lose anyone again. No one I love will die. I refuse to allow it. Now that deer has been tamed, soon I'll tame Funeral Tiger. And then after that, I will subjugate the Divine General. I will not fail again. No matter the cost. The next day, 3 p.m. Tokyo Jujutsu Forest, outside of Shoko's office. "Now you two, I know how much you guys want to do this, and trust me, I can't wait to see it, but we have to make some ground rules first and foremost before you guys can start," announced Shoko as she sat on the side with some other observers. Sitting beside her were Principal Masamichi Yaga, Yutaheim Iori, Itadori Yuji, and Nobara Kujisaki. Each of them held wildly differing expressions on their faces as they awaited the battle to start, ranging from elation at the possibility of Gojo being punched in the face to curiosity at the outcome of the battle. Yaga looked to be incredibly annoyed at the fact that they had chosen his backyard to be the place where they conduct their battle and knew that he would have to pay thousands to repair it afterwards. Yutaheim looked positively euphoric at the possibility of watching the white-haired man get punched for once. Yuji and Nobara both looked curious at the possible outcome of the fight. From what they knew, their teacher was the strongest, but Megumi, being a special grade and declaring himself the third strongest sorcerer, had hyped them up immensely. What they wanted to know now above all else was, what is the difference between us and the top? First and foremost, Satoru, no throwing purples around. Having the two of you fighting here is bad enough, not to mention letting you throw around that blasted attack and destroying half the compound," Shoko declared with a tired grin. "Damn right, you two idiots better not break my school, or I'll make the two of you pay for all the repairs plus the cost of operations," Yaga shouted out at them from his place on the bench. Fine, EE. I won't use purple, not like I need it, I could win without it. Why's Yutaheim here anyways? Shouldn't she be at Kyoto with her class? This seems very irresponsible of you, Miss Yutaheim." Satoru acquiesced to their demands but didn't waste an opportunity to tease his favorite target. "Well, if you have to know, Shoko and Principal Masamichi called me here to help contain this fight of yours with a barrier and help make sure the two of you don't kill each other somehow. And I'll have you know that my students are currently on a mission together, so there." Yutaheim replied to his teasing with some faux venom in her voice. "Ah, that's so cute, Yutaheim. You came here 'cause you're worried about me," Satoru teased in response, knowingly twisting her words just to tease her even further. "Huh? No one's worried about you, you jackass. The black-haired woman called out, a blush covering her scarred face as she pulled out a knife from thin air and threw it at him, much to his amusement, as the knife merely flopped against his infinity and fell to the ground. The group looked at the two of them with a deadpan expression as they continued their back and forth, with Gojo continuing to tease her, with Yutaheim reacting to it all with insults and annoyance. Nobara and Yuji both observed the two of them closely, as if trying to crack a code, with Nobara speaking up first. "They're smashing," she deduced with squinted eyes, with Yuji just nodding in agreement with the same squinted eyes. A mouth once again opened up Yuji's face, which allowed Sukuna to also speak his mind for a second before he was slapped away. "They're definitely smashing. Yutaheim, please just ignore him for now. You can hate ride him later," Shoko said, causing Yutaheim's and Satoru's faces to both light up crimson as they both fell quiet immediately. "Anyways, Gumi, you can't make some giant piss-off Kiju either just cause Satoru annoyed you. The barrier isn't gonna be that big anyway, so just don't. And lastly, can you both please at least try to not kill each other?" she asked them, knowing that one of them is likely to take it too far. "I'll try. No promises." Shoko just sighed in annoyance and gestured towards Yutaheim with a tired expression. The black-haired woman collected herself as her blush faded away. She brought her hand up in the pose of calling down a curtain. "Emerge from darkness, blacker than darkness. Fend off that which seeks to harm the pure." Normally an average curtain would not have been able to hope to contain the battle, but it was enhanced severely thanks to the employment of several binding vows. Each one was used to enhance the durability of the barrier from the inside. These binding vows were recommended by Megumi, and they enhanced the barrier at the cost of allowing free entrance and exit of entities through the barrier and making it extremely fragile from the outside, along with allowing anyone except Ryam and Sukuna to view the insides of the curtain as if it was not there, much to the king's annoyance. It took some time figuring it out, but thanks to the combined experience of all the sorcerers present and the help of the record left by Fujiwara Yoshitsune, they were able to make the barrier work perfectly for their needs. Good, looks like the barrier worked perfectly as intended. Makes me wonder though, who the hell is Fujiwara Yoshitsune? There's barely any information on him other than he was a somewhat well-known sorcerer from the Edo era back with Kashimo and Nishigori. I should keep an eye out for any info on him, Megumi considered as he watched everyone get ready for the fight. Megumi got himself into a hand-to-hand stance. His arms were covered with a barrier that was soon shining a brilliant dark blue tinged with black as he activated domain amplification with a grin. "I'm not so arrogant to believe I can win this fight. I might not even be able to hit him through the infinity now that he knows I can. Even after all my training, I couldn't hope to match up to Satoru as I am now, so this fight is going to be a very short one. But even so, before I lose, I will at the very least land a few hits on his smug face through that infinity," he declared to himself, his entire body tensing up as his feet dug deeper into the ground and pushed his cursed energy trait to the maximum to try and hide his presence as much as possible. Not sure if I needed to say this, but knowing the two of you, I'll just say it. No domain expansions, got it? Okay, ready? Set. Go. Megumi immediately disappeared in the direction of Gojo in an explosion of dust. The ground beneath him exploded as he reached the white-haired man in an instant with his right arm pulled back. Gojo saw this coming and moved to block the attack. The attack proved to be a feint as Megumi tried to quickly go for a left hook to the face. However, Gojo saw this coming and deflected the attack before slamming his fist into Megumi's stomach with a devastating haymaker. The black-haired man coughed up bile from the impact and fell backwards, but took advantage of his position and Satoru's stance to land on his hands and push himself off the ground, aiming slam his feet into Satoru's stomach. The counterattack was a smart move as it caught the white-haired man off guard, but it didn't manage to land as the time it took for Megumi to channel domain amplification and break through the infinity gave Gojo time to avoid the move and use Megumi's momentum to grab him by his legs and throw him to the side through a couple of trees. Megumi struggled for a few moments as he stopped himself in place after crashing through two trees. Landing onto the ground on his knees, he wiped off blood that trickled from his mouth with a grunt as he gathered his breath again and growled in annoyance. God damn it, I need to be faster. Just this isn't enough. He mumbled under his breath as he gathered cursed energy to use a new ability, his fist digging into the ground and creating a small crater as he did from his frustration. Come on now, Megumi, this can't be everything, right? Did I get all heated up for nothing? Don't disappoint me here. Gojo hollered at his student, allowing him to gather himself and charge again. You guys sure this is a good idea? Megumi can't even hit him, he's already leaking blood and is bruised as hell. Yuji exclaimed as he saw his friend's damage. No, watch. Shoko called out, noticing something interesting that gave her a grin. Megumi's body shifted for a moment as he bulked up slightly. The top of his head began to create a set of antlers before they morphed back into his skin. He looked up at the awaiting white-haired man that had a grin that matched his own, his eyes shining a brilliant aura as they gained a set of circles around his irises. Incarnation, tranquil deer. Steam built up around Megumi's body as all the scraps and bruises on his body mended together in an instant. He stood up from his place on the ground triumphantly with a small laugh. I didn't get a wink of sleep last night. I had to make sure I mastered this incarnation before this fight. And goddamn does it feel amazing, even this form of RCT that isn't completely mine, it's euphoric. Megumi sighed out in satisfaction as he channeled domain amplification again and rushed forwards. Gojo chose to take his student head-on. They clashed back and forth for a few moments. Unlike before, their clashes weren't as completely one-sided. For every third attack that was deflected or dodged by Satoru, Megumi was able to push the man back slightly even though wasn't able to land a clean hit despite the man not going all out and taking him fully seriously. Satoru landed hit after hit on the black-haired man, but he did not care as he grit his teeth and allowed his reverse cursed technique to run rampant at full output, his body mending itself while it was being damaged as he forced himself to adapt and try to overcome the overwhelming force that was Gojo Satoru. Despite his pain and injuries, Megumi pushed forwards. He threw a haymaker towards his opponent's liver, which was deflected by Satoru with a backhand, who then tried to counter-attack with his own punch towards Megumi's face. However, he played directly in the black-haired man's plan as Megumi used his ability to manipulate shadows to open a small hole under Gojo's right leg, causing the man to lose his footing and miss his attack, giving Megumi a wide opportunity to land a hit which he took immediately. Megumi's arm sparked with electricity from his mutations as he managed against all odds to rip straight through the white-haired sorcerer's infinity, however, as his fist was about to land. The golden sparks that flowed throughout his arm had a spontaneous evolution as from their glorious gold that turned into an ominous obsidian. The black sparks surrounding Megumi's arms turned into an explosion of lightning which spread and burst outwards in a blinding display of power. The devastating haymaker smashed onto the white-haired man's cheek with a blinding ferocity, causing him to stumble backwards from the force of the impact. Megumi paid no heed, nor did he care to announce his black flash. All he cared about was gaining his flow in the battle and truly driving home his point. To finally show Satoru that he wasn't alone anymore, that he could rely on someone else to bear his responsibility again after so long. Gojo held his cheek in pain. He could already feel a mark forming on his face. He even tasted a wholly unfamiliar tint of iron in his mouth. From the sidelines, Yaga stood up from his shock as he witnessed something he thought impossible after so long. He actually hit him, with a black flash no less. Yutahime muttered in shock. Beside her, Shoko just gaped her mouth in surprise as the cigarette that was in her mouth simply fell out. While Yuji and Nobara cheered as they saw their friend land his first clean hit in the fight. Do you think Fushiguro can actually do this? Yuji asked Nobara excitedly as he saw the tides of the battle start to shift slightly. Well, if Gojo-sensei decides to go all out and throw everything he has at him, he might have a little trouble. Nobara answered. But would he lose? Nah, he'd win. You actually landed a black flash on me as your first hit and played dirty while getting it? Fine then, kiddie gloves are off. Let's finish this, Megumi. Satoru declared as he got into an actual fight stance after spitting out a glob of blood. His fists were covered with a blue glow as he covered them with his blue ability. Megumi grinned in response. The marks of Gamma manifested on each of his palms. His muscles bulked up even further as his bone density grew further and his senses were enhanced to even greater heights. From his back sprouted obsidian wings as well as he activated 4 incarnations at the same time. Incarnation: New, Gamma, and Divine Dog. Likewise Satoru. He declared as a shadow tendril shot out from his hand and created a small ball of tendrils over his head which faded away right after revealing the inverted spear of heaven which fell into his awaiting right hand. The real fight starts now, you better not hesitate because I won't. My body isn't used to the strain of maintaining so many incarnations at the same time so suddenly, all the while switching to use domain amplification when needed, so I'll probably collapse right after this rush. But by God, I will cut him if it's the last thing I do. Megumi affirmed to himself. When did he get that? Shoko cried out in shock as she saw the weapon in his hands, the same one that almost killed Satoru a decade prior. The ground beneath him shattered as Megumi blurred ahead at Satoru, who did the same. The arena of their fight shattered under their whims. Gojo was first to attack as he went for a blue-infused punch to Megumi's gut. In response to this, the black-haired man decided to go for a desperate gamble. Instead of dodging or deflecting the attack, he chose to draw him in by abusing his blue-infused punch special trait, attraction. Stronger than normal they may be, they also cause an opening to form in his attacks, as no matter what, his fists will be attracted to the closest object to them even if it wasn't his original aim. As his fist got closer to Megumi's abdomen, he moved his wings towards the fist, which caused the two of them to attract each other, much to Satoru's surprise. As the fist was about to land, Megumi then deactivated his cursed technique completely at the exact moment of impact, causing Gojo to miss the attack and open up his guard. Megumi used this opening to land his second hit on the white-haired man, which was a devastating elbow into his solar plexus with the help of domain amplification. He then moved his arm down to try and slice into him with the inverted spear, but Satoru wasn't a man to be caught off guard twice in a row, as he jumped back for a moment before pointing his finger at his student like a gun and firing off a crimson singularity. Red! In response to this, Megumi reactivated his incarnations again along with his wings and used them to help block the attack. However, the sudden swap between using his cursed technique at such a high level and activating domain amplification placed a heavy burden on Megumi's body and mind due to his inexperience, which caused his eyes to turn bloodshot as he began to have a nosebleed. Megumi dragged himself up to his feet and looked toward Satoru with a shaky grin. In fact, his entire body was shaking due to the strain he was placing on it even as he was healing himself with the Tranquil Deer incarnation. Why the hell is he pushing himself so much? Isn't this just a spar? Nobara asked, worried after seeing her classmate in such duress. This is more than just a fight for him, for the two of them even. It's about proving a point. Shoko explained, not turning away from the fight as Megumi got up and rushed forward again. Proving what? Asked Yuji, entranced with the fight before him. He watched as Megumi flew ahead with the help of his incarnations, dodging avalanche after avalanche of rubble that Gojo was throwing at him with the help of his limitless cursed technique. It's about proving that Satoru doesn't need to bear the responsibility of being the strongest alone anymore. Satoru's face was covered in shadow as Megumi approached. Only his galactic eyes were visible as he raised his hand to the air and aimed it at Megumi. On his right side, a brilliant azure singularity formed, and on his left a blinding crimson one formed, as after a moment they were attracted into each other and collided, creating an ominous purple aura within his hand. Satoru, don't! Shoko screamed out immediately as she stood up from her place and started approaching the barrier. Holy shit, bro, do you feel that? Nobara shouted out as she felt the sudden sharp spike in cursed energy. I taste that! Yuji shrieked out in response while shielding his eyes from the gusts of dust. The very presence of the cursed energy sent shivers down his spine as it did the others. Megumi didn't slow down in his approach. In fact, he got even faster as he closed the distance between them with the inverted spear of heaven in his right hand. Hollow purple! Gojo snapped his fingers as from them a blinding orb of purple energy formed into an unstoppable singularity that crashed ahead in the direction of Megumi and obliterated everything in its way. The blast destroyed everything in its way as it reached the end of the arena and crashed into the barrier, shattering it apart in an instant and dissipating right after. Megumi was nowhere to be seen as the shards of the curtain fell around them. Screams rang out through the air, but Satoru didn't care. He just looked around for a moment. Although his eyes told him that Megumi didn't exist anymore, something in his heart rejected that reality. I know he's alive. Satoru looked around as if he was looking for a ghost that didn't exist between the falling shards of the curtain. Just then, for a single moment, panic shot through his veins as he considered the fact that he may have actually killed him. And it was then and only then that he felt a presence form behind him. He immediately turned around with his hand already forming a reversal red. There was Megumi standing behind him with a giant grin on his face. His hair was singed and he had lost all of his upper clothing, but in his hand was the inverted spear which was already nearing the white-haired man's neck as he shot out of Satoru's own shadow. Along his body were burns that were being mended together thanks to the reverse cursed technique granted by his dear incarnation. Despite being healed, they still left behind burned scars that were bound to remain for a while. Megumi's plan to enter the shadows at the last second was brilliant. He had bought himself enough time to dodge his teacher's ultimate attack and give himself an opening to attack. You're wide open. The Lord of Shadows was fast, blindingly so. But the Honored One was faster. The Crimson Singularity slammed into Megumi's open abdomen and sent him crashing away through a massive boulder and cartwheeling upside down through the air before finally landing at Shoko's feet, who had started running towards the two of them after the barrier shattered. Yet, despite his assault failing and gaining severe damage, Megumi laughed. He couldn't help himself. In that moment he only felt one singular emotion: elation. The hell are you laughing about? I won. Satoru asked between gasps of air and laughter. Megumi started laughing even harder. He laughed so hard he started writhing on the ground. Even with his beaten and battered body, he could hardly even breathe. Shoko had to answer the man's question for him instead, as he couldn't hope to do so himself. Satoru, why your neck? She stated in awe as she motioned at her own neck to show him the specific location. Gojo mimicked her action and touched his neck, feeling an odd yet familiar sensation as his finger picked something up from it right as his adrenaline wore off. He pulled back his finger to look at it, his sapphire blue eyes widening in shock as he did. On his finger was a red liquid, blood. He recognized it right as the pain came back into his senses. On his neck was a shallow line, from it oozed blood by the droves. For the first time in a decade. The strongest sorcerer, the Honored One, Satoru Gojo, was wounded and bleeding once again. And so, following the climactic battle between teacher and student, the three classmates spent the next 2 weeks together. Megumi had made good on his promise and begun training them in Jujutsu. For Kujisaki, he had focused on the physicals as best as he could. He started by pushing her to get her physical strength and speed up as high as possible, as well as raise her stamina to keep up in fights. He chose to leave the martial arts training as well as any cursed tool training for when Moki comes back from her mission in Hokkaido. As for Yuji, the pink-haired teen was an absolute natural at everything that had to do with fighting and physical strength. In fact, Yuji was even stronger than himself in pure physical ability, even after his recent boost in strength. So Megumi had instead taken the opportunity to drill as much knowledge about Jujutsu into Yuji's thick skull in as little time as possible. Satoru had also followed through on his promise by taking the three of them out shopping, where Nobara in particular had taken advantage and racked up a collective sum of over 350,000 yen on Satoru's tab from clothes, accessories, and the like. Not that the white-haired man seemed to care in the slightest. He just gave her a credit card and told her to go crazy with it. Satoru and Megumi then took Yuji to their own store and bought him a whole dressing cupboard's worth of clothes along with everything a man would want for his room, including a brand new phone, as Yuji surprisingly didn't have one before. Satoru had seemed slightly off ever since their spa, not anything bad mind you, just different. More carefree, if that was even possible. According to Shoko, he was even acting more and more like he did before, just like back when he was still in his second year in Jujutsu High. Well, if nothing else, at least it tells me that my point did get across into that thick skull of his. So at the very least I got something out of that ass beating. Even weeks later my jaw still has phantom ache sometimes. Speaking of which, Megumi thought as he grabbed a rather large cheeseburger from a brown bag by his side and swallowed it whole in a single bite. Even as he burped and laid back even further in his leather seat, By his side was a trash bag filled with 6 other burger wrappers. Megumi paid no mind when Nobara looked at him with utter disgust as she paused eating some fries. Yuji, on the other hand, has just finished his own burger and turned to Megumi before calling out to him. "Yo, Fushiguro! Got something on the top of your nose," the pink-haired teen said before he dug his hand into his own bag and ate some fries by the handful. The black-haired man blinked at that before he absent-mindedly opened his mouth slightly. From it his tongue emerged and stretched up to his nose and licked a bit of sauce that was on it. These actions caused Kujisaki to grimace even harder with disgust. "Could you at least pretend like we're in a high-class environment and not do that disgusting shit here? It was bad enough when you first got it and I'd rather not have to face it every day," she pleaded, her disgust of frogs acting up again. The 3 of them were sitting in a high-end limousine that was driving them to their first mission. The inside was as luxurious as one could imagine. They even had mini-fridges with drinks and snacks. Megumi had gotten their driver to stop at a nearby burger restaurant for some food before they began their mission as a gift to his classmates. "And you could at least pretend to be nice to me? Remember who had the connections that got us in this high-class environment with his own high-class connections?" Megumi asked in response with a smug expression as he extended his hand slightly. From it shot forwards a tendril of shadows that grabbed a drink from Yuji's seat. "Hey! Stop stealing my drinks!" the pink-haired teen cried out in indignation. "Stop making it so fun and easy to steal your drinks," Megumi simply said in reply as he started drinking, paying the boy no mind as he stole Megumi's own drink in return. Hee, these new mutations are fun. Who'd have thunk I'd get Gamma's mutation first before anything else? I guess I have been abusing the hell out of it recently. What can I say? Being Spider-Man is fun," Megumi thought with a grin as he finished Yuji's drink. Indeed, following the battle with Satoru, Megumi's body had been pushed to the limits and had been forced to evolve under the pressure of the battle. He had gained stronger twitch musculature and even higher enhanced senses with some other gains as well. He could now use his shadow tendrils whenever he wants without the need for a full incarnation to do so. Granted, they were much weaker than normal and he could only use about 3 at the same time instead of as many as he wanted as he usually could. Most curiously, along with that, his mouth had been deeply enhanced as well. Not sure how I feel about me becoming basically a throat goat after this mutation. I don't even think I have a gag reflex anymore. Along with that, my tongue can now stretch to ridiculous lengths and sizes at will. At least Mai would be happy about that one," he thought with a chuckle, imagining her reaction if he showed her what he could now do. "She is the only one I can think of that could even still keep up with my stamina at this point. Might break a regular girl accidentally at this point with my base enhanced physical strength. Doesn't hurt that she's hot as hell too, now that I think about it. She hasn't been doing anything weird with UI like she would before when we go on missions. It is kinda adorable when he calls me big bro whenever I teach him something," Megumi concluded in his head as the car stopped. Megumi Fushiguro had once again evolved a step past his very humanity into something more. This fact would have disturbed or brought pause to most other people, but Megumi was cut of a different cloth. "Honestly, my growth is really amazing. I can't wait to see what I get next. I want more." Megumi got out of the car with a grin. As he did so, he ran a hand through his now shortened hair, which caused him to sigh. The front door of the limousine opened shortly after, revealing a young woman with magenta hair in a fine suit with a serious and reserved demeanor. Although, damn it, Satoru, bastard, couldn't hold it in when he saw me approaching with the inverted spear and fired off a purple. Bastard burned off half my hair. Now I look like a mix of Meguna and Toji. Took me months to get my hair that long, Megumi thought with an annoyed expression. Yuji and Nobara looked at each other for a moment before shrugging and following him outside. Yuji stretched as he looked around the area. It was a well-maintained detainment ward. There were no people around aside from half a dozen men in suits that made a perimeter around the area, blocking anyone from coming inside. The magenta-haired woman approached the trio with a clipboard in her hands. She was greeted with a cheerful wave from Itadori, which was swiftly ignored with a blank expression as she made her way in front of Megumi and bowed deeply. "Young master, shall I begin the debrief for your mission?" She asked, still in the bow. Ah, yes, you can Rin. And I told you to not call me that, I'm not your master, the bow isn't necessary either. Megumi ordered with a grimace while grabbing her by her shoulders and pulling her back up to a standing position. He could feel the daggers being stared into his back from his two partners. Of course, young master, I shall begin now. The two of you should listen well, I won't be repeating myself for the two of you. Rin announced with the same reserved tone and expression after she was pulled up, completely ignoring his first request. Rin Otomo is a 24-year-old very demure woman who wears a black, two-piece business suit with a red-violet necktie. She has short magenta hair with matching eyes. Most curiously, she also has a mole just under her left eye. This caused Yuji and Nobara to turn to Megumi with identical raised eyebrows, their annoyance and curiosity evident in their expressions. To this, the black-haired man waved them off in a way that told them that he was planning to explain everything later. Multiple windows have confirmed the existence of a cursed womb within the building. The levels of cursed energy present suggest the womb is in the process of becoming or already being a special grade threat. This is why this mission was entrusted to the young master instead of anyone else. The two of you are here to tag along and help him evacuate the survivors. Rin explained as she handed the three of them each a copy of a report on the situation. Oh, a special grade, that's the strongest kind of curse, right? Isn't this a bit much for us? This is our first big mission together, no? Yuji asked, drawing a smile from Megumi, who was proud that his repeated lessons in Jujutsu had left an impact on the boy. This should still be no problem for the young master, but the two of you should stay close to him and prioritize your own life as well as the evacuation of the detainees that were left behind during the evacuation. Please take extra care to not be a burden on the young master. He might be too kind to say anything, but please keep your own inadequacies in mind during this mission. Rin responded with complete and utter sincerity. This request drew an immediate reaction from the duo, who turned to Megumi with even graver expressions, who only sported an exasperated face in response. But before they could express their displeasure to him in great detail, their attention was stolen by a sudden voice crying out behind them. Hey, excuse me. Is my son Tadashi okay? An older woman with black hair cried out. She had somehow made her past all of the barricades that should have blocked her entry. My apologies, but it seems there's been a gas leak in the building. We are still trying to get a handle on the matter, so I can't give any more details, so you must forgive us. Rin answered her immediately with a smile, showing her great experience when it came to dealing with civilians. It can't be. The older woman mumbled under her breath as she fell to her knees in despair, crying for the unknown fate of her son. The woman's crying visage left a significant impact on Yuji Itadori's countenance. His face showed all those present exactly how much he wanted to fulfill her request. Fushiguro, Kujisaki. We have to save him. Itadori almost begged the two of them. Nobara and Megumi both were not very affected by the display and remained stoic on the matter. Turning away towards the building as the woman was taken away by an apologetic window with blonde hair, they started making their way towards the building, ready to begin. This is where I shall stop. Please go ahead with the young master and try to keep out of his way. I will put up the veil. Rin requested as she bowed to Megumi before bringing her hand up and calling down a curtain around the building. As the curtain fell down around them, Nobara immediately took the opportunity to grill the black-haired man for answers about the window's odd behavior. Okay, what the hell was that about? Why is she calling you a young master all the time and treating the two of us like we're just useless and holding you back? The brown-haired girl demanded answers. Yeah, for real. What's the deal with all that? The pink-haired boy asked incredulously as well. Fine, but isn't my fault, okay? This is all cause of a poorly worded binding vow that happened a few weeks ago, Megumi said, trying to placate them with a tired expression. Well, basically, long story short, I helped her clan get out of a shitty situation in exchange for their loyalty afterwards, and now she and the rest of her clan now only refer to me as a young master, no matter how hard I ask them not to. After the whole incident, I chose her to be my personal assistant and window for sorcery matters, among other things. Then explain, dumbass, what kind of binding vow forces an entire clan worth of people to call you their master? Nobara asked skeptically as they all approached the side entrance of the detainment ward. As I said, it's a long story, so I'd rather not go into it right now, but basically, the Otomo clan's former leader was in cahoots with the Kamo clan's elders to weaken the clan and have all of its resources be eventually dissolved into the Kamo clan. He was also a major asshole who treated everyone in his clan as less than human and somehow treated the women there even worse. Megumi revealed as they entered into the detainment ward. The surprise of the insides of the ward being overtaken by the innate domain was overshadowed by his reveal, as the two of his classmates have already witnessed more impressive jujutsu and knew what to do in this situation thanks to Megumi's in-depth guidance over the past 2 weeks. They knew that finding their exit wasn't going to be very difficult, so they stayed calm and kept probing Megumi for more information about the Otomo clan incident. Whoa, isn't that illegal? What did you do to stop them? Yuji asked. All the clan politics were still way beyond him, but he still wanted to know more. Well, obviously it is dumbass, let him continue. Nobara commented while smacking him up the head, which garnered a disgruntled hey from the pink-haired boy. If it interests you that much, I'll be happy to explain the whole incident to you on a later date. But for now, all you need to know is that I used my influence with the Zenin clan, as well as Satoru's control over the Gojo clan, to put pressure on the Kamos to make them back off. After that, it was as simple as taking care of the previous leader of the Otomo clan and making an example out of him so that no one else has any funny ideas. Either way, the moral of the story is be careful with your words when making a binding vow. Megumi explained with a small smirk. You really are reliable, Fushiguro. You saved a lot of people, including me. The pink-haired boy declared with a huge smile before he paused for a moment. Wait, it just clicked for me. When you said you's made an example out of him, did you mean? Yuji trailed off at the end of his sentence, the words leaving him as he came to a dire conclusion. Yes, Itadori, I killed him. Megumi simply confirmed. The coldness of his classmates' tone sent shivers down Yuji's spine. Although they had bonded quite a lot during their past 2 weeks together, he still wasn't used to this side of the black-haired man. The coldness and utter indifference to taking the life of another human, it was incredibly unsettling to him. His shock didn't stop there, as they all stopped in their places as they spotted 3 of the missing detainees that were meant to be evacuated. However, they were not alive. 2 of the detainees were crushed and crumpled viciously. Their bodies were crushed and compacted into balls of broken bones and flesh. And thrown against a wall was the upper half of a body with the other half nowhere to be seen. The face of the corpse held a disturbing expression of fear and despair upon it, as the victim had no doubt been subjected to vile horrors that no man deserved to face. Sheesh, that's brutal. Nobara muttered with a disgusted expression as she blocked her nose from the awful smell permeating from the 3 violated corpses. That should be 3 of the missing victims, 2 more to go then. Megumi commented as he looked around for the next area they could check. Itadori, however, had quietly made his way towards the body that was left the most intact and started searching it for a moment before stopping and calling out to the others. We're bringing this body back. It's that lady's son. She won't be satisfied with just us saying he's dead. We need to give her at least this much peace of mind. He said as he held in his hands a name tag that held a Tadashi Okazaki on it. I don't know if that's such a good idea. Kujisaki replied with a pensive tone. Megumi said nothing to this as he just made his way towards Itadori with an indifferent expression on his face. When he arrived, he simply placed a hand on the pink-haired teen's shoulder and pulled him to the side. I haven't really tried this before, but now's as good a time as any to try it out. I have been playing with this idea for a while, and this incarnation has finally given me the opportunity to try if it would work. The black-haired man thought as he closed his eyes for a moment and tried to focus. Incarnation, Tranquil Deer and Max Elephant. When Megumi had opened his eyes again, they now had 2 circles inside them, signifying the activation of the deer's incarnation. He then raised his hand and aimed his palm towards the broken body of Tadashi. In the middle of his palm was a small hole from which seeped an ominous aura. Normally a max elephant incarnation would allow me to create and shoot water made of cursed energy from a hole on my palm. However, if I were to use Tranquil Deer's ability to grant me access to positive energy and use that instead in the process of creation of max elephant's incarnation, then, as Megumi thought, he willed the positive energy created from his borrowed reversed cursed technique to flow into his incarnation instead of cursed energy as he normally did, and watched as his arm shivered for a moment before a spark flowed throughout him. Instead of water shooting from his palm, a blinding flame sparked and shot forwards with reckless abandon. The hungry inferno covered the body it was aimed at as within a second, its flesh was burned away in a horrific display of strength. "What the hell are you doing, Fushiguro?" Itadori cried out as he grabbed the black-haired man and pulled him back to try to stop him from continuing what he perceived as a senseless act of cruelty. "Calm yourself, Itadori, don't you remember? Rin told the lady that there's been a gas leak in the building, no? Well, I dunno about you, but I've never heard of a gas leak cutting someone in half before. I have, however, heard of them causing explosions that burn people to death. You said a peace of mind, remember? This is giving her peace of mind." Megumi explained to him with an air of indifference which took the fight out of the boy immediately. "Please don't mistake my goodwill for kindness, Itadori. I'm doing this only for you. Personally, I would have left their corpses to be found by the windows or destroyed with the innate domain when I kill the special grade in here," he said as he shrugged off Yuji's hand and walked a few feet closer to the burned corpse before turning his head around and going on even further. "Beyond everything you need to get this through your head, we are Jujutsu sorcerers. We're mercenaries by trade. No great sorcerer is a good person, and neither am I," the special grade sorcerer declared as his shadows extended from his body. They shifted towards the now charred body of Tadashio Kazuki and devoured it whole. Megumi hummed along for a moment as he said his piece to Yuji, who just stood there with a deep sense of shock and realization as the black-haired man's shadow devoured the three corpses whole without much thought or consideration. My inventory is getting cluttered at this point. The weight doesn't bother me much anymore, but I wonder how much faster and stronger I get if I release some of this burden. Speaking of strength, could I change the mutations granted by my incarnations if I tried hard enough?" Megumi considered while he cracked his neck casually. "Maybe I could make it so I shoot water or even fire out of my eyes instead of my hands like Superman or Dio or some shit. I could be being too greedy with it though, even if it would be cool as hell." Megumi thought as finished storing the corpses and walked off to look for the next two with Nobara and eventually Yuji as well on his tail. They continued walking for a while and they even found the two remaining detainees that were missed during the evacuation. However, they were already dead. When they had found them, Megumi had come in close and observed the state of the bodies. "Odd, the cursed womb hasn't shown itself yet. I can't feel anything of its presence other than residuals. And these bodies, from the way they were killed, it was quick and rushed. The blood is still leaking from some places, which means..." Megumi muttered to the two of them in a tone and manner that Kujisaki had instantly picked up on before his shadows once again moved forwards and devoured the two corpses. "It must be close." Kujisaki grasped what he was getting at and immediately withdrew her hammer and nails, ready to fight whatever might be coming at them. Hearing that the threat was close and approaching, Itadori had let go of his doubts and hesitation, deciding to leave any of his questions or contemplations for later on, and got in a fighting stance with his arms burning in a blaze of cursed energy. Megumi stayed quiet for a moment as he observed his surroundings astutely. Eventually a small grin covered his face before his right hand shined for a moment with sparks of electricity running down its length. Around his arm formed a hollow barrier from which he had activated domain amplification. The special grade sorcerer blurred ahead from his location faster than Kujisaki or Itadori could even blink and brought his hand back before he threw a devastating haymaker at seemingly nothing. However, their eyes widened as they saw the space before him crumple away, revealing a large wall behind it that shattered apart to rubble from the impact. Half a meter to the right of his fist was the finger-bearer's head. The curse itself jumped back in surprise as it had almost lost its life in an instant. The special grade curse had been hiding itself within the folds of its domain, which was why Megumi and the others couldn't feel its presence for so long, but it had still left a residual that Megumi was able to track and use to find it with terrifying accuracy. After fighting Moki so many times, This much tracking is nothing. I'm more disappointed in myself for not finding it sooner. The black-haired man thought as he withdrew his arm and turned to face the cowering curse. Oh, why are you running away, peeping Tom? Got something in your pants you wanna hide from me? Megumi asked with a sadistic grin. From his palm sprouted 3 shadow tendrils that extended and wrapped around each other to form a vague oval shape before fading away to reveal Koge, which Megumi grabbed with 2 hands, ready to cut apart the curse the instant he got the chance. Megumi then paused for a moment. He felt something was off with the curse. Although it was clearly still terrified, he could tell it had a plan, and so he chose to rush in to kill it before it could do anything dangerous to Kujisaki or Itadori. Fushiguro! It's got us! As Megumi was about to rush forwards, he stopped when he heard his classmates' voices and swung his katana to the side to deflect a blast of cursed energy that came from his right. Turning to face the source, he found a second finger bearer staring him down with a grin. Are you kidding me? There's 2 of them? Why does nothing go according to plan? Well, if there's any explanation for this bullshit, it'd probably be that rat bastard Kenjiku's fault. Yeah, it's definitely him. He grimaced as he saw why, as in its hands were Itadori and Kujisaki. The special grade curse had hid in the folds of the twin cursed womb's shared domain and grabbed the 2 of them hostage right under his nose. The curse kept its hands on their necks with an obvious message on its face that if he stepped out of line, both the hostages would get their necks snapped. God damn it. Damn it, life's all about risk, right? Megumi muttered to himself as he considered his options before he decided that the best outcome would have to come from a desperate gamble. Is this the smartest thing to do? No, probably not. I am still gonna do it? Yeah, I am. I always wanted to test myself against Sukuna, so this would be the best chance to do so in a controlled environment. Satoru had his chance to play, now it's my turn. He slowly dropped Koge to the ground and moved to bring his hands up in the universal sign of surrender, much to the twin curse's delight. However, he had a plan that would thwart their efforts entirely. Itadori, swap with Sukuna now, he ordered while bringing his hands together in a familiar pose. Yuji understood his classmate's order and knew he must have a plan, so he decided to just listen before starting to allow Sukuna to take over his body. Domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden. The shadows beneath his feet didn't simply rush forwards, they all formed together spontaneously as a gigantic domain barrier surrounded not just the 5 combatants, but the entirety of the detainment ward faster than anyone could even begin to comprehend. Megumi's desperate gamble relied on a domain expansion, a feat that normally would give time for a sorcerer or curse to make a counter move, which would lead to the demise of Yuji Itadori and Nobara Kujisaki. However, Megumi Fushiguro had amended this with a binding vow. In exchange for combining the instant expansion of his domain and the activation of its abilities while expanding the range and effectiveness of his domain by 120%, Megumi Fushiguro will not use another domain expansion for the next 15 days, and the domain will only last 0.5 seconds. Firstly, he used his ability to freely move and teleport entities in his domain through his abyss to move Nobara Kujisaki from the hands of the finger bearer to his side in order to keep her safe. Secondly, he folded his domain space around the finger bearer that held Yuji Itadori and the pink-haired teen himself and teleported them away to the very edge of his domain right as tattoos started forming throughout the teen's body. Then the domain faded away shortly after this as its purpose has been completed. Another reason why he included the time limit within the binding vow was the fact that this meant that he would receive practically zero drain from the domain expansion no matter how much he forced it, as the binding vow did most of the heavy lifting. Dissolving the domain immediately also served to deter Sukuna from using his own domain and start a domain clash which could endanger both himself and Nobara, as the finger bearers were still in the equation. This domain expansion served multiple different purposes, as it gave Megumi time to both kill the finger bearer before storing away the finger into his inventory and also allow Nobara time to escape the area safely, as well as let the windows know of the inevitable fight between him and Sukuna. Speaking of whom, sending Yuji away so far as he transfers control to Sukuna guarantees his safety, as the king's ego and arrogance would not allow him to let a curse that held his neck live, which meant that the other finger bearer would be taken care of as well without the need of his intervention. It's a perfect binding vow. I'm gaining everything that I need in this situation and lose basically nothing. All I'm betting on is my ability to handle a 3-finger Sukuna, which is going to be a piece of cake. The 15-day-long restriction on my use of a domain doesn't matter either way, as after this I won't need it for 2 months either way, as the Goodwill event starts then. Megumi thought with a grin as he saw all his plans fall together perfectly. Kujisaki, go tell the windows that Sukuna and I are about to fight. I'll try to contain him, but they should still evacuate the nearby buildings in case it gets out of hand. He ordered as a tendril sprouted from his hand and grabbed Koge again before bringing the blade into his hands. Are you sure I can't stay here and help? Kujisaki asked with a worried expression, unsure if it was right to leave him to fight alone. Don't worry, this is nothing. I'm going to be the strongest after all, I can handle this much. Megumi declared resolutely as he looked back and pointed at himself with his thumb. Nobara didn't question him for a moment as she knew time was precious, so she started sprinting away, but not before she fired off a surprise nail at the finger bearer that Megumi was going to fight. The nail flew forwards at great speeds as the curse pierced it right through the head. The curse staggered backwards as it was caught off guard by the attack and held its head for a moment as it struggled to pull out the nail with a growl of anger, as even though it didn't do huge damage, the nail struck the curse at its soul. Hey, good work, Kujisaki. I'll make a first-grade sorcerer of you yet. At the very least I'll help you reach a peak of Jujutsu. Megumi commented with a small chuckle as he brought up Koge to shoulder height and held the blade horizontally with his right hand. I haven't really tested the limits of my control over Koge's form. I suppose now would be the time to do a bit of experimentation since I have a willing volunteer right here. Let's start small and go up from there. Megumi thought as he placed his right hand at the tip of the blade. The black-haired man then pressed against the blade and pushed inwards. Instead of piercing through him, the blade was dissolved into shadows that centered around his hand as he pushed his hand onto the hilt of the katana before pulling backwards while applying his cursed technique. The blade was reforged once more under his will and influence to a longer, more serrated edge that was built with the intent of drawing as much blood from its target as possible. Dunno what to call this ability. Doesn't matter. Not that big of a change currently, but maybe I could push it further and further as I go. Time for you to die. I have to get ready for the big boy to arrive. Megumi blurred from his location and was upon the special grade curse within less than a second. The finger bearer placed up a barrier of pure cursed energy in response to block the attack as it then jumped back and fired off repeated blasts of orange energy at him. Koge's serrated blade struck against the barrier and shredded it apart in an instant. He kept going as he jumped in and between each blast with incredible grace. Megumi was again a mere meter away from the curse as it decided to go for a different approach. The curse threw an enhanced yet clumsy punch towards the sorcerer's gut. To this Megumi weaved to the side with unnatural dexterity and sliced off the curse's extend arm in a single swipe before he leveraged his superior stature to bring the curse closer before slicing off the other arm in the same motion. He didn't stop there as he dropped to the ground and threw an electric roundhouse kick at the curse's knee which caused it to snap apart. The finger bearer fell down to the ground in a heap of pain and fear as electric shocks ran down its leg. Shit, I can already feel Sukuna's cursed energy approaching my location. I figured he'd want to play with his curse for a bit more, but I suppose I'm short on time. Let's see if I can do the same thing that Yuta did with that cockroach curse. Megumi muttered to himself as he channeled his incarnations once again. Holes appeared in his palms along with rings that formed around his irises. Incarnation, Max Elephant and Tranquil Deer. Megumi reached down with both his hands as he grabbed the now healed finger bearer by the head with both his hands and pulled it upwards to look it in the eyes. Please don't try to struggle, it will be quick, possibly painless. The special grade sorcerer informed with a cold expression, as if the very act was a chore to him. The curse grabbed his arms and tried to pull them away with all its power to no avail, as his hands were like steel vice grips that refused to release. Then came the flames. An inferno of hellfire covered its head and started burning its whole body into cinders. While he did so, the curse turned to slam its limbs against him repeatedly in an attempt to escape. As the fire started devouring the curse's body, Megumi channeled his Tranquil Deer's incarnation and through it, the ability to output reversed cursed technique. Positive energy flowed throughout his body as it healed any damage done by the curse that tried its best to escape his grasp by slamming into him with blasts of cursed energy. The positive energy flowed through his arms and directly into the body of the finger bearer, which caused it to howl in pain. The positive energy ravaged the inner core of the curse as it started to be torn apart by the energy that was the absolute antithesis to the cursed energy that created it. The finger bearer's limbs went limp shortly after as it was burned away into dust and ash from the combined flames and reversed cursed technique. All that was left behind was a single purple waxy finger, the special grade cursed object that birthed the curse to begin with, Ryaman Sukuna's finger. The innate domain around him faded away into nothingness as he was returned to the real world. Megumi was standing in a clearing that was in the middle of the detainment center, as it seemed that when he moved inside the domain he was also moved in his position relative to reality. Megumi reached down and picked up the finger that laid among the dust and ash that was the special grade curse just as he felt a malevolent presence arrive behind him. Took you long enough, Sleeping Beauty? Was being in the body of a 15-year-old boy too stimulating for you? I suppose being asleep for 1,000 years would make you the strongest sleeper in history, right? The black-haired man asked with a grin as he turned around and faced the King of Curses. The finger within his palm was covered by obsidian tendrils and devoured into his abyss. Not making the same mistake twice. Is that your attempt at humor? You Jujutsu sorcerers are always an absolute bore and a pain in every era. The king scoffed at the obvious attempt at getting under his skin. I was taking my time in coming here since I was considering what to do now that I have temporary control over this vessel, but now I know exactly what I am going to do. I'm going to kill you and this worthless vessel. I will make sure you both suffer, he declared with malevolent intent. Oh boy, I am so scared right now. Please don't do that, Sukuna. Please spare us. Megumi mocked, not taking him seriously in the slightest. Both combatants stood opposed to each other as they readied to make their first move in the battle to decide the fate of both Itadori Yuji and possibly even the lives of everyone else in the prefecture.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.